Chapter 4. The Field of Cormoran. The armies of Mordor stormed against the encircling hills. The captains of the west were being overwhelmed, drowning in a rising tide of enemies. Beneath the crimson sun and the sweeping shadows of the Nazgul, darkness fell across the land. Aragorn stood silent and grim beneath his standard, his thoughts seemingly on ages long gone, yet his eyes shone with a fierce light that burned brighter as the gloom deepened. Upon the high hill, Gandalf stood, white and untouchable, no shadow touching him. The assault of Mordor crashed against the besieged slopes like a furious wave, a roaring tide of voices and shattering steel. Then, as if granted a sudden vision, Gandalf stirred. He turned, gazing northward where the sky was clear and pale. He raised his hands and his voice rang out, clear above the tumult. "The eagles are coming." A chorus of voices took up the cry. "The eagles are coming." The hosts of Mordor looked up, bewildered by this new omen. There came Gwaihir the Windlord, and Landroval his brother, the greatest of the eagles of the north, mighty descendants of ancient Thorondor. Behind them in swift formation came their kin from the northern peaks, riding a gathering wind. They plunged from the high airs straight down upon the Nazgul, the rush of their vast wings like a storm. But the ringwraiths turned and fled, vanishing into the shadows of Mordor, heeding a sudden terrible summons from the Dark Tower. In that same instant, a tremor of doubt seized all the hosts of Mordor. Their fury faltered, their laughter died, their weapons grew heavy in shaking hands. The driving power that filled them with hate wavered, its will withdrawn. Looking now upon their enemies, they saw a deadly resolve and were afraid. A new hope surged in the hearts of the West, and their captains shouted aloud. From the defensive lines, knights of Gondor, riders of Rohan, and the Dunedain of the north drove forward in tight ranks against the faltering enemy, their spears biting deep. Yet Gandalf again raised his arms, his command cutting through the din. "Stand, men of the West, stand and wait. This is the hour of doom." As he spoke, the very earth shuddered. Then, soaring up with terrifying speed, far above the Black Gate and the mountains, an immense darkness shot through with fire, erupted into the sky. The ground groaned and quaked. The towers of the Teeth swayed, crumbled, and fell. The great rampart shattered. The Black Gate was blasted into ruin. And from a vast distance, now faint, now swelling, now climbing to the clouds, came a drumming roar, a long echoing crash of catastrophic sound. "The realm of Sauron is ended," declared Gandalf. The ring-bearer's task was complete. The captains of the West turned their gaze toward the dark land of Mordor, where a colossal shadow crowned with jagged lightning seemed to swell against the stormy clouds. It loomed over the earth, a terrifying, outstretched hand of menace that was, in the end, utterly powerless. A mighty gust of wind swept across the plains, and the monstrous apparition shattered and dissolved into nothing. A profound silence followed. When the leaders raised their eyes, they saw their foes scattering in panic, the might of Mordor crumbling like sand in a gale. Like ants whose hill is destroyed, their dark purpose extinguished, the orcs and trolls and enslaved beasts ran in mindless circles. Some turned their blades on themselves or plunged into fiery chasms, while others fled wailing into the deepest, lightless holes they could find. The men from the east and the south, however, witnessed the ruin of their cause and the undeniable majesty of the West. Those most hardened in hatred, proud and fierce warriors, steeled themselves for one final, desperate stand. Most simply ran for their lives toward the rising sun, many casting aside their weapons and crying for mercy. Gandalf, leaving the conduct of the battle to Aragorn and the other lords, climbed a hill and called out. The great eagle Gwaihir, Lord of the Winds, descended to stand before him. "Twice you have carried me, my friend," said Gandalf. "A third time will see all debts repaid. If you are willing, I promise I will be no heavier a burden than I was when you bore me from the peak of Zirac-Zigil, where my old life ended in flame." "I would carry you," Gwaihir replied, "wherever you wish to go, even if you were carved from mountain stone." "Then come, and bring your brother and your swiftest kin. We must have speed that outpaces every wind swifter than the wings of the ring-wraiths themselves. The north wind may blow, but we shall fly faster, declared Gwaihir. He lifted Gandalf and sped southward, accompanied by Landravol and the swift young Meneldor. They flew over the devastated plains of Udun and Gorgoroth, a land in chaos below them, toward the raging fires of Mount Doom. Meanwhile, near the heart of the inferno, Frodo spoke. "I am glad you are with me, Sam, here at the end of all things." "Yes, I'm with you, Master," said Sam, carefully cradling Frodo's injured hand. "And you're with me. We've come to the end of the road, but after getting this far, I just don't fancy giving up. It doesn't seem right, if you take my meaning." "Perhaps not, Sam," Frodo answered, his voice weary. "But it seems that's how the world goes. Hopes fade, an end arrives. We have only a little time left now. We are caught in the ruin, and there is no way out. Still, Master, we could at least try to get a bit farther from this nasty spot, from this crack of doom, couldn't we? Come on, Mr. Frodo. Let's just follow the path down." "Very well, Sam, if you wish to go, I will come," said Frodo. They struggled to their feet and began a slow, painful descent along the winding road. As they moved toward the trembling base of the mountain, the Sammath Naur erupted with a deafening roar. The mountainside split open, and a river of molten fire began a thunderous, cascading roll down the eastern slopes. Frodo and Sam could go no farther. Their last reserves of strength and will were draining away. They had stumbled onto a low hill of ash at the mountain's foot, an island in a sea of torment, with gaping chasms and leaping flames on every side. The ground shook violently, and great wounds tore open in the flesh of the mountain behind them. Rivers of molten fire crept down the distant slopes, drawing ever closer to engulf them. A steady rain of hot ash fell. They stood together, and Sam, still clasping his master's hand, gave it a gentle squeeze. He let out a soft sigh. "What a story we've found ourselves in, Mr. Frodo," he whispered. "I'd give anything to hear it told one day. Do you suppose they'll begin with the tale of Nine-Fingered Frodo and the Ring of Doom, and then the room would fall silent, just like it did for us in Rivendell when they spoke of Beren One-Hand and the Silmaril? I wish I could be there to listen. I wonder how the tale continues after our part in it ends." Yet even as he spoke these words, a brave attempt to hold back the fear until the final moment, his gaze kept drifting northward into the very teeth of a rising gale that was tearing the ashy gloom apart. Far off, the sky was clearing, and it was into this clearing sky that the Lord of the Eagles, Gwaihir, looked down with his piercing sight. Riding the wild wind, braving the perilous heavens, he circled and saw them. Two small, dark, lonely shapes upon a little hill, holding hands as the world trembled and rivers of fire advanced. As he swooped down, he saw them collapse, whether from exhaustion, the choking fumes, or a final surrender to despair, hiding their faces from death. Side by side they lay. Down swept Gwaihir, and down came his mighty brothers, Landrovol and Meneldor. Unaware of the fate that had befallen them, lost in a dream, the wanderers were lifted from the rock and borne far, far away from the darkness and the flame. When Sam's eyes opened, he found himself lying on a soft bed, but above him gently swayed broad branches of beech, and through their new leaves a dappled sunlight glimmered green and gold. The air was full of a sweet, mingled fragrance. He knew that scent. It was the fragrance of Ithilien. "Good gracious," he murmured to himself. "How long was I asleep?" The smell carried him back to a simpler time, to the day he had lit his little cooking fire under a sunny bank. For just a moment, all the terror in between was wiped from his waking mind. He stretched and drew a long, deep breath. "Well, what a dream I've had," he muttered. "I'm right glad to wake from it." He sat up, and then he saw Frodo lying peacefully asleep beside him, one hand behind his head, the other resting on the coverlet. It was the right hand, and the third finger was gone. In that instant, full memory returned, and Sam cried out, "It wasn't a dream then. Where in the world are we?" A gentle voice spoke from behind him. In the land of Ithilien, and in the keeping of the king, he has been waiting for you." And there stood Gandalf before him, robed in white, his beard now shining like new snow in the dancing leaf light. "Well, Master Samwise," he said, "how do you feel?" But Sam could only fall back, staring with his mouth open, caught between utter bewilderment and a joy so vast he was speechless. Finally, he managed to gasp, "Gandalf, I thought you were dead. Then I thought I was dead too. Is every sad thing going to come untrue? What on earth has happened to the world?" "A great shadow has departed," Gandalf said, and then he laughed, a sound like music or like cool water in a desert. As Sam listened, it struck him that he had not heard such a sound, a clear note of pure merriment, for more days than he could remember. It washed over him like an echo of every joy he had ever known, and then he himself burst into tears. But as a sweet spring shower passes, leaving the sun shining brighter, his tears stopped, and his own laughter bubbled up. Laughing, he sprang from the bed. "How do I feel?" he cried. "Well, I don't rightly know how to put it. I feel," he waved his arms about, "I feel like spring after a long winter, and like sunlight on new leaves. I feel like trumpets and harps and every good song I've ever heard." He stopped and turned anxiously toward his master. "But what about Mr. Frodo? It's a terrible shame about his poor hand. I do hope he's all right otherwise. He's been through so much." "Yes, Sam," said Frodo, sitting up and laughing himself. "I am quite all right otherwise. I drifted off again waiting for you, Sam, you sleepyhead. I was up with the dawn, and now it feels like midday must be nearly here." "Midday?" Sam asked, his mind still foggy. "Midday of which day?" "The 14th day of the new year," Gandalf replied, "or in the Shire's own calendar, the 8th of April. Yet, in Gondor, the new year shall forever begin on the 25th of March, the day Sauron was overthrown and you were carried from the fire to the king. He has watched over you, and now he wishes your company. You will share a meal with him. When you are prepared, I will take you to his side." "The king," said Sam, bewildered. "Which king is that?" "The king of Gondor and sovereign of the western lands," Gandalf answered, "and he has reclaimed all his ancient dominion. His coronation rite approaches, yet he delays it for you." "What are we supposed to wear?" Sam wondered aloud, seeing only their worn, travel-stained garments folded neatly beside their cots. "You shall wear exactly what you wore on your road to Mordor," said Gandalf. "Even the orc tatters you endured in that black country, Frodo, will be kept. No silk or linen, no polished armor or proud heraldry could carry greater honor. But fear not, I may scare up a fresh change of clothes for you later on." He then extended his hands, and they saw a soft light gleaming in one. "What is that?" Frodo exclaimed. "It cannot be. Indeed, I have brought your own treasures back to you. They were found on Sam when you were saved. The Lady Galadriel's gifts, your phial, Frodo, and your box, Sam. You will be glad to hold them safe once more." After washing, dressing, and taking a light breakfast, the hobbits followed Gandalf. They left the grove of beech trees, where they had rested, and stepped onto a long, sun-drenched lawn of brilliant green, edged by tall trees with dark leaves and heavy with crimson flowers. The murmur of a waterfall followed them, and a cheerful stream curved ahead between blossoming banks, vanishing into a green wood at the lawn's edge and flowing on beneath a natural archway of branches, beyond which distant water shimmered. As they reached the wood's opening, they were astonished to find knights in gleaming mail and tall guards in silver and black, standing at attention, who saluted them with deep respect. A long trumpet call sounded, and they proceeded down an aisle of trees beside the laughing stream until they emerged onto a wide green field. Beyond it, a broad river lay veiled in a silver mist, and from its midst rose a long wooded island with many ships moored along its shores. But here on the field where they stood, a mighty host was arrayed in glittering ranks under the sun. As the hobbits drew near, swords flashed from their scabbards, spears were raised, horns and trumpets sang out, and a great shout went up from countless voices in many tongues. Long live the halflings. Honor them with high honor. Kuyo a Ferien Anan, Aglani Ferianath. Honor them with high honor, Frodo and Samwise, Daur a Behail, Conin and Anun, Eglario, praise them, Eglario, Laita te, on Dave Laituvalmet. Honor them, Cormac Lindor, Alaita Tariena. Honor them, the ring-bearers, honor them with high honor. With faces flushed and eyes wide with awe, Frodo and Sam walked on. They saw that within the cheering multitude, 3 high seats had been fashioned from living turf. Behind the seat on the right, upon a green field, waved a white banner of a horse running free. On the left, a silver ship with a swan's prow sailed upon a blue field. But behind the highest throne at the center, a great standard fluttered in the wind. A white tree in full bloom upon a black field, surmounted by a radiant crown and 7 gleaming stars. Upon that throne sat a man clad in mail, a mighty sword across his knees, his head bare. As they approached, he stood, and then they knew him, transformed though he was, tall and joyful, kingly lord of men, with dark hair and keen grey eyes. Frodo hurried forward to greet him, and Sam followed right at his heels. "Well, if that isn't the topping of it all," Sam exclaimed. "Strider, or I'm still dreaming." "Indeed, Sam, it is Strider," said Aragorn. "It is a far journey, is it not, from the prancing pony and Bree, where you so mistrusted my appearance? A long road for each of us, yet yours has walked through the deepest shadows." To Sam's astonishment and total bewilderment, Aragorn then knelt before them. Taking them each by the hand, Frodo on his right and Sam on his left, he led them to the high seat. He placed them upon it and turned to the gathered lords and captains, his voice ringing clear over the entire assembly as he cried, "Honor them with the highest honor." When the joyous shout had risen and faded, a minstrel of Gondor stepped forward, knelt, and asked for leave to sing. "Behold," he announced, "lords and knights, valiant men, kings and princes, fair citizens of Gondor, riders of Rohan, sons of Elrond Dunedain of the north, elf and dwarf, stout hearts of the Shire, and all free peoples of the west. Now lend me your ears, for I shall sing to you of Frodo of the 9 Fingers and the Ring of Doom." Hearing this, Sam laughed out loud from pure happiness, springing to his feet. "Oh, what glory and splendor! All my wishes have come true at last." Then he wept. The whole host laughed and wept with him. And amidst this mingled joy and sorrow, the minstrel's voice rose like precious metal, clear and bright, hushing all. He sang to them, now in the elven tongue, now in the common speech, until their hearts, pierced by the beauty of the words, overflowed. Their joy felt sharp as blades, lifting their thoughts to a place where pain and delight merge, and tears become the very wine of bliss. As the sun declined from its peak and long shadows stretched from the trees, he finished. "Honor them with the highest honor," he said, kneeling once more. Then Aragorn stood, and the entire assembly rose, moving to prepared pavilions to eat, drink, and celebrate while daylight remained. Frodo and Sam were escorted to a separate tent. There their travel-worn clothes were respectfully removed, folded, and set aside with care. They were given clean garments. Gandalf then entered, and to Frodo's amazement, he carried in his arms the sword, the elven cloak, and the mithril shirt that had been taken from him in Mordor. For Sam, he brought a coat of gilded mail and his elven cloak, restored from all its stains and damage. Lastly, Gandalf laid 2 swords before them. "I have no desire for any sword," said Frodo. "Yet for this evening you should bear one," Gandalf replied. Frodo then took up the small blade that had been Sam's, the one laid beside him in Cirith Ungol. "I gave Sting to you, Sam," he said. "No, sir. Mr. Bilbo gave it to you," Sam insisted. "It belongs with that silver coat of his. He wouldn't want another to wear it now." Frodo yielded. Then Gandalf, as if acting as their squire, knelt and fastened the sword belts around them. Rising, he placed circlets of silver upon their heads. Thus arrayed, they went to the great feast. Seated at the king's table beside Gandalf, King Eomer of Rohan, Prince Imrahil, and all the chief captains, with Gimli and Legolas also present. After the standing silence, when wine was poured, 2 esquires entered to serve the lords. They appeared to be young lads, one dressed in the silver and black of the Minas Tirith Guard, the other in white and green. Sam wondered what such youths were doing in an army of mighty warriors, but as they drew near, and he saw them clearly, he cried out in surprise, "Why, look, Mr. Frodo, look here!" "Well, I'll be if it isn't Pippin, Mr. Peregrine, Took, I should say, and Mr. Merry, my, how they've shot up. Bless me, but I can see there's more tales to be told than just ours." "That there are," said Pippin, turning to him with a grin that spoke of grand unshared adventures, "and we'll start the telling the very moment this feast is done. For now you might try keeping up with Gandalf. He isn't as near to us as he once was, though his laughter comes more readily than his words these days. For now Merry and I have our duties. We serve as knights of the city and of the mark, as I trust you've noticed." Finally the joyous day drew to a close, as the sun vanished and the full moon climbed slowly over the mists of the great river. Its light dancing through the rustling leaves, Frodo and Sam rested beneath the whispering trees, breathing in the sweet scents of fair Ithilien. They talked long into the night with Merry, Pippin, and Gandalf, and were later joined by Legolas and Gimli there. Frodo and Sam heard many tales of all that had befallen the company, after their fellowship was shattered on that dark day at Parthgalen by the falls of Rauros. Yet for every story told, there seemed another question waiting, another memory to share. Sam's mind whirled with images, orcs and speaking trees, vast plains of grass, charging horsemen, shimmering caves, white towers and golden halls, fierce battles and tall ships upon the water. It was almost too much to take in. But amid all these marvels, he kept circling back to his sheer amazement at how much Merry and Pippin had grown. He made them stand back to back with Frodo and himself, then scratched his head in puzzlement. "Just doesn't make sense at your age," he declared. "But here's the truth. You're a good 3 inches taller than you have any right to be, or I'm a dwarf." "A dwarf you most certainly are not," said Gimli. "But what did I tell you? Mortals can't go drinking Ent draughts and think it's no stronger than a mug of ale." "Ent draughts?" said Sam. "There you go on about Ents again. But what in the world they are is beyond me. Why, it'll take us weeks to sort through all we've heard. Weeks, without a doubt," Pippin agreed. "And then Frodo will have to be shut up in a tower in Minas Tirith to write it all down, otherwise he'll forget half, and poor old Bilbo would be terribly let down." At last Gandalf stood. "The hands of the king are hands of healing, my dear friends," he said. "Yet you each stood at the very edge of death before he called you back, using all his strength to grant you this gentle, forgetting sleep. And though your rest has been long and blessed, now it is time to sleep once more." "And not only Sam and Frodo here," added Gimli, "but you as well, Pippin. I've grown fond of you, if only for all the trouble you've caused me, trouble I won't soon forget. Nor will I forget finding you on that hill after the last battle. If not for this dwarf, you would have been lost that day. At least I can now recognize a hobbit's foot, even when it's all that shows beneath a pile of the fallen. And when I hauled that great carcass off you, I was certain you were dead. I nearly tore my beard out in grief. And it's only been a day since you were first back on your feet. Off to bed you go now, and I shall do the same." "And I," said Legolas, "will walk in the woods of this fair country, for that is rest enough for me. In days to come, if my lord permits, some of my kin may journey here. When we arrive, this land will be blessed for a time. For a time, be it a month, a lifetime, or 100 years of men. But the great river is near, and the great river flows down to the sea, to the sea, to the sea, to the sea. The white gulls are crying, the wind is blowing, and the white foam is flying west away to the west. The round sun is falling. Grey ship, do you hear them calling, the voices of my people who have gone before me? I will leave the woods that raised me, for our days are ending and our years are failing. I will cross the wide waters sailing alone. Long are the waves upon the last shore falling. Sweet are the voices from the lost isle calling, in Rese, in Elvenhome, that no man can find, where the leaves do not fall, the land of my people forever. And singing thus Legolas went away down the hill. Then the others also took their leave, and Frodo and Sam went to their beds and slept. In the morning they awoke with hope and peace in their hearts, and they remained many days in Ithilien. The camp at Cormallen lay close to Henneth Annwn, and through the quiet nights the hobbits could hear the distant rush of its waterfall, tumbling down through stone channels before winding across the blossoming meadows to join the great river near Caer Andros. They spent their days wandering, revisiting familiar paths, with Sam often peering hopefully into every shaded grove, still dreaming of catching sight of a mighty olive-haunt. When he heard that all such creatures had been lost during the siege, he felt a genuine pang of disappointment. "Seems I can't be in two places at once," he mused. "What a sight that must have been!" As the host prepared to journey back to Minas Tirith, the wounded found rest and healing. Many had been engaged in fierce efforts to subdue the last scattered forces of the east and south, and the final companies to return were those who had ventured into the dark reaches of Mordor itself. When May approached, the captains of the west embarked once more. They boarded their vessels at Caer Andros, sailing down Anduin until they reached Osgiliath, pausing there a day before coming at last to the Pelennor fields. There stood the White City, its towers gleaming beneath Mount Mindoluin, a last remembrance of Westernesse, now emerging from shadow and flame into a new dawn. They pitched their tents upon the field, waiting for morning, for it was the eve of May, and at sunrise the king would return. Over Gondor, a heavy cloud of doubt and fear had lingered. The fair skies and sunshine felt almost cruel to its people, who woke each day expecting word of disaster. Their steward was dead and burned, the king of Rohan lay slain within their walls, and the newly arrived king had vanished again into a war against a darkness too vast for any mere courage to overcome. No news came. After the host marched from Morgul Vale and took the road north under the mountain's shadow, not a single messenger returned, nor any whisper of what transpired in the brooding east. Only 2 days after the captains departed, Lady Éowyn demanded her garments from the women attending her. She refused to listen to protests, rising as they dressed her and placing her injured arm in a linen sling before seeking out the warden of the houses of healing. "Sir," she said, "I cannot rest." "Lying here in idleness is a torment to me, lady," he replied. "You are not fully healed, and my orders were to care for you with particular attention. You were not to leave your bed for 7 days yet. I must ask you to return." "I am healed," she insisted, "in body at least, save this arm, and it pains me little. But I will fall ill again if I have no purpose." "Is there no news from the war?" "The women tell me nothing." "There is no news," the warden said, "save that the lords rode to Morgul Vale. Men speak of a new captain from the north who leads them, a great lord and a healer. Strange, it seems to me, that the same hand that men should also swing a sword. It is not our way in Gondor now, though tales say it was so once. For many long years we healers have only tried to mend what men of swords have torn apart, and yet even without war, the world offers hurts enough to keep us busy." "It takes but one enemy to start a war, Master Warden," Éowyn answered, "and those without swords may still perish upon them. Would you have the people of Gondor gather herbs while the Dark Lord gathers armies? And sometimes it is not better to be healed in body. Nor is it always a terrible fate to fall in battle, even in the midst of great suffering. If the choice were mine in this shadowed time, I would take that path without hesitation." The warden studied her. She stood tall before him, her eyes shining in a pale face, her hand clenched tightly as she turned to look through his eastern window. He sighed and shook his head. After a moment, she faced him once more. "Is there no action to be taken?" she asked. "Who holds command here in the city?" "I cannot say with certainty," he replied. "Such matters lie beyond my duties. There is a marshal who leads the riders of Rohan, and I am told the Lord Hurin commands the men of Gondor. Yet, by right, The stewardship belongs to Lord Faramir. Where might I find him? Here in these houses, my lady. He was gravely wounded, but now recovers his strength. Still, I am unsure. Will you not take me to him? Then your uncertainty will be answered. Lord Faramir was walking alone in the garden of the Houses of Healing. The sun felt warm upon him, and new life seemed to flow in his veins, yet his spirit remained heavy as he gazed eastward beyond the walls. When the warden approached and spoke his name, he turned and saw the Lady Éowyn of Rohan. Pity stirred within him, for he recognized her pain, and his keen perception sensed the sorrow and disquiet beneath her bearing. "My lord," said the warden, "this is the Lady Éowyn of Rohan. She rode with the king and was severely injured and now remains under my care. Yet she is restless and wishes to speak with the steward of the city." "Do not mistake his meaning, lord," Éowyn said. "It is no fault in the care I receive that troubles me. No house could be fairer for those who seek healing. But I cannot abide this idleness, lying caged and useless. I sought death in battle. I did not find it. Yet the fight continues. At a gesture from Faramir, the warden bowed and left them. "What would you ask of me, lady?" said Faramir. "I too am held prisoner by the healers." He looked upon her, and being a man easily moved by compassion, it seemed to him that her beauty, worn by grief, might pierce his very heart. She met his gaze and saw a grave tenderness in his eyes, yet she recognized, having been raised among warriors, that here was a man whom no rider of the mark would surpass in battle. "What is your wish?" he asked again. "If it is within my power, I will see it done." "I would have you command the warden to release me," she said. But though her words remained proud, her resolve wavered, and for the first time she felt a flicker of self-doubt. She feared this stern yet gentle man might see her only as willful, like a child lacking the discipline to see a weary task through to its end. "I myself remain under the warden's care," Faramir answered, "nor have I yet assumed my full authority in the city. But even if I had, I would heed his counsel and not oppose his judgment in matters of his craft, save in the direst need. But I do not seek healing," she insisted. "I wish to ride to war as my brother Eomer does, or better still, as King Theoden did, for he fell with honor and now rests in peace." "It is too late, lady, to follow the captains, even had you the strength," said Faramir. "Yet death in battle may still come to any of us, willing or not. You will be better prepared to meet it in your own fashion if, while time remains, you follow the healer's guidance. You and I, we must endure these hours of waiting with patience." She did not reply, but as he watched her, something in her sternness seemed to soften, as if a hard frost were beginning to thaw at the first subtle hint of spring. A tear welled in her eye and traced a path down her cheek, glistening like a drop of rain. Her proud head bowed slightly. Then, quietly, almost as if speaking to herself, she murmured, "Yet the healers say I must keep to my bed for 7 more days. And my window, it does not face the east." Her voice was now that of a young maiden, full of sadness. Faramir smiled, though his heart ached with pity. "Your window does not look eastward," he said. "That is a thing that can be set right. In this I will indeed command the warden. If you choose to remain in this house under our watch, my lady, and take your rest, then you shall be free to walk in this garden beneath the sun as you wish. You may look east, where all our hopes have been sent, and here you will find me, walking and waiting and looking eastward as well. It would lighten the weight upon my heart if you would speak with me, or sometimes walk beside me." She lifted her gaze to meet his eyes once more, and a faint color touched her pale cheek. "How could I possibly ease your heart, my lord?" she asked. "I have no wish for the company or conversation of living men." "Would you have me speak plainly?" he said. "I would." "Then, Éowyn of Rohan, I tell you that you are beautiful. In the valleys of my homeland there are flowers both fair and bright, and maidens fairer still. Yet in all of Gondor I have never seen flower or lady so lovely and so full of sorrow. Perhaps only a handful of days remain before darkness falls upon our world. When it comes, I hope to meet it with courage." but it would comfort my spirit while the sun still shines, if I could look upon you, for both you and I have passed beneath the shadow of the same darkness, and the same hand pulled us back from its grasp. Ah, not me, Lord, she replied. The shadow still lies upon me. Do not look to me for healing. I am a shield maiden, and my hand is not gentle. Yet I thank you for this much, that I need not remain shut in my room. I will walk outside by the grace of the steward of the city. She offered a slight courtesy then, and turned back toward the house. Faramir remained alone in the garden for a long while after, his gaze drifting more often to the house than to the eastern walls. Later, when he returned to his chamber, he summoned the warden and listened to all he could tell of the Lady of Rohan. "Though I do not doubt, Lord," the warden added, "that you would learn more from the halfling who is here with us. He rode with the king's company, and they say was beside the lady at the last." So Merry was sent to Faramir, and through that day they spoke at length. Faramir learned much, even more than Merry put into words, and he began to feel he understood something of the grief and unrest that lay upon Éowyn. That fair evening, Faramir and Merry walked again in the garden, but she did not appear. Yet in the morning, as Faramir left the houses, he saw her standing upon the walls, clad all in white and gleaming in the sun. He called to her, and she came down. They walked upon the grass, or sat together beneath a green tree, sometimes in silence, sometimes in quiet speech. Each day after, they did the same. The warden, watching from his window, felt gladness in his heart, for he was a healer, and his worry for them lessened. And though a heavy dread lay upon all in those days, these two under his care grew stronger with each passing day. So came the 5th day since Éowyn first went to Faramir. Once more they stood together upon the walls of the city and looked out. No news had yet arrived, and every heart was clouded with doubt. The weather, too, had lost its brightness. The air was cold. A wind that had risen in the night now blew keenly from the north, growing stronger, and the lands below looked grey and bleak. They were dressed in warm garments and heavy cloaks, and over everything Éowyn wore a great mantle of deep blue, the colour of a midsummer night, edged with silver stars at the hem and throat. Faramir had sent for this robe and wrapped it around her himself. To him she seemed fair and queenly where she stood beside him. The mantle had been made for his mother, Finduilas of Amroth, who died too soon. To him it was a memory of beauty from distant days and of his first sorrow. It seemed to him a fitting garment for Éowyn's own beauty and sadness. But now she shivered under the starry cloak, and she looked northward, past the grey nearby lands, into the eye of the cold wind where the far sky was hard and clear. "What do you look for?" Éowyn asked Faramir. "Is that not the black gate in the distance?" she asked. "Has he not reached it by now? 7 days have passed since he rode forth." "7 days," Faramir replied. "Yet do not think poorly of me when I confess these days have brought me a joy and a sorrow I never expected to feel. Joy to look upon you, sorrow because the fear and uncertainty of this grim hour have deepened into a true darkness. Éowyn, I would not see this world end now, nor lose so quickly what I have only just found." "Lose what you have found, my lord," she answered, her gaze steady and gentle. "In such times as these, I cannot guess what you might have found to lose. But come, let us speak no more of it. Let us not speak at all. I feel myself standing at some terrible edge, and the chasm before me is pure blackness. Whether any light remains behind me, I cannot say, for I am not yet permitted to turn. I am waiting for the blow of fate to fall." "Yes," said Faramir softly, "we wait for the blow of fate." They spoke no further, and as they stood together upon the high wall, it seemed the very world grew still. The wind faded, the light dimmed, and the sun grew pale. All sounds of the city below, of the surrounding lands, even the rustle of leaves or their own breathing, fell into a profound silence. Their own heartbeats seemed to pause. Time itself held its breath. Without conscious thought, their hands found one another and clasped tight, and still they waited, not knowing for what. Then, beyond the far mountain ridges, A new and terrible shape began to rise, a mountain of shadow, looming like a wave meant to drown the world, flickering with silent lightning. A tremor passed through the earth. The stones of the city trembled beneath them. A great sigh seemed to rise from the lands all around, and suddenly their hearts beat once more. "It calls to mind Numenor," Faramir said, almost surprised to hear his own voice. "Numenor," Éowyn whispered. "Yes," he answered. "The lost land of Westernesse, swallowed when a great wave of darkness climbed over the green country and the hills, an oncoming shadow none could escape. I dream of it often." "Then you believe the darkness is coming?" Éowyn asked, her voice low. "A darkness none can escape." She moved nearer to him. "No," Faramir said, turning to look into her face. "That was only an image in the mind. I do not know what is happening. My waking reason tells me a great evil has occurred, and we stand at the end of all things. Yet my heart refuses it. My limbs feel light, and a hope and a joy have risen in me that no logic can dispel. Éowyn, Éowyn, White Lady of Rohan, in this hour I will not believe that any darkness can last." He bent and kissed her brow. They remained there upon the walls of the city of Gondor. Then a fresh wind rose and swept over them, lifting their hair, raven and gold, to mingle in the air. The shadow withdrew. The sun broke free, and light leaped across the land. The waters of the Anduin glittered like silver, and from every house in the city came song, a joy welling up from some deep, unnamed source. Before the sun had moved far from its noon height, a great eagle came flying from the east, bearing tidings beyond all hope from the lords of the west, and it cried, "Sing now, people of the Tower of the Sun, for the realm of Sauron is ended forever, and the dark tower is cast down. Sing and rejoice, people of the Tower of Guard, for your watch was not in vain. The black gate is shattered, your king has passed through, and he is victorious. Sing and be glad, all children of the West, for your king shall return and dwell among you all the days of your lives. The withered tree shall be renewed. He shall plant it in the high places, and the city shall be blessed. Sing, all you people." And the people sang in every street of the city. The days that followed were golden, and spring and summer met and danced together across the fields of Gondor's swift riders from Caer Andros, brought news of all that had happened, and the city prepared for the king's return. Merry was called to join the wagons carrying supplies to Osgiliath, where he would sail on to Caer Andros. Faramir, now restored to health, remained behind to resume his authority as steward, a duty he would hold only briefly until another could take his place. Éowyn also stayed, though her brother had sent word, urging her to join the celebrations at Cormallen. This puzzled Faramir, but his many tasks left him little time to see her. She continued to dwell in the houses of healing, walking alone in the garden, her face growing pale once more, as if she alone in the whole city remained touched by sorrow and ailment. The warden of the houses grew concerned and spoke to Faramir. At last Faramir went to her, and they stood together again upon the wall. "Éowyn," he asked, "why do you linger here? Why not go to the rejoicing at Cormallen, where your brother waits for you beyond Caer Andros?" She replied, "Do you not know?" "Two reasons come to mind," he answered, "but which is true I cannot say. I have no wish for riddles," she said. "Speak plainly." "Then, my lady, if you insist," he began, "perhaps you do not go because only your brother called for you, and to witness Lord Aragorn, heir of Elendil, in his triumph would bring you no joy now. Or perhaps it is because I do not go, and you still wish to be near me. Maybe it is both, and you yourself cannot choose between them. Éowyn, do you not love me, or will you not?" "I wish to be loved by another," she answered, "but I want no man's pity. That I know," he said. "You desired the love of Lord Aragorn, because he was noble and mighty, and you longed for renown and glory, to be lifted far above the common cares of this world. To you he seemed admirable, as a great captain might to a young soldier. And so he is, a lord among men, the greatest now living. But when he gave you only understanding and pity, You wanted nothing, unless it was a brave death in battle. Look at me, Eowyn. Eowyn looked at Faramir, her gaze long and steady. Do not scorn pity that comes from a gentle heart, Faramir continued. But I do not offer you my pity. You are a lady, high and valiant, and you have won renown that will never be forgotten. You are beautiful, I believe, beyond even the words of the elven tongue to describe. And I love you. Once I pitied your sorrow, but now, even if you were free from sorrow without fear or any want, were you the blissful queen of Gondor, still I would love you. Eowyn, do you not love me? Then Eowyn's heart changed, or at last she understood it. Suddenly her winter passed, and the sun seemed to shine upon her. I stand in Minas Anor, the Tower of the Sun, she said, and behold, the shadow has departed. I will be a shield maiden no longer, nor compete with the great riders, nor find joy only in songs of battle. I will be a healer and love all things that grow and are not barren. She looked at Faramir once more. No longer do I desire to be a queen. Faramir laughed warmly. That is well, he said, for I am not a king, yet I will wed the White Lady of Rohan, if it be her will. And if she agrees, then let us cross the river, and in happier days dwell in fair Ithilien, where we will make a garden. All things will grow with joy there, if the White Lady comes. Then must I leave my own people, man of Gondor? She asked. And would you have your proud folk say of you, there goes a lord who tamed a wild shield maiden of the north? Was there no woman of the race of Númenor to choose? I would, said Faramir. And he took her in his arms and kissed her under the sunlit sky, heedless that they stood high upon the walls for all to see. Many onlookers witnessed their descent from the high walls, a soft light seeming to accompany them as they walked hand in hand toward the houses of healing. To the warden there, Faramir announced, the Lady Eowyn of Rohan stands before you, restored to health. The warden replied, then I release her from my care and wish her a fond farewell, praying she knows no more pain or illness. I entrust her to the steward's guardianship until her brother's return. Yet Eowyn herself spoke, though I am free to go, I choose to stay. This place has become the most blessed of all homes to me, and so she remained within its peaceful halls until King Éomer arrived. Throughout the city, preparations reached their peak. News had travelled to every corner of Gondor, from the peaks of Min Rimmon to the green hills of Pinath Gelin and the distant shores, drawing all who could journey to the capital. The streets once more filled with women and bright-eyed children returning to their houses, their arms laden with blossoms. Skilled harpers arrived from Dol Amroth, joined by players of viols and flutes and silver horns, and clear-voiced singers from the vales of Lebanon. On a certain evening, the pavilions upon the Pelennor could be seen from the walls, and lights burned through the night as watchful men awaited the dawn. When the sun rose clear in the eastern sky, its light-touching mountains now free of shadow, every bell began to ring. Banners unfurled and streamed in the wind, and upon the white tower of the citadel, the standard of the stewards, a bright silver field like sunlit snow bearing no emblem, was raised over Gondor for the final time. Now the captains of the west led their host toward the city. The people watched them advance, rank upon rank, their armor flashing and glinting like rippling silver in the sunrise. They halted a furlong from the walls before the gateway, where no new gates yet hung, only a barrier guarded by men-at-arms in silver and black with drawn swords. Before it stood steward Faramir and Húrin warden of the keys and other captains of Gondor, with the Lady Éowyn of Rohan beside Marshal Elfhelm and many knights of the Mark. On either side of the gate a great crowd had gathered, people arrayed in colorful garments and wearing garlands of flowers. Thus a wide space before the walls of Minas Tirith was enclosed by the knights and soldiers of Gondor and Rohan, and by the citizens from across the land. A profound silence fell as the Dúnedain, clad in silver and grey, stepped forth from the host. Before them walked the Lord Aragorn. He was armored in black mail edged with silver, and over it he wore a long mantle of pure white, fastened at the throat with a great green jewel that gleamed from a distance. His head was bare save for a star bound upon his brow by a slender silver band. With him were Eomer of Rohan, Prince Imrahil, Gandalf robed in white, and 4 small figures at which many marvelled. "Cousin, those are not children," said Irith to her kinswoman from Imloth Malui who stood beside her. "They are the Periain from the distant land of the Halflings, where they are said to be princes of great renown. I ought to know. I tended to one in the houses. They are small but exceedingly brave. Why? One of them, with only his esquire, ventured into the Black Land and battled the Dark Lord himself, and set his tower ablaze, if the tales are true. That is the story told in the city. That one there walks with our Lord Elfstone. They are the dearest of friends, so I hear, and he is a marvel himself, the Lord Elfstone. Mind you, his words are not overly gentle, but he possesses a heart of gold, as the saying goes, and his hands hold the gift of healing." "The hands of the king are the hands of a healer," I told her, and that was the very thing that revealed the truth. And Mithrandir himself said to me, "Irith, your words will be remembered long after this day." But Irith found herself cut short, unable to further enlighten her visiting cousin from the countryside, as a solitary trumpet blast echoed, ushering in a profound stillness. Then Faramir, accompanied only by Hurin, the keeper of the keys, emerged from the gate. Behind them marched 4 guards, clad in the high helms and gleaming armor of the citadel, bearing a great casket of dark Lebethron wood, bound with bands of silver. Meeting Aragorn before the gathered host, Faramir knelt and declared the last ruling steward of Gondor asks leave to lay down his charge. He offered up the white rod of his office, yet Aragorn did not accept it, returning it instead with the words that duty is not finished. "It shall remain with you and your heirs for as long as my own line endures. Now perform your office." Rising, Faramir's voice rang out clear and strong. "People of Gondor, hear the steward of this realm. Behold, one has come at last to reclaim the kingship. Here stands Aragorn, son of Arathorn, chieftain of the Dunedain of the north, captain of the armies of the west, bearer of the star of the north, who wields the sword reforged, triumphant in war, whose very touch brings healing. He is the Elfstone, Ilessar of the line of Valandil, Isildur's son, Elendil's son of Numenor. Shall he be our king and enter the city to dwell among us?" The entire host and all the people shouted their assent with a single thunderous voice. Irith leaned toward her kinswoman and whispered, a hint of smug satisfaction in her tone, "This is all just ceremony, my dear, the sort of formality we have here in the city." "Why, he's already been inside," as I was saying, and he told me. Once more she was hushed, for Faramir began to speak again. "People of Gondor," he said, "the lawmasters teach that of old a king would receive the crown from his father's hand before his death. If that could not be, he would go alone to take it from his father's hands within the tomb. Yet, since we must now proceed differently, by the authority of the steward, I have brought here from the Silent Street the crown of Enur, the last king, whose reign ended in the time of our distant forefathers." The guards advanced, and Faramir opened the great casket, lifting forth an ancient crown. Its form was akin to the helms of the citadel guard, yet taller and wrought entirely in white. Wings of pearl and silver, fashioned in the image of a seabird's wings, swept from its sides, the emblem of the kings who came across the sea. 7 adamant gems were set in its circlet, and upon its summit rested a single jewel that blazed with a living flame. Aragorn received the crown and held it aloft, speaking words in a tongue long unheard, et Irelo endurana utulien, sinome maruvan ar hildinya ten ambar meta. These were the words Elendil spoke when he first came to Middle-earth from over the sea. "Out of the great sea to Middle-earth I am come, here I will abide, and my heirs unto the ending of the world." To the astonishment of the multitude, Aragorn did not then place the crown upon his own head. Instead, he returned it to Faramir, saying, "By the toil and courage of many I have come into my inheritance. In recognition of this, I would have the ring-bearer bring the crown to me, and let Mithrandir set it upon my head if he is willing, for he has been the guide of all that has been achieved, and this victory is rightly his." So Frodo stepped forward, taking the crown from Faramir and carrying it to Gandalf. As Aragorn knelt, Gandalf set the white crown upon his head and proclaimed, "Now come the days of the king. May they be blessed for as long as the thrones of the Valar endure." But when Aragorn arose, all who looked upon him fell into a silent awe, for it was as if they were seeing him truly for the very first time. He stood as tall as the ancient sea kings, towering over all those nearby. Though he carried the weight of ages in his bearing, he was in the prime of his life, with wisdom etched upon his brow. Strength and the gift of healing rested in his hands, and a radiant light enveloped him. Then Faramir called out, "Behold the king!" At that instant, trumpets sounded across the city. King Elessar stepped forward to the great gate, where Húrin, the keeper of the keys, drew it open. To the music of harps, viols, and flutes, accompanied by clear voices raised in song, the king walked through streets strewn with flowers. He ascended to the citadel and entered its hall. From the highest tower, the banner of the White Tree and the stars was unfurled, marking the beginning of King Elessar's reign, celebrated in countless songs thereafter. Under his rule, the city was restored to a beauty surpassing even its earliest glory. It became a place of trees and flowing fountains. Its gates were crafted from mithril and steel, and its streets were paved with white marble. The dwarves of the mountains worked there with pride, and the elves of the woodland came with joy to visit. All wounds were healed, all wrongs set right, homes filled with men, women, and the laughter of children. No window remained dark, no courtyard stood empty. As the Third Age passed into the New, the city kept alive the memory and splendor of the years gone by. In the days after his crowning, the king held court in the Hall of the Kings to deliver his judgment. Embassies arrived from many lands, from the east and the south, from the borders of Mirkwood, and from Dunland in the west. The king showed mercy to the Easterlings who had surrendered, granting them their freedom. He made peace with the peoples of Harad and freed the slaves of Mordor, giving them the lands around Lake Nuenen to call their own. Many were brought before him to receive praise and rewards for their courage. Finally, the captain of the guard led Beregond forward for judgment. The king addressed him, saying, "Beregond, by your sword blood was shed in the Hallows, where such an act is forbidden. You also abandoned your post without leave from your lord or your captain. In older times, the penalty for these deeds was death. Now I must pronounce your doom. All punishment is waived for your valor in battle, and even more so because everything you did was out of love for Lord Faramir. Yet you must leave the guard of the citadel and depart from the city of Minas Tirith." Beregond's face went pale, his heart sank, and he bowed his head. But the king continued, "This is how it must be, for you are appointed to the White Company, the guard of Faramir, Prince of Ithilien. You shall be its captain and dwell in honor and peace in the hills of Eamon Arnin, serving the very man for whom you risked everything to save from death." Understanding the king's blend of mercy and justice, Beregond felt a surge of relief and gladness. He knelt, kissed the king's hand, and left with a heart full of joy and contentment. Aragorn then granted Ithilien to Faramir as his princedom, instructing him to make his home in the hills of Emin Arnon within sight of the city. "For Minas Ithil in the Morgul Vale shall be utterly destroyed," he explained. "Though in time it may be cleansed, no one may dwell there for many long years." Lastly, Aragorn greeted Éomer of Rohan. They embraced, and Aragorn said, "Between us there can be no talk of giving or taking, nor of reward, for we are brothers." In a fortunate hour did Eorl ride from the north, and no alliance of peoples has been more blessed. Neither has ever failed the other, nor shall we ever fail now. As you know, we have laid Theoden the Renowned in a tomb in the Hallows. There he shall rest forever among the kings of Gondor, if you wish it. If you wish it, we shall journey to Rohan and bring him home to lie among his own kin." Éomer replied, "From the moment you rose before me from the green fields of the Downs, my heart has been yours, and that bond will not break. Yet now I must return for a time to my own kingdom, where there is much to mend and set right. As for our fallen lord, when all is prepared, we shall come for him, but let him rest here a while longer." Then Eowyn spoke to Faramir, saying, "I must now go back to my own country, to see it once more, and to aid my brother in his work. Yet when he who was as a father to me is finally laid to rest, I will return." Thus the days of gladness slipped by. On the 8th of May, the riders of Rohan made ready and departed by the north way, accompanied by the sons of Elrond. Crowds lined the entire road to honor them, from the city gate to the walls of the Pelennor field. Others who had come from afar returned to their homes rejoicing, while within the city many willing hands labored to rebuild, to renew, and to erase the scars of war and the memory of the darkness. The hobbits remained in Minas Tirith with Legolas and Gimli, for Aragorn was reluctant to see the fellowship part. "All things must end in their time," he said, "but I ask you to wait a little longer, for the end of the deeds you have shared is not yet come. A day I have long awaited approaches, and when it arrives I would have my friends beside me." Yet of that day he would say nothing more. In those times the companions of the ring dwelt together in a fine house with Gandalf, coming and going as they pleased. Frodo said to Gandalf, "Do you know of this day Aragorn speaks? We are content here, and I feel no wish to leave, yet the days are fleeting. Bilbo waits, and the Shire is my home." "Bilbo," Gandalf answered, "awaits the same day, and he understands what delays you. As for the passing of time, it is only May, and high summer is not yet here. Though all may seem transformed, as if an age of the world has passed, to the trees and the grass it has been less than a year since your journey began." Frodo remarked to Pippin, "Did you not say Gandalf seemed more distant of late? I believe he was weary from his labors then. Now he is regaining his old spirit." Gandalf responded, "Many wish to know beforehand what will be served at the feast, but those who have toiled to prepare it often keep their secret, for wonder amplifies the praise. Even Aragorn awaits a sign." Then came a day when Gandalf could not be found, and the companions wondered what was afoot. Under cover of night, Gandalf led Aragorn out from the city to the southern feet of Mount Mindalluin. There they discovered an ancient path now seldom dared, that wound upward to a high sanctuary where only kings had once ventured. They climbed by steep ways until they reached a high field beneath the snow-capped peaks, overlooking the precipice behind the city. As morning broke, they stood surveying the lands. The city's towers far below shone like white pencils touched by sunlight. The whole vale of Anduin lay like a garden, and the mountains of shadow were draped in a golden haze. To one side, their gaze stretched to the grey Emin Muil, where the glimmer of Rauros was a distant, twinkling star. To the other, they saw the river like a ribbon laid out to Pelagia, and beyond, a light on the horizon's edge whispered of the sea. Gandalf said, "This is your kingdom, and the heart of the greater realm that shall be. The third age of the world is ended, and a new age has begun. It is your charge to order its beginning, and to preserve all that can be saved. Though much has been preserved, a great deal must now fade, and the power of the three rings is spent. All these lands you behold, and those surrounding them, shall become the home of humankind. The age of men is upon us, and the elder kindred will diminish or pass from these shores." "I understand this, my old friend," Aragorn replied, "yet I still seek your guidance." "My time for counsel is nearly over," Gandalf said. "The third age was my own. I stood against Sauron. That task is complete. I will depart soon. The weight of what comes next must rest upon you and your people." "Yet I am mortal," Aragorn said. "Though my lineage is of the West, unmingled, granting me years beyond those of other men, my span is still brief. When those now waiting to be born have lived their full lives and grown old, I too will age. Who then will rule Gondor and those who see this city as their heart, if my hope is not fulfilled? The tree in the court of the fountain remains withered and lifeless. When will I see a sign that this will ever change?" "Turn away from the living world," Gandalf urged, and look instead where all seems desolate and cold. Aragorn turned. Behind him, a stony slope fell away from the snow's edge, and there, alone in the barrenness, something was growing. He climbed toward it and saw, springing from the very fringe of the snow, a young tree no taller than 3 feet. It had already unfolded long, graceful leaves, dark on top and silver beneath, and upon its slender crown rested a single cluster of flowers, their white petals gleaming like sunlit snow. Then Aragorn exclaimed, "I have found it! Behold, a descendant of the eldest of trees, but how can it be here? It is not yet 7 years old." Gandalf approached and examined it. Indeed, this is a sapling from the line of fair Nimloth, which was a seedling of Galathilion, which itself came from Telperion of many names, the eldest of trees. Who can say how it arrives here at this destined hour? But this is a hallowed place, and before the kings faltered or the tree withered in the court, a fruit must have been placed here. It is said that though the fruit of the tree seldom ripens, the life within may sleep through many long years, and none can predict when it will stir. Remember this. If ever a fruit does mature, it should be planted, lest the line vanish from the world. Here it has lain, hidden on the mountain, just as the line of Elendil lay hidden in the northern wastes. Yet the line of Nimloth is far older than your own, King Elessar. Aragorn gently touched the sapling, and it seemed only lightly held by the earth. He lifted it without harm and carried it back to the citadel. The withered tree was uprooted with reverence, not burned, but laid to rest in the silence of Rath Dinan. Aragorn planted the new tree by the fountain in the court, where it swiftly and joyfully began to grow. When June arrived, it was heavy with blossom. "The sign has been given," Aragorn declared, "and the day approaches." He posted watchers on the walls. On the day before midsummer, messengers came from Amandine to the city, reporting a company of fair folk riding from the north, now nearing the walls of the Pelennor. The king said, "They have come at last. Let the entire city make ready." On the very eve of midsummer, under a sky blue as sapphire, with white stars opening in the east while the west still glowed golden and the cool, fragrant air settled, the riders came down the north way to the gates of Minas Tirith. First came Elrohir and Elladan, their banner of silver catching the light, followed by Glorfindel and Erestor with all the household of Rivendell. Next arrived the Lady Galadriel and Lord Celeborn of Lothlorien upon their white steeds, accompanied by many of their fair folk in grey cloaks, white gems gleaming like captured starlight in their hair. Last of all rode Master Elrond, mighty among both elves and men, bearing the ancient scepter of Annuminus. Beside him, on a grey palfrey, was his daughter Arwen, the even-star of her people. When Frodo saw her approaching in the twilight, a soft fragrance in the air, and what seemed like stars resting upon her brow, he was filled with awe. He turned to Gandalf and whispered, "Now I see the reason for our waiting. This is the true end. Now the night will be as beloved as the day, beautiful and blessed, with all its shadows lifted." The king greeted his guests as they dismounted. Elrond presented the scepter and then placed his daughter's hand into the king's. Together they ascended into the high city as the stars above seemed to bloom across the heavens. It was on that midsummer day in the city of the kings that Aragorn, King Elessar, wed Arwen Undomiel, bringing their long years of waiting and hardship to a joyful close. When the celebrations finally subsided, the companions began to think of their homeland. Frodo found the king and Queen Arwen seated by the fountain, where she was singing a song of Valinor as the white tree flourished beside them. They rose to welcome him, and Aragorn spoke first. "I know why you are here, Frodo. You wish to return to your own country. Remember, a tree grows strongest in the soil of its ancestors, yet for you in all the lands of the West there will always be a welcome. Though your people have seldom been celebrated in the grand tales, they shall now have a renown greater than any vanished kingdom." "It is true, I long to go back to the Shire," Frodo replied. "But first I must journey to Rivendell. If anything could be missing from such a blessed time, it is Bilbo. It saddened me to see that he was not among Elrond's household here. "Do you find that surprising ring-bearer?" said Arwen. "You know the power of what has now been destroyed. All that was touched by that power is fading. Your kinsman held it longer than you. By the measure of his kind, he is now very aged, and he waits for you. He will not undertake any long journey again, save for one." "Then I ask your leave to depart soon," said Frodo. "In 7 days you shall go," Aragorn answered. "We will ride with you a great distance, even to the borders of Rohan. In 3 days, Éomer returns to escort King Théoden home to his final rest in the Mark, and we shall ride with him to honor the fallen. But before you leave, I affirm what Faramir has declared. You are made free forever of the realm of Gondor, and all your companions with you. If any gift could match your deeds, it would be yours. Instead, ask what you will, and you shall have it, and you shall travel with the honor and trappings of a prince of this land." But Queen Arwen spoke then. "I have a gift for you. I am Elrond's daughter. I will not sail with him now when he goes to the havens, for I have made the choice of Lúthien. I have chosen both the sweet and the bitter. But in my place, ring-bearer, when the time comes, and if you then wish it, you may go. If your wounds still pain you and the memory of your burden remains heavy, you may pass into the west, where all hurt and weariness can find healing. Until then, wear this in memory of the Elfstone and the Evenstar, with whose lives yours has been entwined." She unfastened a white gem like a star that hung from a silver chain upon her breast and placed it around Frodo's neck. She spoke softly. "When the shadows of fear and memory haunt you, let this be your comfort. True to the king's word, on the 3rd day, Éomer of Rohan arrived at the city gates, leading a company of the Mark's most splendid knights. A welcome feast was held in Merithron, the great hall, where the sight of the assembled ladies filled him with awe. Before retiring, he summoned Gimli the dwarf. "Gimli, son of Gloin," he began, "is your axe within reach?" "Not at present, my lord," Gimli replied, "though I can fetch it quickly if a need arises." "That is for you to decide," said Éomer. "Certain bold words about the Lady of the Golden Wood still hang between us. Now I have seen her with my own eyes." "Well, my lord," Gimli pressed, "what is your verdict now?" "Alas." Éomer sighed with a dramatic flourish that was almost playful. "I cannot declare her the fairest lady who walks this earth." "Then I suppose I must go for my axe," Gimli stated, his hand moving as if to depart. "But first hear my defense," Éomer interjected, a grin touching his lips. "Had I seen her among any other company, I would have echoed your praises entirely. Yet now I must place Queen Arwen Evenstar first, and I stand ready to duel any who contest me on it. Shall I call for my sword at this?" Gimli offered a deep bow. "You are pardoned on my account, lord," he said. "You have chosen the evening, but my devotion belongs to the morning, and my heart whispers that soon its light may fade from this world forever." Finally, the day of leaving arrived, and a noble company gathered to ride north from the city. The kings of Gondor and Rohan proceeded to the silent tombs in Rath Dinan. There they placed King Théoden upon a golden bier, carrying him through the streets in a hushed procession. The bier was set upon a great wagon, surrounded by riders of Rohan with his banner aloft. Merry as the king's esquire rode upon the wagon, guarding his lord's arm. Steeds were provided for all the companions according to their kind. Frodo and Samwise rode beside Aragorn, Gandalf upon Shadowfax, and Pippin with the knights of Gondor, while Legolas and Gimli, as always, shared Arod. In that riding were also Queen Arwen, Celeborn, and Galadriel with their people, Elrond and his sons, and the lords of Dol Amroth and Ithilien, with many captains and knights. No king of the Mark had ever journeyed homeward with such an escort as accompanied Théoden, son of Thengel, without rush. In peace, they entered Anorion, coming to the grey wood beneath Amundine. There they heard a sound like drums echoing in the hills, though nothing moved in sight. Aragorn then had trumpets sounded, and heralds proclaimed, Behold, King Elisar has come, the forest of Druadan he gives to Gan and his folk to be theirs forever. Let no one enter hereafter without their leave." The drums thundered in response, then fell silent. After a journey of 15 days, King Theoden's wagon passed into the green fields of Rohan and reached Idorus, where all rested. The golden hall was adorned with rich tapestries and filled with light, hosting the grandest feast it had known since its raising. Following 3 days, the men of the Mark held Theoden's funeral. He was laid in a stone house with his arms and many treasures he had owned, and a great mound was raised over him, covered with green grass and white evermind. Now there were 8 mounds on the east side of the barrow field. The riders of the king's house, mounted on white horses, circled the barrow and sang together a song of Theoden, son of Thengel, composed by his minstrel Gleowin, who never made another song after. The deep, resonant voices of the riders stirred the hearts of all who heard them, even those who did not understand the ancient tongue. For the people of Rohan, the words of the song rekindled a fire within, their minds filled with the distant thunder of northern hooves and the triumphant cry of Eol upon the field of Celebrant. The tale of their kings unfolded, the horn of Helm echoing once more through the mountains until the shadow fell and King Theoden arose. He rode through that darkness into the heart of the fire, meeting his end in splendor just as the sun, against all hope, broke over the peaks of Mindoluin at dawn. From doubt, from darkness, into the rising day he rode, his song on the sunlit air, his blade finally free. He rekindled hope, and in that very hope his story found its end, lifted above death, above dread, above grim fate, from loss and from life into enduring glory. Merry stood at the base of the green burial mound, tears streaming down his face. As the final notes faded, he lifted his head and called out, "King Theoden, farewell. For a short, precious time you were like a father to me. Farewell." After the burial, when the lamentations had quieted and Theoden was left in peace within his barrow, the people gathered in the golden hall. They set aside their grief for a great feast, honoring a king who had lived a full life and met an end worthy of the greatest of his line. When the traditional moment arrived to drink to the memory of the kings, Eowyn, Lady of Rohan, came forward radiant as sunlight and pure as new snow, bearing a full cup to her brother Eomer. A minstrel and lawkeeper then rose, recounting the names of the lords of the Mark in solemn order, from Eorl the young and Brego, who built the hall, through Aldor, Freya, Freywyn, Goldwyn, Deor, and Gram, to Helm, who held fast in the deep when the land was overrun. Thus concluded the line of the 9 mounds on the west, for the succession was broken. Then came the lords of the east side mounds, Frealaf, Helm's sister son, followed by Leofer, Walder, Folker, Folkwyn, Fengel, Thengel, and lastly Theoden. As this final name was spoken, Eomer drank deeply from the cup. At Eowyn's signal, the cups were refilled, and the entire assembly rose to toast the new king, their voices united. "Hail, Eomer, king of the Mark." As the feast drew to a close, Eomer stood and addressed the hall. "This is the funeral feast of King Theoden. Yet I will share joyful news before we part, for he would not begrudge it, having always been a father to my sister Eowyn. Hear me, all my guests, fair folk from many realms gracing this hall as never before. Faramir, steward of Gondor and prince of Ithilien, has asked for the hand of Eowyn, lady of Rohan, and she has consented with all her heart. Therefore they will be pledged before you all." Faramir and Eowyn stepped forward, joining hands, and the company drank to their happiness with great cheer. "Thus," declared Eomer, "is the friendship between the Mark and Gondor sealed with a new bond, and my joy is all the greater for it." Aragorn smiled and said, "You are no miser, Eomer, to give to Gondor the fairest treasure in your realm." Then Eowyn turned her gaze to Aragorn, saying, "Wish me joy, my lord and healer." He met her eyes and replied, "I have wished you nothing but joy from the moment I first saw you. It mends my own heart to see you so contented now." After the feast, those preparing to depart took their leave of King Eomer Aragorn and his knights, along with the folk of Lothlorien and Rivendell, made ready to ride. Faramir and Prince Imrahil remained in Edoras, and Arwen Evenstar stayed as well to bid farewell to her brothers. None witnessed her final meeting with her father Elrond, for they walked together into the hills and spoke long in private. Their parting was a profound sorrow, a separation meant to last until the world's ending. Just before the guests finally set out, Eomer and Eowyn sought out Merry. They said to him, "Farewell now, Meriadoc of the Shire and Hold Wine of the Mark ride now to good fortune, and may you soon return to our welcome," Eomer declared. Then he added, "In times past, kings would have heaped upon you treasures too great for any wagon to carry, in reward for your valor on the fields of Mundburg. Yet you ask for nothing but the arms already given to you. I must accept this, for I possess no gift worthy enough. However, my sister entreats you to accept this small token, in memory of Durnhelm and of the horns of the Mark that sounded at dawn's coming." Eowyn then presented Merry with an ancient horn. It was small, yet masterfully crafted from pure silver, with a green baldric artisans had engraved upon it a line of swift horsemen that wound from its tip to its mouth, and runes of great power were set into it. "This is an heirloom of our house," Eowyn explained. "It was fashioned by the dwarves and came from the hoard of Scatha the Worm. Eol the Young brought it from the north long ago. Whoever sounds it in need shall plant fear in the hearts of enemies and joy in the hearts of friends, and they will hear its call and come." Merry accepted the horn, for refusal was impossible, and he kissed Eowyn's hand. They embraced him warmly before parting. Soon after, the guests made ready, drank a final stirrup cup, and departed amid great praise and friendship. Their journey brought them at last to Helm's Deep, where they rested for 2 days. There, Legolas fulfilled his promise to Gimli and accompanied him to the glittering caves. Upon returning, Legolas was unusually quiet, stating only that Gimli alone could find words fitting to describe them. Never before has a dwarf claimed victory over an elf in a battle of words, Legolas remarked with a wry smile. "So now let us go to Fangorn and settle the score properly." From Deeping Combe they rode to Isengard, witnessing the busy work of the Ent. The entire ring of stone had been torn down and cleared away. The land within was now a lush garden filled with orchards and trees, with a stream winding through it. At its center lay a lake of clear water, and from it rose the Tower of Orthanc, still tall and unassailable, its dark stone reflected perfectly in the pool. For a time, the travelers paused where the old gates of Isengard once stood, now marked by 2 tall trees standing like sentinels at the head of a green-bordered path leading toward Orthancs. They marveled at the transformation, yet saw no living creature near or far. But soon they heard a voice calling Whom Hom, and Treebeard came striding down the path to greet them with Quickbeam beside him. "Welcome to the Treegarth of Orthanc," he boomed. "I knew you were coming, though I was at work up the valley. Much remains to be done. Yet I hear you have not been idle, either in the south and the east, and all the news is good, very good indeed." Treebeard then praised their deeds, of which he seemed fully informed, before stopping to gaze long at Gandalf. "Well then," he said, "you have proven the mightiest, and all your labors have succeeded. Where do you go now, and why have you come here?" "To see how your work progresses, my friend," Gandalf replied, "and to thank you for your aid in all that has been accomplished." "Whom? Well, that is fair enough," said Treebeard, "for certainly the Ents have played their part, and not only in dealing with that accursed tree-slayer who dwelt here, for there was a great invasion of those Bararum, those evil-eyed, black-handed, bow-legged, flint-hearted, claw-fingered, foul-bellied, bloodthirsty, Morimoite, Sinca-Honda, well, since you are hasty folk and their full name is as long as years of torment, those vermin of orcs, they came over the river and down from the north and all around the wood of Laurel in Dorinan, which they could not enter, thanks to the great ones who dwell there. He bowed respectfully to the Lord and Lady of Lorien. The same foul creatures were quite startled to encounter us upon the open wold, for they had no prior knowledge of our presence, a fact that could be said of many more respectable folk as well. Few will carry the memory of that meeting, as few escaped with their lives, and the river claimed most of those. Yet it was fortunate for you, for had they not crossed our path, the king of the grasslands would not have ridden far, and had he done so, there would have been no home awaiting his return. We are deeply aware of this, Aragorn replied, and it shall never be forgotten, neither in Minas Tirith nor in Edoras. Never is a word too vast even for my liking, said Treebeard. You mean not while your kingdoms endure, but they would need to endure a very long time indeed to feel long to an end. The new age is upon us, Gandalf interjected, and in this time it may well be that the kingdoms of men outlast even you, my friend Fangorn. But come, tell me of the task I set you. What of Saruman? Has he grown weary of Orthanc yet? I doubt he appreciates how you have enhanced the view from his windows. Treebeard fixed Gandalf with a long, shrewd look. Merry thought it particularly cunning. Ah, he rumbled, I wondered when you would ask weary of Orthanc's exceedingly weary. In the end, though not so weary of the tower as he was of my voice, whom I treated him to some lengthy tales, or what you folk might consider lengthy in your speech. Then why did he remain to listen? Did you enter Orthancs? Gandalf pressed. Whom? No, not into Orthancs, Treebeard answered. But he came to his window and listened, for he could gather news no other way. Though he despised what he heard, he was greedy for it still. I made certain he heard every word, and I took care to weave in many additional points I felt were good for him to ponder. He grew terribly weary. Impatience was always his flaw. That was his undoing. I note, dear Fangorn, said Gandalf, that you choose your words with great care. Dwelt, was, grew. What of? Is he dead? No, not dead, so far as I know, Treebeard said. But he is gone. Yes, he departed 7 days past. I let him go. There was scarcely anything left of him when he crawled out, and that worm creature of his was but a pale, shriveled shadow. Now do not remind me, Gandalf, that I promised to keep him secure. I remember, but circumstances have shifted since then. I held him only until he was safe from causing further harm. You know I despise caging living things above all, and I will not keep even such creatures confined without great cause. A snake stripped of its fangs may slither where it pleases. You may be correct, Gandalf conceded, though I suspect this snake retained one tooth. He still possessed the poison of his voice, and I imagine he appealed to you, Treebeard, even to you, finding that soft spot in your heart. Well, he is gone, and there is no more to discuss. But the Tower of Orthanc now returns to the king, to whom it rightfully belongs, though he may have little use for it. That remains to be seen, said Aragorn. Yet I grant to the Ents this entire valley to tend as they wish, provided they keep watch over Orthanc and ensure none enter without my leave. It is locked, Treebeard stated. I made Saruman lock it and surrender the keys. Quickbeam holds them. Quickbeam bowed like a sapling in a breeze, and offered Aragorn 2 large, intricately wrought black keys joined by a steel ring. Again I thank you, said Aragorn, accepting them, and I bid you farewell. May your forest find peace and regrowth. When this valley is filled once more, there is ample space west of the mountains where you walked in ancient days. A shadow passed over Treebeard's face. Forests may regrow, he murmured. Woodlands may spread, but not Ents. There are no Entings. Yet, perhaps now there is greater hope for your search, Aragorn offered gently. Lands to the east, long closed, may lie open to you once again. But Treebeard shook his great head. The road is long, and there are too many men in those parts now then. As if catching himself, he added, But I forget my manners. Will you not stay and rest a while? Perhaps some among you would welcome the chance to cross Fangorn Forest and shorten your journey home. He glanced towards Celeborn and Galadriel. Yet all except Legolas declared they must now bid farewell and travel onward, whether south or west. Come, Gimli, Legolas urged. With Fangorn's permission, I intend to explore the deep heart of the Entwood and behold trees unmatched anywhere else in Middle-earth. You shall accompany me and honor your pledge. Together we will make our way to our own lands in Mirkwood and beyond." Gimli consented, though without much enthusiasm, it appeared. "So here at last the Fellowship of the Ring reaches its parting," Aragorn observed. "Still, I trust you will return to my kingdom before long with the aid you vowed to bring." "We shall come, if our own lords permit it," Gimli replied. "Farewell, my hobbits. Your road home should be safe now, and I will no longer lie awake fearing for your dangers. We will send messages when we can, and some of us may yet cross paths in days to come, but I suspect we shall never all stand together again." Then Treebeard bade each of them goodbye in turn, offering 3 slow, deeply reverent bows to Celeborn and Galadriel. "Long, long has it been since we met by stock or by stone, O beautiful ones, parents of beautiful ones," he said. "It is a sorrow that we meet only now at an ending, for the world is changing. I feel it in the water, I feel it in the earth, and I catch its scent upon the air. I do not believe we shall meet again." And Celeborn answered, "I cannot say, eldest." But Galadriel said, "Not in Middle-earth, nor until the lands now drowned beneath the waves are raised once more. Then in the willow maids of Tazarinan we may meet in the spring. Farewell." Last of all, Merry and Pippin said their goodbyes to the ancient Ent, and his mood seemed to lighten as he gazed at them. "Well, my merry folk," he said, "will you share one more drink with me before you go?" "Gladly we will," they answered, and he drew them aside into the shade of a great tree, where they saw a large stone jar had been placed. Treebeard filled 3 bowls and they drank. They noticed his peculiar eyes watching them over the rim of his own bowl. Take care," he cautioned, "for you have already grown taller since I last saw you." They laughed and finished their drinks. "Well, goodbye," he said, "and do not forget, if you hear any tidings of the Entwives in your land, you must send word to me." Then he raised his great hands in a wave to all the company and moved away into the trees. The travelers now rode with greater speed, making for the gap of Rohan, and Aragorn finally took his leave near that very spot where Pippin had once peered into the Stone of Orthanc. The hobbits were saddened by this parting, for Aragorn had never failed them, and had guided them through countless dangers. "I wish we had a stone that could show us all our friends," Pippin said, "and let us speak to them from afar." "Only one such stone remains that you might use," Aragorn replied, "for you would not wish to see what the stone of Minas Tirith would reveal to you. But the Palantir of Orthanc the king will keep, to watch over his realm and see what his servants are doing. Do not forget, Peregrine Took, that you are a knight of Gondor, and I do not discharge you from your service. You go now on leave, yet I may summon you again. And remember, dear friends of the Shire, that my kingdom also extends to the north, and I will come there one day." Then Aragorn said farewell to Celeborn and Galadriel, and the lady said to him, "Elfstone, through darkness you have come to your hope, and now hold all you desire. Use well the days that are given to you." But Celeborn said, "Kinsman, farewell. May your fate be different from my own, and may your riches stay with you always." With those final words, they went their separate ways as the sun began to set. After a time, the travelers glanced back to see the King of the West upon his horse, his knights gathered around him. The last light of day fell upon them, setting their armor aglow like burnished gold, and Aragorn's white cloak seemed to catch fire. Then Aragorn raised the green stone, and a vivid emerald light shone from his hand. The diminished company followed the Isen River westward, riding through the gap and into the barren lands beyond before turning north across the borders of Dunland. The Dunlendings scattered and hid in fear of elvenkind, though such visitors were rare in their territory. Unconcerned, the travelers moved at their own pace, a sizable group well supplied for the journey, pitching their tents when they pleased. On the 6th day, after parting from the king, their path wound through a thinning wood that descended from the hills at the base of the misty mountains, which now rose steadily to their right. At twilight, as they emerged again into open country, they came upon an old man leaning on a staff, dressed in tattered grey and dirty white, with another beggar shuffling and whining at his heels. "Well, Saruman," Gandalf called out, "where are you headed? What business is it of yours?" Saruman retorted, "Do you still seek to command my steps? Are you not satisfied with my downfall?" "You already know the answers," replied Gandalf. "No and no, but my own tasks are nearly done. The king has assumed the burden. Had you waited at Orthanc, you would have met him and received both wisdom and mercy." "All the more reason to depart quickly, then," Saruman sneered. "I want neither from him. If you must have an answer, I am looking for a path out of his domain." "Once again, you are heading the wrong way," said Gandalf. "I see little hope in your journey. Yet will you refuse our help? We offer it freely. To me?" Saruman spat. "Please do not smile. I prefer your scorn. And as for the lady here, I trust her not. She always despised me and plotted on your behalf. No doubt she led you here to relish my misery. Had I known you followed, I would have denied you that satisfaction." "Saruman," Galadriel said calmly, "we have duties and concerns far more pressing than hunting you. Consider yourself met by chance and given one final opportunity." "If it is truly the last, I am glad," Saruman replied, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. "It saves me the trouble of refusal again. All my hopes lie in ruins, but I will not partake in yours if you have any left." For an instant his gaze sharpened. "Go on. My years of study were not wasted. You have sealed your own doom, and you know it. It will comfort me in my wanderings to remember that you tore down your own house when you destroyed mine. And tell me, what ship will carry you back across such a vast ocean?" he mocked. "A grey ship, filled with ghosts." His laugh was a broken, ugly sound. "Get up, you fool!" he shouted at the other beggar, who had slumped to the ground, and struck him with the staff. "Turn around! If these fine people are going our way, we shall choose another. Move, or you'll get no bread tonight." The beggar turned and shambled away, muttering, "Poor old Grima, always beaten and cursed. How I hate him! If only I could get away!" "Then leave him," said Gandalf. But Wormtongue only cast a terrified, bleary-eyed look toward Gandalf before scurrying after Saruman. As the wretched pair moved past the company, they came near the hobbits. Saruman paused and stared at them, but they returned his gaze with nothing but pity. "So you've come to mock me as well, my little street rats?" he sneered. "A beggar's needs mean nothing to you, do they? You have everything, full bellies, fine clothes, the finest pipe weed for your own pleasure. Oh, I know where it comes from. You wouldn't spare a pinch for a beggar, would you?" "I would if I had any with me," Frodo replied. "You can have what remains in my pouch," Merry offered, dismounting to rummage through his saddlebag. He passed Saruman a worn leather pouch. "Take it all. Consider it a gift, salvaged from the wreckage of Isengard." "Mine, yes, bought at a heavy price," Saruman cried, snatching the pouch greedily. "This is but a token repayment. You took far more, I'm certain. Still, a beggar must show gratitude when a thief returns even a crumb of what was his. May it serve you right when you return home to find the South Farthing not quite as lush as you remember. May your lands long suffer a shortage of leaf." "Thank you for that kind wish," Merry said dryly. "In that case, I'll take my pouch back. It isn't yours and has traveled many miles with me. You can wrap the weed in some rag of your own." "One thief matches another," Saruman muttered, turning his back on Merry. He gave Wormtongue a sharp kick before shuffling away toward the woods. "Well, I like that," Pippin exclaimed. "Thief," he says, "what about our grievance for being ambushed, wounded, and dragged like orcs through Rohan?" "Ah," Sam said thoughtfully. "And he said, 'bought' makes you wonder how, doesn't it?" And I didn't care for his tone about the South Farthing. "Feels like it's time we headed back." "I agree," said Frodo. "But we can't hurry if we're to visit Bilbo. Whatever comes, I'm going to Rivendell first." "Yes, that is best," Gandalf said quietly. "But what a pity for Saruman. I fear there is nothing left to redeem in him. He is shriveled to his core. Still, I'm not certain Treebeard is entirely correct. I suspect he might yet stir up trouble in some petty, spiteful way. The following day they travelled into the northern reaches of Dunland, a green and pleasant land, though now empty of inhabitants. September arrived in a blaze of golden days and silver-lit nights, and they rode without haste until they reached the Swanfleet River. There they found the old ford, just east of the waterfalls, where the river plunged suddenly toward the lowlands. Far to the west, veiled in haze, lay the Mearies and small islands through which the river wound its way to the Grey Flood, a realm of reeds where countless swans made their home. Crossing into a region, they woke one bright morning to a world shimmering with mist. From their camp on a low hill, the travelers gazed eastward and saw the sun glinting on three peaks that pierced the clouds, Caradhras, Celebdil, and Fanuidhall. They had drawn near to the gates of Moria. Here they lingered for 7 days, reluctant to face another farewell that now approached. Soon Celeborn and Galadriel, along with their people, would turn east, crossing the Redhorn Gate and descending the Dimril Stair to the Silverlode, returning at last to their own land. They had journeyed this far by the western roads, wishing to speak at length with both Elrond and Gandalf, and here they still tarried in conversation with their friends. Long after the hobbits had fallen asleep, the elves and wizards would sit together beneath the stars, speaking of ages long past, of joys and labors now memory, or taking counsel about the days ahead. Had any wanderer passed by, they would have seen little more than still grey shapes like stone figures, monuments to forgotten things in an unpeopled land. For they did not move or speak aloud, but mind to mind, only their gleaming eyes flickered with thought and feeling. But in time, all words were spent, and they parted once more, if only for a season, until the hour came for the 3 rings to fade from the world. The grey-cloaked riders of Lothlorien melted into the stone and shadow, heading for the distant peaks. Those bound for Rivendell remained on the hill, watching until a sudden gleam pierced the gathering mist. A final, silent farewell from the Lady of the Wood, and then they saw no more. Frodo understood. Galadriel had lifted her ring in a last token of parting. Sam turned away with a heavy sigh. "My heart's pulling me back to Lorien," he murmured. Days later, as evening settled over the high moors, the deep valley of Rivendell opened before them abruptly, as it always does for weary travelers. Far below, the welcoming lamps of Elrond's house glimmered like steadfast stars. They descended, crossed the familiar bridge, and entered doors thrown wide to light and song, celebrating the master's return. Without pausing for food or rest, the hobbits went straight to find Bilbo. They discovered him alone in his little room, surrounded by a pleasant chaos of papers and writing tools, sitting before a cheerful fire. He seemed older, peaceful, and drowsy. His eyes opened as they entered. "Well, hello! Back at last," he said, "and just in time for my birthday tomorrow. How very clever. Did you know I'll be 129? 1 more year, if I'm spared, and I'll match the old Took himself. I wouldn't mind outlasting him, but we shall see." Following Bilbo's birthday celebration, the 4 hobbits lingered in Rivendell for several days, spending much time with their old friend in his room. He joined them punctually for meals, a habit he kept faithfully, but often dozed by the fireside as they took turns recounting their adventures. He would pretend to make notes, then wake with a start, magnificent, extraordinary. "Now, where were we?" he'd ask, and they would patiently resume. The only tale that truly held his waking interest was the crowning and marriage of Aragorn. "I had an invitation to the wedding, of course," Bilbo remarked, "waited ages for it, but when the time came, I found myself terribly busy here. Packing is such a dreadful bother, you know." After nearly a fortnight, Frodo looked from his window to see a night frost had transformed the garden cobwebs into lacework of white. Suddenly, he knew it was time to leave and bid Bilbo farewell. The weather held calm and fair after a memorably beautiful summer, but October had arrived, and its peace could not last. There was still a long journey ahead, yet it wasn't the changing season that moved him. He felt a quiet summons to return to the Shire. Sam felt it too. Just the previous night he had said, We've travelled far and wide, Mr. Frodo, and seen no end of marvels, but I've not found a spot that improves on this one. It's got a bit of everything, if you take my meaning. The Shire, the Golden Wood, Gondor, King's Halls, inns, meadows, and mountains, all blended together. And yet, I feel we should be off soon. Truth be told, I'm getting right anxious about my old gaffer. Yes, a bit of everything, Sam, Frodo had replied. Except the sea. He found himself whispering the words again now. Except the sea. That day, Frodo spoke with Elrond, and they agreed to depart the next morning. To their joy, Gandalf announced, "I believe I'll come along, at least as far as Bree. I have a mind to see old Butterbur in the evening." They went to Bilbo for their goodbyes. "Well, if you must go, then you must," he said. "I shall be sorry to see you leave. It's been a comfort, just knowing you were nearby." A wave of drowsiness washed over Bilbo. "I find I am growing quite tired," he murmured. He then presented Frodo with the mithril shirt and the sword sting, seemingly unaware he had done so already. Along with these, he handed over 3 volumes of his own careful script, their crimson spines marked, translations from the Elvish by B.B. For Sam, he produced a small pouch of coins, nearly the final bit of Smaug's legacy, he said, with a wink. "Might prove handy, should thoughts of marriage cross your mind." Sam's cheeks flushed a warm pink. "To Merry and Pippin," he declared. "For you 2 rascals, I've little to offer but a heap of good counsel." After dispensing a generous portion of this advice, he concluded in true Shire manner, "Mind your heads don't swell right out of your hats. But then again, if you delay growing up much longer, you'll find hats and clothes a costly business." Pippin grinned. "If we're aiming to outdo the old Took, I don't see why we shouldn't have a go at surpassing Bull-Roarer Took as well." Bilbo's laughter filled the cozy room, and from a deep pocket he drew 2 exquisite pipes, their stems inlaid with pearl and banded with delicate silver. "Think of your old uncle when you use them," he said. "A gift from the elves, though I've given up the habit myself." His eyes then fluttered shut, and he drifted into a brief nap. Upon stirring, he blinked and said, "Now, where were we? Ah, presents. Which reminds me, Frodo, my lad, whatever became of that ring of mine, the one you took?" "It is gone, dear Bilbo," Frodo replied gently. "I have parted with it for good." "What a shame," Bilbo sighed. "I should have liked just one more look. But no, how foolish of me. That was the whole point of your journey, wasn't it? To be rid of the thing, yet it all gets so muddled in my head. So many other tales seem tangled up with it. Aragorn's long road to kingship, the councils of the White Council, the great stone city of Gondor, and the riders of Rohan. Then there were those fierce Southrons, and the great Oliphants. Did you truly lay eyes on one, Sam? Not to mention endless caves, tall towers, and trees of shimmering gold. Goodness knows what else." He gave a soft, self-deprecating chuckle. "I do believe I returned from my own adventure by far too direct a route. Gandalf really might have taken me on a proper tour. But then, I suppose the auction of my belongings would have been finished long before I got home, causing even more bother than it did. Ah, well, it's far too late for regrets now, and honestly, I find it far more pleasant to sit right here and listen to your tales. This fire is wonderfully cozy, the food is splendid, and there are elves nearby when one has a mind for song. What more could an old hobbit possibly desire?" His voice softened into a familiar, rhythmic murmur. "The road goes ever on and on, out from the door where it began. Now far ahead the road has gone. Let others follow it who can, let them a journey new begin. But I at last with weary feet will turn towards the lighted inn, my evening rest and sleep to meet." As the last line faded, Bilbo's chin sank to his chest, and he was peacefully asleep. The shadows lengthened in the room, making the firelight seem all the brighter. They watched the old hobbit slumber, a contented smile upon his face. For a long while no one spoke. Then Sam, gazing at the dancing shadows on the walls, said quietly, "I don't believe, Mr. Frodo, that he's done much of his book while we were gone. I reckon he'll never get our tale written now." At this, one of Bilbo's eyes opened a slit, as if he had caught the words. He roused himself. "You see how sleepy I am," he said. "And when I do find a moment for writing, my fancy turns mostly to verse. I wonder, Frodo, my dear fellow, if you would object to putting my affairs in some order before you leave. Gather all my scattered notes and pages, and my diary as well, and take them with you, I find. I haven't the patience any more for sorting and arranging it all. Enlist Sam's help, and when you've hammered it into something sensible, come back, and I shall give it a glance. I promise not to be too severe a critic." "I would be glad to do it," Frodo assured him. "And I will return before long. The roads are safer now. We have a true king, and he will see them properly mended." "Thank you, my dear boy," Bilbo whispered, his voice thick with sleep. "That is an immense comfort to me." And with that he sank once more into a deep and dreamless slumber. The following morning Gandalf and the hobbits said their goodbyes to Bilbo in his chambers as the air outside held a bitter chill. Afterward, they took their final leave of Elrond and his entire household. As Frodo paused in the doorway, Elrond spoke a quiet blessing for a safe journey, adding words meant for him alone. "I have a feeling, Frodo, that you may not return this way unless your travels bring you back swiftly. When the leaves turn to gold just before they drop, seek Bilbo in the Shire's woods. I intend to be there with him." Frodo carried these words in his heart, sharing them with no one. Chapter 7. Homeward Bound. Finally, the hobbits were headed for home. A deep longing to see the Shire again filled them, yet they set a measured pace, for Frodo seemed troubled. At the ford of Bruennan, he stopped, hesitant to cross the water. His companions noticed a distant look in his eyes, as if he did not truly see them or the landscape around them. He remained quiet the entire day. It was October the 6th. Riding beside him, Gandalf asked softly, "Are you hurting, Frodo?" "I am," Frodo admitted. "My shoulder pains me, the old wound aches, and the weight of that darkness feels very heavy. A year ago today. Some hurts never fully heal, I fear," Gandalf replied. "I believe mine is such a one," said Frodo. "There is no true return. Even if I reach the Shire, it will feel altered. Because I am altered, I bear wounds from blade, sting, and tooth, and the memory of a long, heavy burden. Where will I ever find rest?" Gandalf offered no reply. Yet, by the following evening, the pain and gloom had lifted, and Frodo's spirits revived as if the previous day's shadow had never fallen. Their travel then became pleasant, the days passing swiftly as they rode without hurry, lingering in beautiful forests where autumn leaves glowed red and yellow under the sun. Eventually, they approached Weathertop. Evening was drawing in, and the hill's long shadow stretched darkly across the road. Frodo urged them to quicken their pace, refusing to glance toward the hill, riding through its gloom with his head down and his cloak wrapped tightly around him. That very night, the weather shifted. A wind, sharp and cold and heavy with rain, blew in from the west, howling as it tossed yellow leaves through the air like frantic birds. By the time they reached the Chetwood, the branches were nearly bare, and a solid sheet of rain hid Bree Hill from view. Thus, on a stormy, wet evening in late October, the five travelers rode up the sloping road to Bree's South Gate. It was shut and locked. Rain stung their faces, and low, swift clouds raced across the darkening sky. Their hearts fell a little, having hoped for a warmer welcome. After calling out repeatedly, the gatekeeper finally emerged, clutching a large club. He studied them with clear fear and mistrust. But recognizing Gandalf and seeing his companions were hobbits, despite their unusual attire, his expression softened and he welcomed them. "Get inside," he said, unlocking the gate. "No sense standing out in this cold, wet, miserable weather for chatter, but old Barlaman will surely make you welcome at the Prancing Pony. You'll hear all the news there, and no doubt you'll later hear everything we say, and then some." Gandalf laughed. "How is Harry?" The gatekeeper's face darkened. "Gone?" he said curtly. "You'd best ask Barlaman. Good evening." "Good evening to you," they returned, passing through. They then observed that a long, low hut had been built behind the roadside hedge, with several men who had come out to stare at them over the fence. When they passed Bill Ferny's old house, they saw its hedge was ragged and wild, the windows all boarded shut. "Sam, do you suppose that apple finished him off?" Pippin asked. "I wouldn't count on it, Mr. Pippin," Sam replied. "But I surely would like to know what became of that wretched pony. He's been on my mind often, especially when the wolves are howling out there in the dark." Finally, they reached the prancing pony. From the outside, at least, it looked just the same, with the warm glow of lamplight shining behind the red curtains of the downstairs windows. They rang the bell, and after a moment Nob answered, opening the door just a sliver to peer out. When he saw them standing under the lantern's light, he let out a startled shout. "Mr. Butterbur, master, they've returned." "Oh, have they now? I'll have a word with them," bellowed Butterbur's voice from within. He came rushing out, a heavy club in his hand. But the moment he recognized his visitors, he stopped in his tracks. The angry scowl on his face melted into an expression of pure astonishment and joy. "Nob, you thick-headed fool," he cried. "Can't you call old friends by their proper names? You nearly gave me a fright with things being as they are. Well, well, where in the world have you all come from? I never thought I'd lay eyes on any of you again, and that's the honest truth, vanishing into the wilderness with that ranger fellow, and all those grim black riders prowling about. But I am truly glad to see you, and none more so than Gandalf himself. Come inside the same rooms as before. They're free. Truth be told, most of the rooms are empty these days, and I won't hide that from you. You'll see it plainly soon enough. I'll see what I can rustle up for supper, though it might take a bit. We're short on help at the moment. Hey, Nob, you dawdler, go find Bob. Ah, but I'm forgetting Bob's gone home to his family after nightfall now. Well, take the guests' ponies to the stables, Nob, and you'll be tending to that magnificent horse of yours yourself, Gandalf, I expect. A fine animal, just as I said when I first saw him. Now come in. Make yourselves at home." Mr. Butterbur certainly hadn't changed his way of speaking. He still seemed to live in that same breathless, bustling hurry. Yet the inn felt strangely quiet, with hardly a soul about. From the common room came only the low murmur of 2 or 3 voices. In the brighter light of the 2 candles he lit and carried ahead of them, the landlord's face appeared more lined and weary than they remembered. He led them down the passage to the same parlor they had used on that peculiar night over a year before, and they followed him, feeling a touch uneasy. It was clear old Barliman was putting on a brave front about some trouble. Things here were not as they once had been. They kept their thoughts to themselves, however, and waited. As expected, Mr. Butterbur came to the parlor after supper to see if everything had been to their liking, which it certainly had. At the very least, the quality of the beer and the food at the Pony had not suffered. "Now, I won't be so bold as to ask you to join the common room tonight," said Butterbur. "You must be weary, and there aren't many folks there this evening anyway. But if you could spare me half an hour before you turn in, I would dearly love to have a quiet chat with you, just by ourselves." "That suits us perfectly," Gandalf replied. "We aren't tired. We've been traveling at a gentle pace. We were wet, cold, and hungry when we arrived. But you've taken care of all that. Come, sit down. And if you happen to have any pipe weed, we would be most grateful." "Well, if you'd asked for anything else, I'd be happier," Butterbur said with a sigh. "That's precisely the one thing we're running short on, seeing as we only have what we grow ourselves, and it's never enough. There's none coming from the Shire these days. But I'll see what I can manage." When he returned, he brought them a small wad of uncut leaf, enough to last a day or 2. "Southlinch," he announced, "the best we have. But it's no match for the South Farthing leaf, mind you. I've always said that, though I'm loyal to Bree in most matters, if you'll pardon my saying so." They settled him into a large chair by the crackling wood fire. Gandalf took the seat on the opposite side of the hearth, and the hobbits sat in low chairs between them. Then they talked for what felt like much longer than half an hour, sharing all the news that Mr. Butterbur wished to hear and all the tidings he had to give in return. Most of what they shared left their host utterly bewildered, stretching far beyond his own experience. He could offer little in response beyond a persistent, "You don't say," a phrase he clung to despite the clear evidence from his own ears. "You don't say, Mr. Baggins, or is it Mr. Underhill? My head's all in a muddle. You don't say, Master Gandalf. Well, I never. Who would have believed such things could happen in our day?" He had plenty to say for himself, however. Things were far from right, he insisted. Business wasn't just slow, it was downright dreadful. Nobody comes into Bree from outside anymore, he lamented, and the local folk, they mostly stay indoors behind barred doors. It all started with those drifters and vagabonds coming up the Greenway last year, as you might recall, but more followed. Some were just poor souls fleeing hardship, but most were rough men, full of theft and mischief. We had real trouble right here in Bree, bad trouble. Why, there was a proper battle, and folk were killed dead, if you can credit it. "I can indeed," Gandalf replied. "How many were lost?" "3 of the big folk, and 2 of the little," said Butterbur, his voice heavy. "Poor Matt Heathertoes, and Rowley Appledore, and little Tom Pickthorn from over the hill. Then Willie Banks from Upperway, and one of the Underhills from Staddle. All good folk, and they're sorely missed, and Harry Goatleaf, who used to mind the West Gate, and that rascal Bill Fernie, they sided with the strangers and ran off with them. I'm convinced they let them in that very night. That was after we'd shown them the gates and shoved them out, mind you, before the year's end. The fighting came early in the new year, after that heavy snow. Now they've turned to robbery, hiding out in the woods beyond Arquette and the wildlands to the north. It's like a page from the dark old tales, I tell you. The roads aren't safe, nobody travels far, and folks bolt their doors early. We have to post watchers all along the fence and set extra men on the gates after dark." "Well, nobody troubled us," Pippin remarked, a touch of naive relief in his voice. "We travelled slowly and kept no watch. We thought we'd left all that danger behind." "Ah, but you haven't, master. More's the pity," Butterbur sighed. "But it's no surprise they left you alone. They wouldn't tackle armed folk decked out with swords, helmets, shields, and all that would give any bandit pause. And I must admit, it gave me quite a start when I first saw you." It was then the hobbits understood the true reason for the astonished stares. People weren't just surprised at their return, they were gaping at their equipment. The companions had grown so accustomed to war and riding in well-armed companies that they'd forgotten how strange their gear would seem back home. The glint of polished mail beneath their cloaks, the helms from Gondor and Rohan, the elegant devices on their shields. Even Gandalf, now riding his tall grey horse, was clad entirely in white with a sweeping mantle of blue and silver, the famed sword Glamdring at his side. Gandalf gave a low chuckle. "Well, well," he said, "if they're frightened of just 5 of us, then we have certainly faced far worse on our journeys, but at least it means you'll have quiet nights while we remain." "How long will that be?" Butterbur asked, a flicker of hope in his eyes. "I won't deny we'd be glad to have you here a while. You see, we're not used to such troubles, and the Rangers have all gone away, or so I'm told. I don't think we ever truly understood what they did for us until now. There's been worse than robbers lurking about. Wolves howled around the fences all last winter, and there are dark shapes in the woods, terrible things that make your blood run cold to even think of. It's been deeply unsettling. If you take my meaning, I do not doubt it," Gandalf said gravely. "Nearly every land has been unsettled in these times, deeply so. But take heart, Barliman. You've been right on the brink of some serious trouble, and I'm just relieved you didn't get pulled in any deeper. But brighter days are ahead, maybe brighter than any you can recall. The Rangers are back. We returned with them. And there's a king again, Barliman. He'll be turning his attention northward soon enough. The Greenway will be cleared and opened once more. His messengers will travel up here, and there will be movement and life where there was stagnation. Those dark creatures will be chased from the wild lands. In time, those empty wastes won't be empty at all. You'll see farms and families where there was only wilderness before." Mr. Butterbur gave a doubtful shake of his head. A few decent, respectable travellers on the roads wouldn't hurt, he muttered. But we don't need any more troublemakers and vagabonds, and we certainly don't want outsiders settling in Bree or anywhere near it. We like our peace. I don't fancy a whole host of strangers setting up camp, putting down roots and tearing up the countryside. You'll have your peace, Barlaam, Gandalf assured him. There is land enough for new settlements between the Ison and the Grey Flood, or along the southern shores past the Brandywine, without anyone living within a week's ride of Bree. Why, many people once lived far to the north, 100 miles or more from here, at the very end of the Greenway, up on the North Downs or near the waters of Lake Evendim. Way up by Deadman's Dyke, said Butterbur, his expression growing even more sceptical. That's cursed ground, or so they say. Only a thief or a fool would go there. The rangers go there, Gandalf replied, a hint of dry amusement in his tone. Deadman's Dyke, is it? That's what it's been called for many a long year. But its true name, Barlaam, is Fornost Erain, the Norbury of the kings, and the king will return there one day. When he does, you'll see some truly noble folk passing through your village. Well, that does sound a bit more promising, I suppose, Butterbur conceded, and it would be good for trade, no question, so long as he leaves Bree to itself. He will, said Gandalf. He knows this place and holds it dear. Does he? Now, Butterbur looked thoroughly perplexed. Can't imagine why he would, sitting on a grand throne in some far-off castle hundreds of miles away, sipping wine from a golden goblet. I shouldn't wonder. What would he care about the prancing pony? Or a mug of my ale? Not that my ale isn't good, Gandalf. It's been exceptionally good since you stopped by last autumn and spoke kindly of it. That's been a real comfort lately, I must say. Ah, Sam interjected, unable to contain himself. But he says your beer is always good. He says that? Of course he does. He's Strider, the leader of the Rangers. Haven't you worked that out yet? The truth finally dawned on him. Butterbur's broad face became a picture of stunned amazement. His eyes went wide, his mouth fell open, and he let out a long, slow gasp. Strider, he finally managed to exhale. Him, with a crown and everything, and a golden cup? Good heavens, what is the world coming to? Better times at least for Bree, Gandalf said with a gentle smile. I hope so, I really do, Butterbur murmured. Well, this has been the most interesting conversation I've had in an age. I won't deny I'll sleep easier tonight with a lighter heart. You've given me an awful lot to ponder, but I'll save all that thinking for tomorrow. I'm for my bed, and I expect you'll be glad of yours as well. Hey, Nob, he called, moving toward the door. Nob, you lazy bones. Now then, he said to himself, slapping his forehead. Now what does that remind me of? Not another forgotten letter, I hope, Mr. Butterbur, said Mary. Now, Mr. Brandybuck, don't you start on that, Butterbur chuckled. But there you've gone and scattered my thoughts. Where was I, Nob? The stables. Ah, that's it. I've got something of yours. You remember Bill Ferny and that stolen horse business? That pony you bought from him is here? Came back on its own. It did. Though where it's been, you'd know better than me. It was shaggy as an old rug and thin as a fence post, but it was alive. Nob's been tending to it. What, my Bill? Sam cried out, his face lighting up. Well, I was born lucky, no matter what my old gaffer says. Another wish come true. Where's he at? Sam refused to settle down for the night without first checking on Bill in his stall. The company lingered in Bree for another full day, and by the following evening Mr. Butterbur certainly had no cause to grumble about his trade. A thirst for news won out over lingering unease, and the inn was packed. Out of courtesy, the hobbits spent part of the evening in the common room, fielding question after question. Given the long memories in Bree, Frodo was asked repeatedly if he had finished his book. Not just yet, he replied. I'm heading home now to organize all my notes. He gave his word that the astonishing happenings at Bree would feature prominently, adding a spark of local excitement to a volume otherwise likely to dwell on distant and seemingly minor events from away down south. When one of the younger patrons called for a song, however, a sudden quiet fell over the room. He was met with stern looks, and the request was not made again. Clearly, nobody was keen on another evening of peculiar occurrences in the common room. Their remaining time in Bree passed without incident. No daytime disturbances, no eerie sounds in the night. Yet the next morning, they rose at dawn. The rain persisted, and they hoped to make the Shire before dark, knowing it was a lengthy ride. The folk of Bree turned out to see them off, their spirits brighter than they'd been in a year. Those who hadn't yet seen the travellers in all their gear stared in open-mouthed wonder at Gandalf with his white beard, and the light that seemed to shine from within him, as if his blue cloak were merely a wisp of cloud veiling the sun, and at the four hobbits, who looked like riders out of nearly forgotten legends. Even those who had scoffed at all the talk of the king began to wonder if there might be some truth to it after all. "Well, safe journey to you, and a fortunate homecoming," said Mr. Butterbur. "I suppose I ought to have mentioned sooner that all's not well in the Shire either, if the rumours are to be believed. Strange doings from what they say. But one worry pushes out another, and my own troubles were filling my head. Still, if I may be bold, you've returned from your journeys changed, and you look like folk who can handle trouble without flinching. I've no doubt you'll sort it all out. Good luck to you, and the more often you come back this way, the happier I'll be." They bid him farewell and rode out, passing through the west gate and onto the road toward the Shire. Bill the pony was with them, carrying a fair load of baggage as before, but he trotted contentedly beside Sam. "I wonder what old Barliman was hinting at," Frodo mused. "I can guess a fair bit of it," said Sam, his tone gloomy. "What I saw in the mirror, trees cut down and all that, and my old gaffer turned out of his home on Bagshot Row. I should have hurried back faster. And something's clearly amiss in the South Farthing," Merry added. "There's a widespread shortage of pipeweed." "Whatever it is," Pippin declared, "you can be sure Lotho will be at the root of it. Deeply involved, but not the true root," Gandalf corrected. "You are forgetting Saruman. His interest in the Shire began before Mordor's." "Well, we have you with us," said Merry, "so matters will be settled soon enough." "I am with you now," Gandalf replied, "but not for much longer. I will not be entering the Shire. You must manage its affairs yourselves. That is what all your trials have prepared you for. Do you still not see? My time here is ended. It is no longer my role to set things right, nor to help others do so. And as for you, my dear friends, you will require no help. You are grown up now. Grown, indeed, very tall. You walk among the great, and I have not a shred of fear left for any of you," he then added, with a wry twist in his voice that shifted his tone from solemn to almost playful. "But if you must know, I will be turning aside soon. I intend to have a very long talk with Bombadil, a conversation unlike any I've had in all my years. He is a gatherer of moss, while I have been a stone doomed to endless rolling. Perhaps he can teach an old wanderer how to stay still for a while. My wandering days are drawing to a close, and I suspect we will have a great deal to discuss from now on." Soon they reached the spot along the east road where they had last seen Tom Bombadil. They half hoped to find him waiting there to welcome them as they passed, but the place was empty. To the south, a dull grey haze hung over the Barrow Downs, and a thicker shroud seemed to cover the distant old forest. They paused, and Frodo gazed southward with a pang of longing. "I would give anything to meet that cheerful soul again," he murmured. "How do you suppose he's been?" "Just as he always is, I've no doubt," Gandalf replied. "Perfectly content, and, I imagine, fairly unconcerned with all our deeds and journeys, save perhaps our encounter with the Ents. A day may come for you to visit him. But if I were in your shoes, I would make haste for home, or you'll find the Brandywine Bridge shut and locked before you arrive." "But there aren't any gates," Merry objected. "Not on the road itself, you know that. There's the Buckland Gate, certainly, but they'd let me through that at any hour. There weren't any gates, you should say," Gandalf corrected gently. "I fancy you'll discover some have been built, and you may meet with more difficulty at the Buckland Gate than you expect. Still, you'll manage. Farewell, my dear friends. This is not our final parting, not by a long shot. Farewell." He guided Shadowfax off the road, and the magnificent steed cleared the green dike running alongside it in one effortless bound. At Gandalf's call, horse and rider vanished, speeding toward the Barrow Downs like a gust of northern wind. "Well, here we are," said Merry. "Just the four of us who began this journey together. We've left all the others behind, one by one. The whole adventure feels almost like a dream that's gently faded away." "Not to me," Frodo said quietly. "To me it feels more like slowly waking up." Chapter 8. The Scouring of the Shire. It was past nightfall when the weary, rain-drenched travelers finally reached the Brandywine, only to find their path blocked. A heavy gate studded with iron spikes now stood at each end of the bridge. On the far side of the river, they could make out several newly built houses, tall, two-story structures with narrow, severe windows, barely lit and utterly cheerless, a sight profoundly foreign to the Shire. They beat upon the outer gate and shouted, but at first no one answered. Then, to their astonishment, a horn blast cut the air, and the lights in the windows were abruptly extinguished. A voice yelled from the darkness, "Who goes there? Clear off. You can't enter. Can't you read the sign? No entry between sunset and sunrise." "Of course we can't read your sign in the pitch black," Sam shouted back, his temper rising. "And if good Shire folk are to be left standing in the wet on a night like this, I'll rip that notice down the moment I lay hands on it." A window banged shut, and a group of hobbits bearing lanterns streamed out of the house to the left. They opened the far gate, and a few crossed the bridge. When they saw the travelers, they appeared startled and uneasy. "Step lively now," said Merry, recognizing one among them. "If you don't know me, Hob Hayward, you ought to. I'm Merry Brandybuck, and I'd very much like to know what all this nonsense is about, and what a Bucklander like you is doing here. Last I knew you were posted at the Haygate. Mercy me, it's Master Merry sure enough, and dressed for a battle by the look of it," exclaimed old Hob. "Why, they said you were dead, lost in the old forest, or so the tales went. I'm right glad to see you in the flesh after all." "Then stop staring at me through these bars and open this gate," Merry demanded. "I'm sorry, Master Merry, but we have our orders." "Whose orders?" "The chief's, up at Bag End." Chief, said Frodo. "Do you mean Mr. Lotho?" "I suppose so, Mr. Baggins," Hob answered, lowering his voice. "But we're to say just the chief these days." "Are you indeed?" said Frodo, a flicker of dry amusement in his tone. "Well, I'm pleased he's dropped the Baggins name at any rate, but it seems it's high time the family had a word with him and reminded him of his proper place." A nervous silence fell over the hobbits on the other side of the gate. "It won't do you no good talking like that," one of them muttered. "He'll hear of it, sure as sunrise. If you keep making such a racket, you'll rouse the chief's head enforcer," one of the hobbits warned. Merry gave a sharp laugh. "We intend to wake him in a manner he won't forget. If you're telling us your beloved chief has been recruiting thugs from the wilderness, then our return is perfectly timed." He swung down from his pony and, in the lantern light, ripped the posted notice from the gate, tossing it aside. The hobbits on duty retreated, making no move to unbar the entrance. "Let's go, Pippin," Merry called. "Two of us will do just fine." Together, Merry and Pippin scaled the gate, sending the watchmen scattering. Another horn blast echoed, and from the larger house to the right, a bulky shadow filled the lit doorway. "What's the meaning of this?" The figure snarled, stomping forward. "Breaking in? Get lost, or I'll snap your scrawny necks." He halted abruptly, the glint of drawn swords catching his eye. "Bill Ferny," said Merry, his voice cold. "Open that gate in 10 seconds, or you'll live to regret it. Refuse, and I'll test your hide against my blade. Once it's open, you will walk through it and never come back. You're nothing but a ruffian and a common robber." Ferny cringed, fumbling with the lock before swinging the gate open. "Hand over the key," Merry demanded. Instead, the ruffian hurled it at Merry's head and bolted into the dark. As he raced past the ponies, One lashed out with its hind legs, catching him squarely. With a pained yelp, Bill Ferny vanished into the night, never to be seen in those parts again. "Clean shot, Bill," Sam remarked, praising the pony. "So much for your big man," said Mary. "We'll deal with the chief soon enough. For now we need a place to sleep. Since you've seen fit to tear down the old Bridge Inn and put up this dreary shack, you'll have to accommodate us." "Begging your pardon, Mr. Merry," stammered Hob. "But that's not permitted." "What isn't permitted? Taking in strangers on a whim, handing out extra rations, all that," Hob explained. "What's wrong with this place?" Merry pressed. "Was it a poor year? I thought the summer and harvest were splendid." "Well, no, the year's been fine enough," Hob admitted. "We grow plenty, but we've lost track of where it all goes. It's these gatherers and sharers, if you ask me, always counting, measuring, and hauling things off to storage. They do a powerful lot more gathering than sharing, and we rarely see any of it return." "Oh, for goodness sake," Pippin said, stifling a yawn. "This is all too dreary for me tonight. We have our own supplies. Just find us a room to rest in. It'll be better than plenty of spots I've slept in lately." The gate guards still fidgeted, clearly uneasy about breaking some decree, but they couldn't argue with 4 determined travelers, all armed, and 2 of them unusually tall and sturdy for hobbits. Frodo directed that the gates be secured once more. It seemed wise to keep a watch, with ruffians possibly still lurking. The companions then entered the hobbit guardhouse, doing their best to settle in. It was a bleak, unwelcoming space, featuring a pitiful little fireplace that refused to hold a decent blaze. Upstairs, rows of hard cots lined the rooms, and every wall was plastered with notices and lists of regulations. Pippin promptly tore them down. There was no beer and scant food, but with the travelers' own contributions shared around, everyone managed a satisfactory meal. Pippin then blatantly violated Regulation 4 by tossing most of the next day's wood allotment onto the fire. "Right then," he said, "how about a smoke while you tell us what's been going on in the Shire?" "There ain't no pipeweed any more," Hob said gloomily. "Leastways, none for the likes of us. All the stores seem to have vanished. We heard wagons full of the stuff rolled out down the old road from the South Farthing past Sarn Ford. That was near the end of last year, after you all left. But it had been slipping away quietly, even before that, bit by bit. That Lotho." "Hold your tongue, Hob Hayward." Several others shouted in unison. "You know that kind of talk is forbidden. The chief will find out, and then we'll all be in for it." Someone muttered. "He wouldn't know a thing if certain folks around here weren't such talebearers." Hob shot back angrily. Sam held up a hand. "Enough," I said. "I've heard all I care to." No proper welcome, no ale, no pipeweed, just a heap of new rules and this nasty business talk. I was hoping for a bit of peace, but it's plain there's trouble brewing. Let's get some sleep and worry about it tomorrow. This new chief clearly had his ways of learning things quickly. It was a solid 40 miles from the bridge to Bag End, yet word travelled there in a rush. Frodo and his companions soon realized this. They hadn't settled on firm plans, only loosely considering a stop at Crick Hollow together for a short rest. Seeing how matters stood, however, they chose to head straight for Hobbiton instead. The following day, they set out along the road at a steady pace. The wind had died down, but the sky remained a dull grey. The countryside appeared somewhat dreary and deserted, though to be fair, it was the 1st of November, the very tail end of autumn. Even so, there seemed to be an uncommon number of fires burning, with smoke rising from various points across the land. A particularly thick plume was drifting up far off toward the woody end. As dusk approached, they neared Frogmorton, a village situated right on the road, about 22 miles from the bridge. Their intention was to spend the night there, as the floating log was known to be a fine inn. But upon reaching the village's eastern edge, they encountered a barrier. A large sign declared "No Road," and behind it stood a sizable group of sheriffs, clutching staves with feathers in their caps, looking both self-important and distinctly nervous. "What is the meaning of this?" asked Frodo, fighting an urge to laugh. "This is the meaning, Mr. Baggins," announced the leader, a hobbit with 2 feathers in his cap. "You are under arrest for gate breaking, tearing up official rules, assaulting gatekeepers, trespassing, sleeping in shire buildings without permission, and bribing guards with food." "Is that all?" said Frodo. "That will suffice for now," replied the sheriff leader. "I could add a few items if you'd like," Sam chimed in, "such as calling your chief names, wishing to punch his pimply face, and thinking the lot of you sheriffs look like a bunch of tomfools." "Now see here, mister, that's quite enough," said the leader. "The chief's orders are for you to come along quietly. We are to take you to Bywater and hand you over to the chief's men. You'll get your chance to speak when he hears your case, but if you don't fancy a long stay in the lockholes, I'd advise you to keep your remarks brief." To the great discomfort of the sheriffs, Frodo and his friends all burst into laughter. "Don't be ridiculous," said Frodo. "I will go where I please, and at my own pace. It so happens my business is taking me to Bag End. But if you insist on tagging along, that is your own concern." "Very well, Mr. Baggins," said the leader, moving the barrier aside. "But don't forget you are under my arrest." "I won't forget," Frodo replied, "though I may choose to forgive you. Now, I am traveling no further today. If you would be so kind as to escort me to the floating log, I would appreciate it." "I cannot do that, sir. The inn is closed. There is a sheriff house at the other end of the village. I will take you there." "Very well," said Frodo. "Lead on, and we will follow." Sam had been studying the sheriffs closely and recognized one among them. "Hey, Robin Smallborough, come over here," he called. "I need a word with you." With an embarrassed look toward his fuming but hesitant leader, Sheriff Smallborough dropped back and walked beside Sam, who had dismounted. "Listen here, Cock Robin," said Sam. "You were raised in Hobbiton. You ought to know better than to be waylaying Mr. Frodo like this. And what's this nonsense about the inn being closed?" "They're all closed," Robin confessed quietly. "The chief doesn't approve of beer. At least, that's how it began. But now, if you ask me, I reckon it's his men who are getting it all." Sam shook his head, a frown creasing his brow. "You should be ashamed getting mixed up in all this foolishness. I remember when you preferred the cozy warmth of an inn to the cold outdoors. You were forever finding an excuse to step inside, whether you were on duty or not." Robin sighed, his shoulders slumping. "I'd still choose that life if I could, Sam. Don't judge me too harshly. What choice do I have? You recall I joined the sheriff 7 years back, before any of this trouble started. It was a chance to wander the countryside, meet folks, catch up on the news, and learn where a proper pint was poured. But times have changed." "If the job's lost its respect, you could just walk away from it," Sam insisted. "We're not permitted to leave," Robin replied quietly. Sam's temper began to flare. "If I hear 'not allowed' one more time, I won't be responsible for my mood." "Wouldn't mind seeing a bit of that spirit," Robin whispered, casting a glance around. "If enough of us got angry together, maybe we could change things. But it's these men, Sam, the chief's men. They're everywhere he sends them. And if any of us ordinary folk dare to speak up for ourselves, they haul us off to the lockholes. They started with old Mayor Will Whitfoot, good old Floor Dumpling, and they've taken plenty more since. It's gotten worse lately. Often they don't just take them, they beat them now. Then why are you doing their dirty work?" Sam demanded, his voice rising. "Who ordered you to Frogmorton?" "Nobody had to. We're stationed here in the large sheriff house now. We're called the 1st East Farthing Troop. There are hundreds of sheriffs altogether, and with all these new rules they want even more. Most of us are in it against our will, but not everyone. Even here in the Shire, some enjoy poking into other people's affairs and acting important. And there's something darker. A few are doing spy work for the chief and his men." "Ah." Sam's eyes narrowed. "So that's how you knew we were coming." "Exactly. We're forbidden from using the old postal system ourselves, but they've taken over the quick post service with special runners at key points. One arrived from Whitfurrows last night with a secret message, and another carried it on from here. A reply came back this afternoon saying you were to be arrested and brought to Bywater, not straight to the lockholes. Evidently, the chief is very eager to see you personally." Sam gave a grim smile. His eagerness might cool down considerably after Mr. Frodo has a word with him. The sheriff house in Frogmorton was as dismal as the bridge house had been. Though only a single story, it shared the same narrow, unwelcoming windows, and was constructed from poorly laid, unattractive pale bricks. Inside, the air was damp and gloomy. Supper was served on a long, bare table that hadn't seen a good scrubbing in weeks, and the meal itself was hardly worth a better setting. The travelers were more than ready to depart. It was roughly 18 miles to Bywater, and they finally set out at 10 in the morning. They would have left earlier, but Sam took a certain pleasure in how clearly the delay irritated the sheriff leader. The west wind had swung to the north, bringing a sharper chill, though at least the rain had ceased. The procession that left the village had a ridiculous air about it. The handful of villagers who came out to gawk at the travelers' parade seemed uncertain whether laughter was still permitted. A dozen sheriffs had been assigned as an escort for the prisoners, but Merry promptly ordered them to march in front, while Frodo and his companions rode behind. Merry, Pippin, and Sam rode at their ease, laughing, chatting, and even breaking into song, while the sheriffs stomped along, trying desperately to appear stern and official. Frodo, however, remained quiet, his expression thoughtful and somber. The last person they passed was a sturdy old fellow trimming a hedge. "Well, well," he called out with a jeer. "Looks like the tables have turned. Who's arresting who here?" Immediately, two of the sheriffs broke ranks and moved toward him. "Leader," Merry's voice cut through the air, sharp and commanding, "call your men back to their positions this instant, unless you want me to handle them myself." At a terse command from their flustered leader, the two hobbits returned to the line, their faces sulky. "Now, move along," Merry ordered. From that point on, the travelers made sure their ponies maintained a brisk enough pace to keep the sheriffs hustling as fast as their legs could carry them. The sun broke through the clouds, and despite the persistent chill in the wind, the travelers were soon breathing heavily and sweating. They gave up the forced march at the 3 farthing stone, having covered close to 14 miles with just a single midday break. It was past 3 in the afternoon, and hunger combined with sore feet made the brisk pace impossible to maintain. "Suit yourselves, then," Merry called back. "We're pressing ahead." "Take your time, Cock Robin," Sam shouted after them. "I'll be waiting outside the Green Dragon, assuming you remember where that is. Don't take all day about it." "You're violating your arrest, plain and simple," their leader said with a sigh, "and I can't be held responsible for it." "We'll be violating a lot more than that before we're through, and we won't need your permission," Pippin retorted. "Best of luck to you." The hobbits quickened their pace, and as the sun started its descent toward the distant white downs on the western horizon, they arrived at Bywater and its broad pool. It was here they received their first truly heart-wrenching blow. This was Frodo and Sam's own homeland, and they realized with a sharp pang how deeply they cherished it above all other places. Numerous familiar houses were simply gone. Some appeared to have been destroyed by fire. The cheerful row of old hobbit holes built into the north bank of the pool stood empty, their once tidy little gardens, which had stretched brightly to the water's edge, now overgrown with wild, tangled weeds. More distressing was a complete line of ugly new houses, constructed all along poolside, where the Hobbiton Road skirted the bank. A lovely avenue of trees had once stood there. Every single one was now missing. Peering with growing dread up the road toward Bag End, they spotted a tall brick chimney in the distance, belching thick black smoke into the twilight sky. Sam was nearly frantic. "I'm going straight up there, Mr. Frodo," he cried. "I need to see what's happened. I have to find my old gaffer." "Best we learn what we're walking into first, Sam," Merry advised cautiously. "I'd wager this chief has a crew of thugs at his disposal. We should look for someone who can tell us how things stand here now." Yet in the village of Bywater, every home and hobbit hole was shuttered tight, with no friendly faces to greet them. Their puzzlement was short-lived. When they approached the Green Dragon, the last building on the Hobbiton side, now a lifeless shell with shattered windows, They were alarmed to find half a dozen large, unpleasant-looking men leaning idly against the inn wall. They were squint-eyed and had sallow, unhealthy complexions. "Reminds me of that unsavory friend of Bill Ferny's back in Bree," Sam noted quietly. "Reminds me of too many I saw at Isengard," Merry muttered in reply. The ruffians carried clubs and had horns at their belts, but as far as could be seen, no other weapons. As the travellers rode closer, the men pushed off from the wall and stepped into the road, blocking it completely. "And just where do you think you're headed?" one of them demanded, the largest and most menacing of the bunch. "The road ends here for you. And where are those precious sheriffs of yours?" "Oh, they're coming along just fine," Mary said airily. "A bit tired in the feet, perhaps. We promised to meet them right here. See?" "What did I tell you?" the ruffian said to his companions with a sneer. "I told Sharkey it was useless to rely on those little idiots. He should have sent some of our own lads. And what good would that have done, I wonder?" said Merry, his tone shifting from weary traveller to something colder and more dangerous. "We aren't accustomed to highwaymen in these parts, but we certainly know how to handle them." "Highwaymen, is it?" the man spat back. "So that's your attitude? You'd better adjust it, or we'll adjust it for you. You little people have been getting far too bold. Don't rely too much on the boss's gentle nature. Sharky's in charge now, and you'll do exactly as Sharky says." "And what exactly does Sharky say?" Frodo asked, his voice deceptively calm. "This land needs a rude awakening and a firm hand to set it straight," the ruffian declared, "and Sharky's the one to deliver it. He'll make it painful if you force his hand. You need a stronger boss. And you'll have one before the year ends, if there's any more insolence. Then you'll learn a lesson or two, you miserable rat folk. Is that so?" "I'm actually pleased to hear your plans," Frodo replied. "I'm on my way to pay a call on Mr. Lotho. He might find them quite interesting as well." The ruffian let out a harsh laugh. "Lotho? Oh, he knows well enough, don't you worry," the man sneered. "He'll do as Sharky commands. If a boss causes trouble, we can replace him. Understand? And if little people try to push in where they don't belong, we can remove them from the picture." "See? I see," Frodo replied calmly. "What I see is that you are woefully behind on current events. Much has changed since you left the South. Your time is finished along with all your fellow thugs. The Dark Tower has fallen. A king now rules in Gondor. Isengard lies in ruins, and your precious master is a beggar wandering the wild. I saw him myself on the road. The king's messengers will travel the Greenway now, not bullies from Isengard." The ruffian stared, then broke into a mocking grin. "A beggar in the wilds," he jeered. "Is that so? Strut and crow all you like, my little bantam. But that won't stop us from enjoying this soft, comfortable country you've been lazing in for too long." He snapped his fingers right before Frodo's face. "And king's messengers, I'll believe that when I see one. Maybe then I'll pay some attention." This was more than Pippin could bear. His mind flashed to the honor of the field of Cormoran, and now this squint-eyed rogue dared to call the ring-bearer a little bantam. He threw back his cloak, his sword flashing into the open. The silver and sable of Gondor gleamed upon him as he urged his pony forward. "I am a messenger of the king," he declared, his voice sharp. "You are addressing a friend of the king, renowned across all the western lands. You are nothing but a ruffian and a fool. Get down on your knees in this road and beg for pardon, or I will run this troll's bane through you." The blade caught the light of the sinking sun. Merry and Sam promptly drew their own swords and moved up to flank Pippin, though Frodo remained still. The bullies recoiled. Frightening Breland farmers and intimidating confused hobbits was their usual trade. The sight of fearless hobbits with bright steel and determined faces was a profound shock. Worse was the unfamiliar, steely tone in their voices, a cold authority that sparked real fear. "Go," commanded Merry. "Trouble this village again, and you will live to regret it." As the three hobbits advanced, the ruffians finally turned and fled, sprinting away up the Hobbiton road, though they sounded their horns as they ran. "Well, our return was not a moment too soon," Merry observed. Perhaps it is a day too late, at least to save Lotho, Frodo said with a sigh, a sudden weariness touching his words. He was a miserable fool, but I pity him now. Save Lotho? Pippin exclaimed, utterly baffled. Destroy him, I'd say. I don't believe you fully grasped the situation, Pippin, Frodo explained. Lotho never intended for things to go this far. He has been a wicked fool, but now he's trapped. The ruffians are in control, looting, bullying, and wrecking everything in his name. And soon, they won't even bother using his name. He's likely a prisoner in Bag End right now, terrified. We should attempt to rescue him. Well, I am completely staggered, Pippin cried. Of all the possible endings to our journey, this is the very last I imagined, having to battle half-orcs and ruffians here in the Shire itself, just to rescue Lotho Pimple. Fight, said Frodo. It may come to that, I suppose. But remember this, there is to be no killing of hobbits. Not even those who have truly gone over to the other side. And I mean truly gone. Not just obeying out of fear. No hobbit has ever purposefully slain another in the Shire, and that will not start now. And if it can at all be avoided, nobody is to be killed. Keep your tempers, hold back your hands until the very last possible moment. But if there are many of these brutes, Merry argued, it will certainly mean a fight. You won't rescue Lotho, or the Shire for that matter, just by being sorrowful and shocked, my dear Frodo. No, Pippin agreed, his earlier bravado cooling into practicality. Frightening them off won't work a second time. We took them by surprise. You heard those horns? There are clearly more of them nearby. They'll be far bolder when they gather in numbers. We should consider finding somewhere to take cover for the night. After all, there are only 4 of us, even if we are armed. I've an idea, said Sam. Let's head down to old Tom Cotton's place on South Lane, Pippin suggested. He's always been a solid man, and he's got plenty of sons who are all mates of mine. Not a chance, Merry cut in sharply. Hiding away is exactly the wrong move. That's what everyone's been doing, and it's precisely what these thugs want. They'll just gather their whole crew, trap us, and either smoke us out or burn the place down around us. No, we need to act right now. Act how? Asked Pippin. Rouse the Shire, Merry declared. Immediately, wake everyone up. You can see they all despise this situation, every last one of them, aside from a handful of troublemakers and a few fools chasing a bit of power without grasping what's truly happening. But Shire folk have been cozy for so long, they've forgotten how to fight back. They're like dry tinder, though, just one spark and they'll blaze. The chief's men have to realize that. They'll try to crush us fast before we can get organized. We're almost out of time, Sam. If you want, you can ride hard for the cotton farm. Tom's the most respected man in these parts and the toughest. Let's move. I'm going to sound the horn of Rohan and give them a melody they won't soon forget. They wheeled their ponies back to the village center. There Sam broke away, urging his mount into a gallop down the southern lane toward the cotton homestead. He hadn't gone far when a clear, piercing horn call sliced through the air, ringing out over the hills. The sound echoed across the fields, so powerful and urgent that Sam nearly yanked his pony around to race back. His steed reared, whinnying in alarm. "Easy, boy, onward," Sam shouted, patting its neck. "We'll be returning before long." Then he heard Merry shift the tune, and the defiant horn cry of Buckland erupted, vibrating the very atmosphere. "Awake, awake, fear, fire, foes, awake." Fire, foes, awake. Behind him, Sam could make out a rising clamor of shouts, the racket of doors slamming. Ahead, lanterns flickered to life in the deepening dusk. Dogs barked frantically. Running footsteps pounded the earth. Before he even reached the end of the lane, Farmer Cotton appeared with 3 of his boys, young Tom, Jolly, and Nick, rushing toward him, axes held ready to block the path. "Hold on, this isn't one of those villains," Sam heard the farmer say. "Looks hobbit-sized, but dressed mighty strange." "Hey there," he called out. "Who are you, and what's all this racket about?" "It's Sam Gamgee. I've come home." Farmer Cotton stepped closer, peering at him in the fading light. "Well, I'll be," he exclaimed. "The voice matches, and your face hasn't changed for the worse, Sam. but I'd have walked right past you on the road in that outfit. You've seen some far-off lands by the look of it. We'd given you up for lost." "Not me," said Sam. "Nor Mr. Frodo. He's here with his companions. And that's what the fuss is about. They're rallying the Shire. We aim to drive out these ruffians and their so-called chief, too. We're starting tonight." "Excellent, excellent," Farmer Cotton cried, a fierce grin spreading across his face. "So it's finally starting. I've been craving a bit of action all year, but nobody would lift a finger. Had to consider the wife and Rosie, of course. These brutes stop at nothing. But come on, boys. Bywater is rising. We can't miss this." "What about Mrs. Cotton and Rosie?" Sam asked, a sudden worry tightening his chest as he pictured the farmhouse left undefended. "It's not safe to leave them on their own just yet. Nibs is with them. But you're welcome to go lend a hand if you're inclined," said Farmer Cotton with a knowing wink. Then he and his sons sprinted off toward the growing commotion in the village. Sam hurried on to the house. By the large round door at the top of the steps from the broad yard stood Mrs. Cotton and Rosie, with young Nibs planted firmly in front of them, gripping a hayfork. "It's me!" Sam shouted as he trotted up. "Sam Gamgee, so no need to jab at me, Nibs. Besides, I'm wearing a mail shirt under here." He dismounted and climbed the steps. They simply stared at him, silent for a moment. "Good evening, Mrs. Cotton," he said, then turned. "Hello, Rosie." "Hello, Sam." Rosie replied, her hands on her hips. A playful, challenging glint was in her eye. "Where on earth have you been?" they said. "You were dead, but I've been waiting for you since the spring. You certainly haven't been in any rush, have you?" "Maybe not," Sam admitted, feeling his ears grow warm. "But I'm making up for it now. We're dealing with the ruffians, and I need to get back to Mr. Frodo. But I wanted to stop by and check on Mrs. Cotton and on you, Rosie." "We're managing just fine, thank you," said Mrs. Cotton. Cotton grumbled. "Or it would be, if not for these thieving troublemakers." "Well, get going then," Rosie shot back. "If you've been watching over Mr. Frodo all this time, why run off the moment things turn risky?" That remark hit Sam hard. It demanded a lengthy explanation, or none at all. He turned without a word and climbed onto his pony. Just as he began to move, Rosie hurried down the steps. "You look quite dashing, Sam," she told him. "Now go on, but watch yourself, and come right home once you've dealt with those ruffians." Upon returning, Sam discovered the entire village awake and buzzing. Aside from plenty of young lads, over 100 sturdy hobbits had already gathered, armed with axes, heavy hammers, long knives, and solid staves. A few even carried hunting bows. More were still arriving from outlying farms. To lift spirits, and because it was one of the chief's banned activities, some villagers had lit a large fire, which glowed brightly as evening fell. Following Merry's instructions, others were setting up barricades at both ends of the village road. When the sheriffs reached the lower barrier, they were stunned. But once they grasped the situation, most tore off their feathers and joined the uprising. The rest slipped away quietly. Sam located Frodo and his companions near the fire, deep in conversation with old Tom Cotton, while a crowd of admiring Bywater residents looked on. "So, what's the plan now?" asked Farmer Cotton. "I can't say yet," Frodo replied. "Not until I learn more. How many of these ruffians are there?" "That's tricky to pin down," Cotton admitted. "They move around, coming and going. Sometimes there are 50 of them up in the sheds near Hobbiton, but they roam out from there, stealing or gathering, as they put it. Still, there's rarely fewer than 20 hanging around the boss, as they call him. He's holed up at Bag End, or was. Lately, he doesn't step beyond his grounds. In fact, nobody's laid eyes on him for a week or two, but his men won't let anyone get close." "Hobbiton isn't their only spot, is it?" Pippin asked. "No, worse luck," said Cotton. "I hear a fair number are down south around Longbottom and near Sarn Ford, with more hiding in the woody end. They've got sheds at Waymeet, too. And then there are the lockholes, what they call the old storage tunnels at Michel Delving, that they've turned into prisons for anyone who resists. All told, though I'd guess there aren't more than 300 in the whole Shire, maybe fewer. We can handle them if we stand together." What about weapons? Merry inquired. Whips, knives, and clubs. Enough for their dirty business, Cotton answered. That's all they've shown so far. But I expect they've got other gear if it comes to a real fight. Some have bows, certainly. They've already shot a couple of our folk. There you have it, Frodo, Merry exclaimed. I knew we'd end up fighting. Well, they began the killing. Not exactly, Cotton corrected. At least not the shooting. The Took started that. You see, our dad, Mr. Peregrine, has never had any dealings with this Loto from the start. Said if anyone was going to act the chief nowadays, it ought to be the proper Thane of the Shire, not some upstart. When Loto sent his men, they got nowhere with him. The Tooks are fortunate. They've got those deep holes in the green hills, the great smiles and such, where the ruffians can't reach them. They won't allow the ruffians on their land either. If they try, the Tooks hunt them down. They shot 3 for prowling and robbing. After that, the ruffians turned meaner. Now they keep a tight watch on Tookland. No one gets in or out. Good for the Tooks, Pippin cheered. But someone's about to get back in. I'm heading for the Smiles. Anyone coming with me to Tuckborough? Pippin rode off with half a dozen lads on ponies. See you soon, he called. It's only about 14 miles across the fields. I'll bring you back an army of Tooks by morning. As they vanished into the deepening night, Merry sounded a horn call after them, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Even so, Frodo addressed the gathered hobbits, I hope we can avoid any bloodshed, not even against these ruffians, unless it becomes absolutely necessary to protect our own. Merry nodded thoughtfully. Fair enough, but I expect the Hobbiton gang will be paying us a visit any moment now. They aren't coming for a friendly chat. We'll handle them as cleanly as we can, but we should brace for trouble. I have a strategy in mind. Good, Frodo replied. Take charge of the preparations. At that moment, several scouts sent toward Hobbiton came rushing back. They're on their way, one panted, about 20 of them, though 2 broke off and headed west across the fields. Probably making for Waymeet, Cotton observed, to fetch reinforcements. That's 15 miles each way. We needn't worry about them just yet. Merry quickly went to issue instructions, while Farmer Cotton cleared the lane, sending everyone inside except the older hobbits who carried some sort of weapon. They didn't have to wait long. Soon loud, rough voices echoed down the road, followed by the heavy tramp of boots. A full squad of the ruffians appeared, spotted the makeshift barrier, and laughed dismissively. To them, nothing in this quiet countryside could possibly stand against 20 of their own. The hobbits swung the barrier open and stepped aside. Much obliged, one of the men sneered. Now scurry home to bed before you earn a whipping. They swaggered up the street, barking orders. Douse those lights. Get inside and stay there, or we'll haul 50 of you off to the lockholes for a year. Move! The boss is running out of patience. No one obeyed. Instead, as the men passed, the hobbits closed in quietly from behind, trailing them. When the ruffians reached the bonfire, Farmer Cotton stood alone, calmly warming his hands. Who are you, and what do you think you're doing? Demanded their leader. Cotton looked him over slowly. I was about to ask you the same thing, he said. This isn't your land, and you're not welcome here. Well, you're wanted anyway, the leader retorted. We want you. Grab him, boys, off to the lockholes with him, and give him something to remember us by. The men took a single step forward and froze. A roar of voices erupted around them, and they suddenly realized Cotton wasn't alone. They were surrounded. In the shadows just beyond the firelight stood a wide ring of hobbits who had crept silently from the darkness, close to 200 of them, each holding some kind of weapon. Merry stepped into the light. We've met before, he told the leader, and I warned you not to return. I'll warn you again. You're standing in the open, covered by archers. If you lay a finger on this farmer or anyone else, you will be shot immediately. Drop any weapons you're carrying. The leader glanced around. He was trapped, but with 20 of his men at his back, he felt bold rather than afraid. Knowing too little about hobbits, he failed to grasp his real danger. Foolishly, he chose to fight, convinced they could easily break free. At him, lads, he shouted. Give 'em what for? With a long knife in one hand and a club in the other, he charged the ring, trying to smash his way back toward Hobbiton. He swung wildly at Merry, who stood directly in his path. The leader fell dead, 4 arrows buried in his chest. That was enough for the rest. They surrendered. Their weapons were collected, they were bound together with rope, and they were marched off to an empty hut they had built themselves. There they were tied hand and foot and locked inside under guard. The dead leader was dragged away and buried. "Seems almost too easy, doesn't it?" Cotton remarked afterward. "I told you we could handle them, but we needed a rallying cry." "You returned just in time, Mr. Merry." "There's still more to do," Merry replied. "If your count is right, we haven't dealt with 1/10 of them yet. But it's fully dark now. I think our next move should wait until morning. Then we must pay a visit to the chief." "Why not now?" Sam put in. "It's barely past 6 o'clock, and I'm anxious to see my old gaffer." "Do you know what's become of him, Mr. Cotton?" "He's managing Sam," the farmer replied. "When they tore up Bagshot Row, it hit him hard. He's staying in one of those new houses the chief's men threw up before they gave up building entirely and took to burning and stealing instead, not more than a mile past Bywater. But he finds his way to my place when he can, and I make sure he gets a better meal than some of the other poor souls. Against the rules, of course. I would have taken him in myself, but that wasn't permitted." "I can't thank you enough, Mr. Cotton, and I won't forget it," said Sam. "But I need to see him. That boss and that Sharkey they talked about might stir up trouble before morning." "Very well, Sam," Cotton said. "Pick a lad or two and bring him back to my house. You won't have to go near the old Hobbiton village across the water. My boy Jolly can show you the way." Sam hurried off. Merry posted lookouts around the village and set guards at the barriers for the night. Then he and Frodo went with Farmer Cotton to his home. They gathered with the family in the cozy kitchen, where the Cottons asked a few courteous questions about the travelers' journeys, but scarcely heard the replies. Their minds were fixed on what had happened in the Shire. "It all started with Pimple, as we call him," Farmer Cotton explained, "and it began almost the moment you left, Mr. Frodo. Pimple had some strange notions. Seems he wanted to own everything himself and then boss everyone else around. Before long, we learned he already owned more than was good for anyone, and he kept snatching up more: mills, malt houses, inns, farms, tobacco fields. Rumor has it he'd bought Sandyman's mill even before he moved into Bag End. He began with plenty of property down in the South Farthing, inherited from his father, and he'd been quietly shipping out the best leaf for a year or two. But toward the end of last year, he started sending off wagon loads of just about everything, not just leaf. Supplies grew scarce, and with winter coming on, people grew angry. But he had an answer ready. A bunch of men, ruffians mostly, arrived with big wagons. Some hauled goods south, others stayed. More kept coming. Before we knew it, they were settled all over the Shire, cutting down trees, digging, and putting up sheds and houses wherever they pleased. At first, Pimple paid for what they took or damaged, but soon they began throwing their weight around and taking whatever they wanted. There was a bit of resistance, but not enough. Old Will the mayor set out for Bag End to complain, but he never made it. Ruffians grabbed him, locked him in a storage hole at Michel Delving, and there he remains. After that, not long after New Year, there was no mayor any more. Pimple started calling himself Chief Sheriff, or just the chief, and did as he liked. Anyone who got uppish, as they put it, ended up like Will, so things went from bad to worse. No one was allowed smoke except the men. The chief was against beer except for his own followers, so he shut all the inns, and everything except rules grew scarcer and scarcer. Unless you could hide a bit of your own when the ruffians came around collecting for fair distribution, which meant they took it and we didn't, except for the scraps you could get at the sheriff houses, if you could stomach them. It was all very bad. But since Sharkey showed up, it's been pure ruin." "Who is this Sharkey?" asked Merry. "I heard one of the ruffians mention him." "The worst of the lot from what we can tell," Cotton answered. "We first heard his name around last harvest, maybe late September. None of us have seen him, but he's up at Bag End now, and I reckon he's the real chief. All the ruffians do what he says, and what he says is mostly hack, burn, and ruin. Lately it's come to killing. There's not even a shred of twisted logic to it anymore, just destruction for its own sake. They felled trees and left them to rot. They burned homes and never rebuilt. Take the Sandyman mill, for instance. Pimple had it torn down almost the moment he arrived at Bag End. Then he brought in a crew of rough-looking men to construct a larger one, packed with gears and strange machinery. Only that simpleton Ted was pleased, working there cleaning wheels for those men, where his father had once been the miller and his own boss. Pimple claimed it was to grind more and faster. He's built other mills just like it. But you need grain before you can grind anything, and there wasn't any more work for the new mill than the old. Since Sharkey arrived, they don't grind corn at all anymore. It's constant hammering, belching smoke, and a foul stench with no peace even at night in Hobbiton. They dump filth on purpose, too. They've poisoned the lower water, and it's creeping into the Brandywine. If they aim to turn the Shire into a wasteland, they're certainly on the right path. I don't think that fool Pimple is behind any of this. It's Sharkey, I tell you. That's the truth, young Tom chimed in. Why, they even took Pimple's own mother, Lobelia, and he was fond of her, if nobody else was. Some folks from Hobbiton saw it happen. She came down the lane with her old umbrella. A group of ruffians were coming up with a large cart. "Where do you think you're going?" she demanded. "To Bag End," they replied. "What for?" she asked. "To put up some sheds for Sharkey," they said. "Who gave you permission?" she shot back. "Sharkey," they answered. "So clear out of the way, old woman. I'll give you Sharkey, you filthy thieves," she yelled, and raised her umbrella and went straight for the leader, a man nearly twice her size, so they seized her. Dragged her off to the lockholes at her age, too. They've taken others we miss more dearly, but nobody can deny she showed more backbone than most. Sam burst into the middle of this conversation, arriving with his gaffer. Old Gamgee didn't look much older, but he was a bit deefer. "Good evening, Mr. Baggins," he exclaimed. "I'm truly glad to see you back safe, but I've a bit of a grievance to air, if I may be so bold. You never should have sold Bag End, like I always said. That's what began all this trouble. And while you've been traipsing about in foreign lands, chasing dark figures up mountains, from what my Sam says, though he never quite explains why, they've gone and dug up Bagshot Row and ruined my potatoes." "I am truly sorry, Mr. Gamgee," Frodo replied. "But now that I'm back, I'll do everything I can to set things right." "Well, you can't speak fairer than that," said the gaffer. "Mr. Frodo Baggins is a proper gentle hobbit, I've always maintained, whatever anyone might think of others with that name. No offence meant. And I hope my Sam has conducted himself properly and given satisfaction." "Complete satisfaction, Mr. Gamgee," Frodo assured him. "In fact, if you can believe it, he's now one of the most celebrated folk in all the lands, and they are composing songs about his deeds from here to the sea and even beyond the great river." Sam turned red, but he gave Frodo a grateful look, for Rosie's eyes were bright and she was smiling at him. "That's a mighty lot to believe," said the gaffer, "though I can see he's been keeping strange company. What's happened to his waistcoat? I don't approve of wearing that metalwork, no matter how well it lasts." Farmer Cotton's household and all his guests were up early the next morning. The night had passed quietly, but more trouble was sure to come before the day was done. "Seems like none of those ruffians are left up at Bag End," Cotton noted. "But the gang from Waymeet will be along any time now." After breakfast, a messenger from the Tookland rode in, brimming with excitement. "The Thane has roused our whole country," he announced, "and the news is spreading like wildfire. The ruffians who were watching our land have fled south. Those who got away alive, the Thane had ridden out to confront the larger force approaching from that direction, leaving Mr. Peregrine to return with every available fighter he could spare." Merry arrived on horseback around 10 o'clock, his face grim from a night of scouting. "A large band is about 4 miles out," he reported. "They're advancing along the road from Waymeet, and they've been picking up stray troublemakers along the way. I'd estimate nearly 100, and they're setting fires as they come. May they find no peace for it." Farmer Cotton shook his head. "This bunch won't parley. They'll kill on sight. If the Tooks don't arrive soon, we should take cover and start shooting." "I'm afraid talking won't settle this, Mr. Frodo. There's fighting ahead. The Tooks, however, arrived sooner than expected, led by Pippin. A full 100 strong marched in from Tuckborough and the Green Hills. With this force, Merry finally had the numbers to meet the ruffians head-on. Scouts confirmed the enemy was sticking close together, aware the countryside had turned against them and clearly intending to crush the rebellion at its heart in Bywater. Yet, for all their grim purpose, they lacked any real military sense, advancing without scouts or caution. Merry formulated his plans swiftly. The ruffians tramped along the east road and turned up the Bywater road, which wound between high banks topped with low hedges. Rounding a bend about a furlong from the main road, they found their path blocked by a sturdy barricade of overturned farm carts. As they halted in confusion, they realized the hedges on both sides were lined with hobbits. More hobbits emerged behind them, pushing additional wagons from a hidden field to seal their retreat. A voice rang out from above. "You've walked right into a trap," called Merry. "Your friends from Hobbiton suffered the same fate. One dead, the rest captured. Lay down your weapons. Move back 20 paces and sit down. Anyone trying to break out will be shot." But these men were not so easily cowed. A handful complied, only to be attacked by their own comrades. About 20 broke ranks and charged the wagons behind them. 6 were shot down, but the rest broke through, killing 2 hobbits before scattering toward the woody end. 2 more fell during their flight. Merry sounded a loud horn, answered by calls in the distance. "They won't get far," said Pippin. "That whole area is swarming with our hunters now." Back in the lane, the trapped men, still about 80 strong, tried to scale the barricade and the banks. The hobbits were forced to shoot many, or cut them down with axes, yet a group of the fiercest and most desperate managed to scramble out on the west side, attacking with a wild, murderous fury rather than trying to escape. Several hobbits fell, and the line began to waver, until Merry and Pippin charged across from the east side to meet them. Merry himself struck down their leader, a hulking, squint-eyed brute who seemed more orc than man. After that, he pulled his forces back, encircling the last of the men with a wide ring of archers until all resistance ended. When the dust settled, nearly 70 ruffians lay dead on the field, with another dozen taken prisoner. The hobbits counted 19 of their own slain and about 30 wounded. The dead ruffians were loaded onto wagons and hauled to an old sand pit nearby for burial, a site afterwards known as the Battle Pit. The fallen hobbits were laid together in a grave on the hillside, later marked by a great stone surrounded by a garden. Thus concluded the Battle of Bywater in the year 1419. The final battle fought within the Shire, and the only one since the clash at Greenfields back in 1147 up in the North Farthing. Though mercifully brief and costing few lives, it earned its own chapter in the Red Book. The names of all who took part were inscribed on a roll, memorized by Shire historians for generations to come. The fortunes of the Cottons grew considerably from that day forward. Yet it was the names of Captains Meriadoc and Peregrine that stood highest on every roll of honor. Frodo had been present during the battle, though he never raised his sword. His true role was to calm the furious hobbits and stop them from harming those enemies who had surrendered. Once the fighting ceased and the clean-up began, Merry, Pippin, and Sam found him, and together they rode back with the Cotton family. After a late lunch, Frodo let out a weary sigh. "I suppose we must face the chief now," he said. "Absolutely, and the sooner the better," Merry replied, his voice sharp. "Don't go easy on him. He's the one who invited those brutes here and allowed all this destruction. Farmer Cotton gathered about 24 sturdy hobbits as an escort. We can't be sure all the ruffians have left Bag End," he cautioned. "Best to be prepared." They set out on foot, with Frodo, Sam, Merry, and Pippin leading. It turned into one of the most heartbreaking walks of their lives. The great chimney loomed ahead, and as they entered the village across the water, they passed rows of shabby new houses lining the road. The new mill stood before them, a grim brick monstrosity straddling the stream and fouling it with a steaming, foul-smelling discharge. Every tree along the Bywater road had been cut down. When they crossed the bridge and looked up the hill, they froze. Not even Sam's vision in the mirror had fully prepared him for the devastation. The old grange on the west side was demolished, replaced by rows of tarred sheds. All the chestnut trees were gone, hedgerows were torn up, and the fields were stripped bare, littered with haphazardly parked wagons. Bagshot Row was now just a gaping pit of sand and gravel. Up ahead, Bag End was hidden behind a clutter of large, ugly huts. "They've cut it down," Sam cried out, his voice breaking. "They've cut down the party tree." He pointed to the empty spot where the tree had once stood, under which Bilbo gave his farewell speech. Now it lay butchered and lifeless in the field. That final blow was too much. Sam buried his face in his hands and wept. A harsh laugh cut through his grief. A grimy-faced hobbit, his hands black with filth, was leaning over the low wall of the mill yard. "Don't like what you see, Sam," he sneered. "Always were too soft. Thought you'd sailed off on one of those ships you were always dreaming about. Why come back?" "We've got real work to do in the Shire now." "So I see," Sam shot back, wiping his eyes. "No time for washing up, but plenty of time for leaning on walls. But listen here, Master Sandyman. I've a debt to settle in this village. Keep jeering, and you'll owe more than you can ever pay." Ted Sandyman spat over the wall. "Go on, then. You can't touch me. I'm a friend of the boss. But he'll deal with you soon enough if you keep talking." "Don't waste another word on that fool, Sam," Frodo said quietly. "I pray there aren't many more hobbits who've turned out like this. That would be a worse tragedy than all the damage the men have done." "You're filthy and rude, Sandyman," Merry added, a cold edge in his tone, "and you're also badly mistaken. We're on our way up the hill to remove your precious boss. We've already handled his men." Ted's jaw dropped as he finally noticed the armed escort, which now marched over the bridge at Merry's signal. Panicking, he dashed back into the mill and ran out blowing a horn. "Save your breath," Merry laughed. "I've got a better one." He raised his own silver horn and blew a clear, ringing call that echoed over the hill. In response, hobbits began pouring out of holes, sheds, and ramshackle houses all across Hobbiton. With cheers and shouts, they swarmed the road and followed the company up toward Bag End. At the top of the lane, the main party halted, allowing Frodo and his companions to go on alone. Step by step, they approached the place they had once loved so dearly. The garden was a cluttered mess of ramshackle huts and leaning sheds, several built so close to the westward-facing windows they blocked the light entirely. Heaps of refuse littered the ground. The door bore deep scratches, the bell chain hung uselessly, and the bell itself was silent. Their knocking went unanswered until a firm push made the door swing inward. The stench inside was immediate, a thick smell of rot and filth in the disordered space, which seemed long abandoned. "Where is that wretched Lotho skulking?" Merry demanded. They combed every room, finding nothing alive but scuttling rats and mice. "Should we send the others to check the shed?" Sam felt a deep personal revulsion. "This feels worse than Mordor in a way," he said quietly. "It gets under your skin because it's home. You remember how it was before all this ruin." Frodo's voice was weary with understanding. "This is Mordor's work, one of its many creations. Saruman was carrying out its purpose all along, even when he believed he was acting for himself. The same goes for those he deceived, like Lotho." Merry surveyed the scene with dismay. "Let's leave this place," he exclaimed. "Had I known the full extent of his mischief, I'd have forced my entire pouch down Saruman's throat myself." "No doubt you would have," came a smooth, familiar voice from the doorway. "But you did not, and so I have the pleasure of welcoming you home." There stood Saruman, appearing well-fed and thoroughly pleased, his eyes glinting with malicious amusement. A realization struck Frodo. "Sharky!" he exclaimed. Saruman chuckled. "So you've heard the name." "My people in Isengard used it. A term of affection, perhaps. But you clearly didn't anticipate finding me here." "I did not," Frodo admitted. "Though I suppose I should have. Petty mischief in a mean spirit. Gandalf warned me you were still capable of it." "Capable, and then some," Saruman replied. You amused me, you hobbit lordlings, riding about with all those important folk, so secure and pleased with your little selves. You imagined you'd done splendidly and could simply amble back for a quiet country life. Isengard could be ruined and its master cast out, but no one would touch your precious shire. Oh no, Gandalf would see to your affairs. He laughed again, a cold sound. Not he. When his tools have served their purpose, he discards them. But you had to linger, dawdling and talking, taking twice the road you needed. Well, I thought, if they are such fools, I will get ahead and teach them a lesson. One ill turn deserves another. It would have been a sharper lesson with a little more time and a few more men. Still, I've accomplished enough that you'll find it difficult to mend in your lifetimes. I shall take pleasure in that, a balance against my own injuries. If that is where you find your pleasure, said Frodo, I pity you. I fear it will be a pleasure of memory only. Leave now, and do not return. Hobbits from the surrounding villages had seen Saruman emerge, and now crowded toward the door of Bag End. Hearing Frodo's command, their angry murmurs rose. Don't let him go. He's a villain and a murderer. Kill him. Saruman turned, smiling at their hostile faces. Kill him, he mocked. Kill him if you believe you have the numbers, my brave little hobbits. He drew himself up, his dark eyes sweeping over them. But do not think that losing my possessions meant losing my power. Whoever strikes me shall be cursed. If my blood stains the soil of the Shire, this land will wither and never know healing again. The hobbits drew back, uneasy, but Frodo spoke firmly. Do not believe him. His power is gone, save for the voice that can still daunt and deceive you if you allow it. I will not have him slain. Meeting revenge with revenge heals nothing. Go, Saruman, and take the speediest path. Worm, worm, Saruman called. From a nearby hut, Wormtongue crawled out, almost dog-like in his posture. Back to the road, Worm, Saruman said. These fine fellows and lordlings are casting us adrift once more. Come with me. Saruman turned to leave, and Wormtongue shuffled along behind him. Yet, as Saruman moved near Frodo, a knife suddenly gleamed in his grasp, and he thrust it forward with a quick, sharp motion. The blade struck the concealed mail shirt beneath Frodo's tunic, bent, and broke apart. A group of hobbits, with Sam at their head, cried out and rushed forward, throwing the treacherous figure to the earth. Sam pulled his own sword free. Stop, Sam, Frodo called. Do not take his life. Not even now. He has done me no harm. And regardless, I do not want him killed while filled with such malice. Once he was mighty, of a kind so lofty, we should not dare to strike him. He has fallen, and his healing is beyond our power. Yet I would show him mercy still, hoping he might someday find it. Saruman got to his feet and fixed his gaze on Frodo. In his eyes was an odd mixture of astonishment, reluctant admiration, and bitter loathing. You have changed, halfling, he said. Indeed, you have changed a great deal. You are both wise and ruthless. You have stolen all satisfaction from my vengeance, and now I must depart in bitterness, indebted to your pity. I despise it, and I despise you. Very well, I shall go and trouble you no further. But do not imagine I will wish you health or long years. You shall have neither. Yet that is not my doing. I only foretell what will be. He strode away, and the hobbits opened a path for him to pass through, though their knuckles were white where they gripped their weapons. Wormtongue wavered, then moved to follow his master. Wormtongue, Frodo called after him. You do not have to go with him. To my knowledge, you have done me no wrong. You may stay here for a time, to rest and eat, until you are stronger and ready to go your own way. Wormtongue stopped and glanced back, half inclined to accept the offer. Saruman spun around. No wrong? He screeched. Oh, certainly not. Why, even when he slips out after dark, it's merely to gaze at the stars. But did I hear someone wondering where poor little Loto has gone? You know the answer, don't you, Worm? Will you tell them? Wormtongue hunched down, whining. No, no. Then I shall, said Saruman. Worm murdered your chief, that pitiful little fellow. Your dear little boss, isn't that right, Worm? Stabbed him as he slept, I believe. Buried him too, I hope, though Worm has been quite hungry of late. No, Worm isn't truly pleasant company. You would do best to leave him to me. A flash of raw hatred burned in Worm-Tongue's reddened eyes. You ordered it, you forced me, he spat. Saruman only laughed. You do whatever Sharky commands, always, don't you, Worm? Well, now he commands follow. As Worm-Tongue cowered, Saruman kicked him hard in the face, then turned to walk away. But at that instant, something inside Worm-Tongue shattered. He leaped up, a concealed knife in his hand, and with a feral snarl he threw himself upon Saruman's back, wrenched his head backward, slit his throat, and then fled down the lane with a wild cry. Before Frodo could react or utter a word, 3 hobbit bows sang out, and Worm-Tongue fell lifeless. To the horror of the onlookers, a grey mist began to gather around Saruman's body. It rose slowly like smoke from a dying fire, forming into a pale, shrouded shape that towered over the hill. It lingered for a moment, seeming to look toward the west, but from the west a cold wind blew, and the figure bent, then with a sigh faded into nothingness. Frodo gazed down at the body with pity and dread, for as he watched, it seemed to lay bare the long, slow decay of years, withering away until the shriveled face became little more than tattered skin stretched over a ghastly skull. Picking up the edge of the soiled cloak lying beside it, Frodo drew the cloth over the remains and turned aside. "Well, that's the finish of that," said Sam. "An ugly ending, and I wish I hadn't seen it, but good riddance all the same." "And the very last end of the war, I hope," said Merry. "I hope so," Frodo replied with a sigh. "The final blow, yet to think it should happen here, right at the door of Bag End. Among all my hopes and fears, I never once imagined this. I won't call it the end until we've sorted out all this mess," Sam said gloomily. "And that's going to need a good deal of time and hard work." Chapter 9. The Grey Havens. Clearing everything up did indeed demand much effort, though it took less time than Sam had expected. The morning after the conflict, Frodo travelled to Michel Delving to free those held in the lockholes. Among the first they discovered was Fredegar Bolger, once called Fatty, now gaunt and weary. He had been captured after ruffians flushed his band of rebels from their hideouts in the Brockenbors near the hills of Scary. "Seems you should have joined us on the road after all, old friend," Pippin remarked softly as they helped him out, too frail to stand on his own. Fredegar managed to open one eye, a brave attempt at a grin touching his lips. "Who's this tall fellow shouting in my ear?" he murmured. "Can't be little Pippin. I reckon you'd need a hat the size of a washtub these days." They found Lobelia next, seeming terribly aged and frail in her cramped, dim cell. She insisted on walking out unaided, though she leaned heavily on Frodo's arm, her umbrella gripped tightly. The crowd that greeted her erupted into such applause and cheers that she was visibly moved, departing later in a blur of tears. Popularity was a new and bewildering experience for her. The crushing news of Lotho's murder, however, left her shattered. She refused to return to Bag End, instead signing the property back to Frodo and retiring to her family, the Bracegirdles of Hardbottle. When she passed away the following spring, she was, after all, over 100. Frodo was both startled and deeply touched to learn she had bequeathed what remained of her and Lotho's wealth for him to aid hobbits left homeless by the recent troubles. Thus, their long-standing feud quietly dissolved. Old Will Whitfoot had endured the lockholes longer than anyone. Though perhaps treated somewhat better than others, he required considerable care and feeding before he could resume his mayoral duties. Frodo consented to serve as deputy mayor in the interim. His sole official act in that role was to restore the sheriffs to their proper, modest size and purpose. The chore of rooting out the last straggling ruffians fell to Merry and Pippin, a task they completed with brisk efficiency. News of the Battle of Bywater had already sent the southern gangs fleeing in disarray, offering little fight to the Thane's forces. By year's end, the final survivors were gathered from the woods, and those who surrendered were firmly escorted to the borders. All the while, repair work surged ahead, keeping Sam busier than a one-armed paperhanger. When the spirit moves them and necessity demands, hobbits can work with the tireless energy of a stirred-up beehive. Now, thousands of willing hands pitched in, from the quick, small fingers of the youngsters to the tough, calloused palms of the old gaffers and gammers. Not a single brick from the new sheriff houses or any of Sharkey's constructions remained standing by Yule. Every last one was repurposed to patch up older holes, making them cozier and more weather-tight. They uncovered great hidden stocks of goods, food and beer, which the ruffians had stashed in sheds, barns, abandoned holes, and especially within the tunnels of Michel Delving and the old quarries at Scary. Consequently, that Yule's cheer was far more abundant than anyone had dared hope. In Hobbiton, one of the earliest projects, even before the unsightly new mill was removed, was clearing the hill and bag end and restoring Bagshot Row. The gaping front of the new sand pit was filled and levelled, transformed into a spacious, sheltered garden. New holes were dug into the southward slope of the hill and neatly lined with brick. The gaffer was reinstated in number 3, and he took to saying loudly, regardless of who might hear, "It's an ill wind that blows nobody no good, like I always say, and all's well that ends better." There was some talk about what to name the new row. Suggestions like Battle Gardens or Better Smiles were floated, but in sensible Hobbit fashion, it eventually just became New Row. A bit of local bywater humour had some referring to it as Sharkey's End. The most painful loss, the one Sam mourned most deeply, was the trees. Under Sharkey's orders, they had been heedlessly felled far and wide across the Shire, leaving wounds in the landscape that would take the longest to heal. The damage to the Shire ran deep, a wound Sam feared would take generations to truly mend. He often thought only his great-grandchildren might see it restored to its full glory. Then, one quiet afternoon, his mind finally turned from the endless work to the small, forgotten box from the Lady Galadriel. He fetched it and showed it to his companions, now known to all as the travellers seeking their counsel. "I was wondering when you'd remember that," Frodo said with a smile. "Go on, open it inside." A soft, silvery grey powder cradled a single seed, resembling a tiny nut encased in a delicate silver shell. "But what's it for?" Sam asked, puzzled. "Toss it to the wind on a breezy day, and let it work its magic," Pippin suggested cheerfully. "Over what, though?" Sam pressed. Merry offered a more practical idea. Pick one spot as a nursery and watch what springs up. Yet Sam felt uneasy. "I don't think the lady meant for me to keep this just for my own garden, not after so many folks have lost so much." Frodo placed a hand on his shoulder. "Use your own good sense and skill first, Sam. Then let this gift lift your work to something finer. Be sparing with it. There isn't much. And I suspect every single grain is precious." Guided by that advice, Sam sought out every place where a cherished or magnificent tree had been lost. At the roots of the saplings he planted, he tucked a single grain of the enchanted dust. He travelled the length and breadth of the Shire on this quiet mission, and though he devoted particular care to Hobbiton and Bywater, nobody begrudged him that. When his work was nearly done, he found he still had a small pinch remaining. He journeyed to the 3 Farthing Stone, the very heart of the Shire, and cast the last of the dust into the air with a whispered blessing. The little silver seed he planted in the party field, where the old tree had once stood, watching the bare earth with hopeful curiosity. The winter tested his patience, as he fought the urge to constantly check for signs of life. But when spring arrived, it surpassed his grandest dreams. The trees he had tended surged upward, as if years were passing in weeks. In the party field, a stunning sapling shot up, its bark like polished silver, and its long leaves soon adorned with clusters of golden blossoms in April. It was a Malorn, a living marvel that became the talk of the Shire. As years passed, and it grew in majestic beauty, folk would travel great distances just to gaze upon it, the only Malorn tree west of the misty mountains and east of the sea, and counted among the most splendid in all the world. The year 1420 in the Shire was nothing short of miraculous. The weather itself seemed enchanted, with sunshine and rain arriving in perfect harmony. But there was something more in the air, a palpable sense of abundance and a shimmer of beauty that felt beyond the ordinary seasons of Middle-earth. Every child born that year was notably fair and robust, many with a wealth of golden hair seldom seen among hobbits before. Fruit was so abundant that youngsters practically swam in strawberries and cream. Later, they would lounge under plum trees, feasting until the ground was littered with stones like tiny monuments. Illness vanished, and contentment reigned, save for those grumbling about the relentless grass that needed cutting. In the South Farthing, vines groaned under the weight of grapes, and the pipeweed harvest was extraordinary. Fields everywhere burst with grain, filling every barn to the rafters at harvest. The North Farthing's barley was so exceptional that the beer brewed from it became legendary. Decades later, an old hobbit in a tavern might take a long drink, set his mug down with a satisfied sigh, and declare, "Ah, now that was a proper 1420 brew." Sam initially stayed with the Cottons, keeping Frodo company. Once the new row was finished, he moved back with the gaffer. Alongside his forestry work across the Shire, he threw himself into overseeing the cleaning and restoration of Bag End, often balancing his time between the home he loved and the land he was healing. Sam was away from home in early March, so he missed the news that Frodo had fallen ill. On the 13th, Farmer Cotton discovered Frodo in his bedroom, lying on the bed and clutching a white jewel hanging from a chain around his neck, as if lost in a dream. "It is gone forever," Frodo murmured, "and now everything is dark and empty." This strange episode passed, and by the time Sam returned on the 25th, Frodo had regained his strength and chose not to speak of it. In Sam's absence, Bag End had been put back in order. Merry and Pippin arrived from Crickhollow, bringing with them all the familiar furniture and belongings. So the old smile soon looked much as it always had. Once everything was arranged, Frodo asked, "So, when will you be moving in to join me, Sam?" Sam shifted uncomfortably. "There's no rush if you aren't ready," Frodo added gently. "You know the gaffer is nearby, and Widow Rumble will take good care of him." "It's not that, Mr. Frodo," Sam replied, his face flushing. "Then what is it?" Frodo pressed. "It's Rosie Rose Cotton," Sam confessed. "Seems she wasn't too pleased about me going off on my travels, poor lass. But since I hadn't spoken up, she couldn't rightly complain. And I held my tongue because I had a task to finish first. But now I've asked, and she says, 'Well, you've wasted a whole year, so why wait any longer?'" "Wasted," I told her. "I wouldn't call it that. Still, I understand what she means. I feel pulled in two directions, if you take my meaning." "I see," said Frodo, a warm smile touching his lips. "You wish to marry, and yet you also wish to live here with me at Bag End. But, my dear Sam, the answer is simple. Marry as soon as you can, and then bring Rosie here to live. There's plenty of room in Bag End for as large a family as you might hope for." And so it was decided. Sam Gamgee married Rose Cotton in the spring of 1420, a year already famous for its many weddings, and they came to make their home at Bag End. If Sam considered himself fortunate, Frodo felt he was the luckier of the two, for no hobbit in the Shire was tended with such devoted care. Once the plans for repairing the Shire were well under way, Frodo settled into a quiet life, spending long hours writing and sorting through his notes. At the Free Fair that midsummer, he stepped down from his role as deputy mayor, allowing dear old Will Whitfoot to enjoy another 7 years of presiding over banquets. Merry and Pippin stayed on together at Crickhollow for a time, with much visiting back and forth between Buckland and Bag End. The two young travellers cut quite a figure in the Shire, with their songs, their stories, their fine clothes, and their marvellous gathering. People fondly called them lordly, and it gladdened every heart to see them riding by in their gleaming mail shirts and splendid shields, laughing and singing songs of distant lands. Though they were now taller and more impressive, they remained unchanged in spirit, if anything, more courteous, more cheerful, and fuller of merriment than ever. Frodo and Sam, however, returned to their ordinary clothes, though on occasion both wore long grey cloaks of fine weave, fastened at the throat with elegant brooches. Mr. Frodo also kept always about his neck a white jewel on a chain, which he would often touch thoughtfully. For a while, all things went well, and there was a steady hope that life would grow even better. Sam was as happily busy as any hobbit could desire. That entire year was nearly perfect for him, save for a persistent, quiet worry about his master. Frodo withdrew quietly from the affairs of the Shire, and it pained Sam to see how little recognition he received in his own homeland. Few knew or cared to hear of his deeds and journeys. Most of the admiration and respect was given to Mr. Meriadoc and Mr. Peregrine, and had Sam realized it, to Sam himself. Then, as autumn arrived, a shadow of past troubles seemed to reappear. One evening Sam entered the study and found his master looking strangely distant. Frodo was unusually pale, and his eyes seemed fixed on something far beyond the room. "What's the matter, Mr. Frodo?" Sam asked, his voice soft with concern. "I am hurt," he replied, "deeply hurt. It is a wound that will never truly mend." Yet he rose then, the shadow seeming to lift, and by the next day he was himself once more. Only later did Sam remember the date, October the 6th, 2 years prior. On that very day, the darkness had fallen in the dell beneath Weathertop. The years rolled on, and 1421 arrived. Frodo fell ill again in March, but he hid it with great effort, for Sam's mind was elsewhere. Sam and Rosie's first child was born on the 25th of March, a date Sam carefully noted. "Well, Mr. Frodo," he said, "I find myself in a bit of a predicament. Rose and I had settled on naming him Frodo, with your blessing, but it's not a him, it's a her. A lovelier little girl you couldn't hope for. Taking after Rose more than me, thankfully, so now we're at a loss." "Sam," Frodo answered, "why not follow the old ways? Choose a flower name like Rose. Half the little girls in the Shire have such names, and what could be finer?" "I expect you're right, Mr. Frodo," Sam said. "I've heard some splendid names in my travels, but I suppose they're a bit too fine for everyday knocks and scrapes, as you might say. The gaffer always told me, make it short, then you won't have to shorten it before you use it. But if it's to be a flower name, I don't mind the length. It must be a beautiful flower, because, you see, I think she is very beautiful, and she's only going to grow more so." Frodo considered this. "What about Eleanor, the sun star? You recall the little golden flower in the grass of Lothlorien?" "You've done it again, Mr. Frodo," Sam cried, delighted. "That's just the thing." Little Eleanor was nearly 6 months old, and 1421 had faded into autumn, when Frodo called Sam into the study. "Bilbo's birthday is this Thursday, Sam," he said. "He will surpass the old Took. He'll be 131. "So he will," said Sam. "He's a wonder, and no mistake. Now, Sam," Frodo continued, "I'd like you to ask Rose if she can spare you, so that you and I might take a journey together. You can't go far or for long now, naturally," he added, a touch wistfully. "No, not very well, Mr. Frodo," Sam admitted. "Of course not, but it's no matter. You can see me on my way. Tell Rose you won't be gone long, no more than a fortnight, and you'll return safe and sound. I wish I could go all the way to Rivendell with you, Mr. Frodo, and see Mr. Bilbo," Sam said, his voice thick. "And yet the only place my heart truly wants to be is right here. I feel torn right in two." "Dear Sam, I fear it will feel that way," Frodo said gently. "But you will mend. You were meant to be solid and whole, and so you shall be." Over the next day or two, Frodo went through his papers and writings with Sam, handing over his keys. There was a large book bound in plain red leather. Its tall pages were nearly full. The opening leaves were covered in Bilbo's thin, wandering script, but most of the book was in Frodo's firm, flowing hand. It was divided into chapters, but chapter 80 was left unfinished, with several blank pages following. The title page bore many titles, each crossed out in turn. "My Diary," "My Unexpected Journey There and Back Again." and what happened after Adventures of Five Hobbits, the tale of the Great Ring, compiled by Bilbo Baggins from his own observations and the accounts of his friends, what we did in the War of the Ring. Here, Bilbo's writing ended, and Frodo had inscribed the downfall of the Lord of the Rings and the return of the king, as seen by the little people, being the memoirs of Bilbo and Frodo of the Shire, supplemented by the accounts of their friends and the learning of the wise, together with extracts from books of lore translated by Bilbo in Rivendell. "Why, you've nearly finished it, Mr. Frodo," Sam exclaimed. "You've kept at it, I must say." "I have finished, Sam," said Frodo. "The final pages are for you." On the 21st of September, they departed together. Frodo rode the pony that had carried him all the way from Minas Tirith, now named Strider, while Sam was upon his beloved Bill. It was a golden fair morning, and Sam did not question their destination, feeling he already knew. They followed the stock road over the hills toward the woody end, allowing their ponies to amble at a leisurely pace. They made camp in the green hills, and as the afternoon faded on the 22nd, they rode gently down into the first stands of trees. "If that isn't the very tree you hid behind when the Black Rider first appeared, Mr. Frodo," Sam exclaimed, pointing to the left. "It all feels like a dream now." Evening fell, stars beginning to glimmer in the east as they passed the ruined oak and turned down the hill between thickets of hazel. Sam was quiet, lost in recollection. After a time, he noticed Frodo was singing softly to himself, the old walking song, yet with altered words. "Still round the corner there may wait a new road or a secret gate, and though I oft have passed them by, a day will come at last when I shall take the hidden paths that run west of the moon, east of the sun." Then, as if in reply, voices rose from the road below, coming up from the valley a Elbereth Gilthaniel. "Silivran Penamiriel, o Menel Agli Eleneth, Gilthaniel a Elbereth." We still remember, we who dwell in this far land beneath the trees. The starlight on the western seas, Frodo and Sam halted, sitting silently in the soft shadows until a shimmer approached. There was Gildor with many fair elven folk, and to Sam's astonishment, Elrond and Galadriel rode among them. Elrond wore a grey mantle with a star upon his brow, a silver harp in his hand, and upon his finger was a ring of gold set with a great blue stone, Vilya, mightiest of the three. Galadriel sat upon a white palfrey, robed in glimmering white like clouds about the moon, for she seemed to shine with her own soft light. On her finger was Nenya, the ring made of mithril, set with a single white stone that flickered like a frosty star. Riding slowly behind, on a small grey pony, and seeming to nod in his sleep, was Bilbo himself. Elrond greeted them with grave courtesy, and Galadriel smiled. "Well, Master Samwise," she said, "I hear and see that you have used my gift well. The Shire shall now be more than ever blessed and beloved." Sam bowed, struck speechless by her beauty, which he had forgotten. Then Bilbo stirred, opening his eyes. "Hullo, Frodo," he said. "Well, I've passed the old Took today, so that's settled. And now I think I'm quite ready to go on another journey." "Are you coming?" "Yes, I am coming," said Frodo. "The ring-bearers should go together." "Where are you going, Master?" cried Sam, though at last he understood what was happening. "To the Havens, Sam," said Frodo. "And I can't come." "No, Sam, not yet anyway, not beyond the Havens, though you too were a ring-bearer, if only for a little while. Your time may come, do not be too sad. Sam, you cannot be always torn in two. You will have to be one and whole for many years. You have so much to enjoy and to be and to do." "But," said Sam, tears starting in his eyes, "I thought you were going to enjoy the Shire, too, for years and years after all you have done. So I thought, too, once. But I have been too deeply hurt, Sam. I tried to save the Shire, and it has been saved, but not for me. It must often be so, Sam, when things are in danger. Someone has to give them up, lose them, so that others may keep them. But you are my heir. All that I had and might have had I leave to you, and also you have Rose and Eleanor and Frodo lad will come, and Rosy lass, and Merry, and Goldilocks, and Pippin, and perhaps more that I cannot see. Your hands and your wits will be needed everywhere. You will be the mayor, naturally, for as long as you wish, and the most celebrated gardener anyone has ever known. You will share tales from the Red Book, ensuring the memory of the age that has faded does not vanish. This way, folks will recall the great peril and cherish their beloved home all the more. That will keep you as content and occupied as anyone could hope to be, for all the days your chapter in the tale continues. Now come ride beside me. Elrond and Galadriel then continued their journey, for the third age had concluded, the days of the rings were finished, and the story and song of those years had reached their end. With them travelled many of the high elves who would linger no longer in Middle-earth, and among that company, bearing a sorrow that was strangely peaceful and free of any sting, rode Sam, Frodo, and Bilbo, honoured guests of the elves. They rode through the heart of the Shire all that evening, and through the night, yet no one saw them pass except the wild things of the woods, or perhaps a lone wanderer in the shadows who caught a fleeting gleam beneath the trees, or a play of light and shade moving through the tall grass as the moon journeyed west. After leaving the Shire and skirting the southern edges of the White Downs, they reached the Far Downs and the towers, gazing at last upon the distant sea. So they rode down to Mithlond, to the grey havens on the long firth of the River Lune. At the gates, Círdan the shipwright came forward to welcome them. He stood very tall, his beard long, his hair grey with age, yet his eyes shone as sharp as starlight. He looked upon them, bowed his head, and said, "All is prepared." Círdan guided them to the harbour, where a white ship lay at rest. On the quay, beside a great grey horse, stood a figure robed in white, waiting. As he turned and approached, Frodo saw that Gandalf now wore openly upon his hand the third ring, Narya the Great, its stone glowing like living fire. Those who were to depart felt a lift of heart, knowing Gandalf would also sail with them. But Sam felt a deep ache within, thinking how bitter this parting was, and how much longer and lonelier the road back would seem. Yet, even as they stood there, with the elves boarding and final preparations being made, Merry and Pippin came riding up in great haste. Through his tears, Pippin managed a laugh. "You tried to slip away from us once before, Frodo, and it didn't work," he said. "This time you almost managed it, but you failed again. And it wasn't Sam who gave you away this time, it was Gandalf himself." "True," said Gandalf, "for it will be a better journey back if three ride together than one alone." Well, here at last, dear friends, upon the shores of the sea, our fellowship in Middle-earth finds its ending. Go now in peace. I will not tell you not to weep, for not every tear is a mark of sorrow. Then Frodo embraced Merry and Pippin, and last of all Sam, before going aboard. The sails were raised, the wind filled them, and slowly the ship began to slip away down the long grey firth. The light from Galadriel's field that Frodo carried glimmered once, and then was gone. The ship passed out onto the high sea and journeyed into the west, until, on a night of soft rain, Frodo caught a sweet fragrance upon the air and heard singing voices carried across the water. And then it seemed to him, as in his dream long ago in Tom Bombadil's house, that the grey curtain of rain turned to shimmering silver glass and was drawn back, revealing white shores, and beyond them a vast green country under a swift dawning sun. But for Sam, standing at the haven, the evening faded into full darkness. Gazing at the grey sea, he saw only a shadow upon the waters that soon vanished into the west. He remained there long into the night, hearing only the sigh and whisper of the waves upon the shores of Middle-earth, a sound that settled deep into his heart. Beside him stood Merry and Pippin, and together they kept their silent watch. At last, the three friends turned their backs on the road behind them and began the slow ride home, none of them speaking a word until the familiar borders of the Shire came into view. The long grey path was made lighter by the simple comfort of their companionship. Eventually, their path led them over the rolling downs to the east road, where Merry and Pippin branched off toward Buckland, their voices already lifting in song as they rode away. Sam, however, continued on to Bywater, making his way up the hill as the day drew to a close for the second time that evening. He walked on, drawn by the yellow glow of lamplight and the warmth of a hearth fire from within. Supper was waiting, and he was awaited. Rose welcomed him inside, guiding him to his own chair and settling little Eleanor gently on his knee. Sam took a long, slow breath, the weight of the world finally slipping from his shoulders. "Well," he said, with a quiet, contented smile, "I'm home, appendices. Appendix A, Annals of the Kings and Rulers. Regarding the origins of the material found in these appendices, particularly sections A through D, readers should consult the note concluding the prologue. The segment titled Durin's Folk in section A3 likely came from Gimli the dwarf, who sustained his bond with Peregrine and Meriadoc, meeting them often in the lands of Gondor and Rohan in later years. The available sources contain a vast wealth of legend, historical record, and ancient wisdom. What is presented here are merely excerpts, frequently condensed, intended chiefly to shed light on the War of the Ring and its beginnings, while also supplementing details omitted from the primary narrative. The old tales of the First Age, which so captivated Bilbo, are only touched upon briefly as they pertain to the lineage of Elrond and the Lords of Númenor. Direct passages from longer chronicles and stories are enclosed in quotation marks. Additions made at a later time are set within brackets. Notes appearing inside quotes originate from the source material. All others are provided by the editor. The dates provided belong to the Third Age, unless specified as SA Second Age or FA Fourth Age. While the Third Age is considered to have concluded with the departure of the Three Rings in September of the year 3021, the official records of Gondor regard March 25th of that same year as the start of the Fourth Age, FA1. For correlations between the calendars of Gondor and the Shire, see the earlier volumes. In the following genealogies, a single date following a ruler's name typically indicates the year of their death. The symbol denotes an untimely end, whether in battle or by other means, though a full account of the event may not always be included here. I, the Númenorian kings. Númenor, Feanor, was unmatched among the Eldar in skill and knowledge, yet he was also the most prideful and stubborn. He created the three great jewels, the Silmarils, capturing within them the brilliant light of Telperion and Laurelin, the two trees that illuminated the realm of the Valar. These jewels were desired by Morgoth, the great enemy, who stole them, and upon destroying the trees, bore them away to Middle-earth, hiding them within the immense fortress of Thangorodrim. Defying the counsel of the Valar, Feanor abandoned the Blessed Realm and led a great host of his people into exile in Middle-earth, driven by his arrogant resolve to reclaim the jewels from Morgoth by strength of arms. What followed was a desperate and ultimately ruinous war waged by the Eldar and the Edain against the power of Thangorodrim, ending in their total defeat. The Edain, also called the Atani, consisted of three families of men who, journeying first to the western shores of Middle-earth, became steadfast allies of the Eldar in the struggle against the enemy. History remembers three great unions between the Eldar and the Edain, those of Lúthien and Beren, Idril and Tuor, and Arwen and Aragorn. Through this last marriage, the long-separated lines of the half-elven were joined once more, and their legacy was renewed. Lúthien Tinuviel was the daughter of Thingol Grey Cloak, the king of Doriath in the First Age, but her mother was Melian, who belonged to the people of the Valar. Beren was the son of Barahir, of the first house of the Edain. Together they performed a deed of legendary daring, seizing a single Silmaril from the very iron crown of Morgoth. Choosing a mortal life for love, Lúthien was lost forever to the world of the elves. Dior was her son. His daughter was Elwing, who became the guardian of that recovered Silmaril. Idril Celebrindel was the daughter of King Turgon, ruler of the secret city of Gondolin. Her husband Tuor hailed from the noble house of Hador, the most celebrated of the Edan families in the long wars against Morgoth. From their union was born Eärendil the Mariner. He would wed Elwing, and armed with the power of a Silmaril, he braved the shadows to reach the uttermost west. There, he pleaded as an envoy for both elves and men, securing the aid that led to Morgoth's ultimate defeat. Denied a return to mortal shores, Eärendil's ship, bearing that radiant jewel, was placed to voyage the heavens as a star, a lasting emblem of hope for those in Middle-earth who suffered under the great enemy and his minions. The Silmarils alone held the primal light of Valinor's two trees, lost after Morgoth's corruption. The other two jewels were gone by the close of the First Age. The full account of these events, and much more of elven and human lore, is chronicled in the Silmarillion. Eärendil's sons were Elros and Elrond, the half-elven. In them alone survived the heroic lineage of the Edaean chieftains from the First Age, and after Gil-galad's fall, the bloodline of the high-elven kings in Middle-earth lived on solely through their descendants. When the First Age ended, the Valar offered the half-elven a permanent choice of kindred. Elrond elected to belong to the elves, becoming a sage of profound wisdom. He was thus granted the same privilege as the high elves who remained in Middle-earth, that when finally weary of mortal lands, they could sail from the grey havens to the uttermost west, a grace enduring even after the world changed. Yet a choice was also set before Elrond's own children, to depart with him beyond the circles of the world, or to remain, become mortal, and die in Middle-earth. No wonder, then, that for Elrond every turn in the War of the Ring was shadowed by grief. Elros, in contrast, chose to be of mankind, and to stay with the Edaean. He was granted a lifespan many times greater than that of ordinary men, a generous yet curiously bittersweet endowment, as recompense for their great sacrifices against Morgoth. The Valar, guardians of the world, gave the Edaean a land of their own, set apart from the perils of Middle-earth. Most set sail over the sea, guided by Eärendil's star, until they reached the great Isle of Elena, the westernmost of all mortal lands. There they established the realm of Númenor. A tall mountain, the Meneltarma, stood at the heart of the island. From its peak, those with keen sight could glimpse the white tower of the Eldar's haven on distant Eressëa. The Eldar would visit, enriching the Númenorians with knowledge and gifts. But one stern command was laid upon them, the ban of the Valar. They were forbidden to sail west, beyond sight of their own shores, or to seek the Undying Lands. For though they were granted long life, initially triple that of lesser men, they had to remain mortal. The Valar were not permitted to take from them the gift of men, later called the Doom of Men. Elros became the first king of Númenor, taking the high elven name Tar Miniatur. His descendants were long-lived, yet mortal. In later years, as their power swelled, they grew to resent their forefathers' choice, coveting the immortality within the world that was the Eldar's fate. They chafed against the ban, their murmurs of discontent festering into outright rebellion. Under the malicious guidance of Sauron, this prideful defiance culminated in the downfall of Númenor and the ruin of the ancient world, a tale recounted in the Akallabeth. These are the names of the kings and queens of Númenor: Elros Tar Miniatur, Vardamir, Tar Amandil, Tar Elendil, Tar Meneldor, Tar Eldarion, and Tar Ancalame. The first ruling queen, the line of Númenor's rulers, continued through Tar Anarion, Tar Surion, and the second ruling queen, Tar Telperion. They were followed by Tar Minastir, Tar Siriatan, and the renowned Tar Atanamir the Great. After him came Tar Ancalimon, Tar Telemite, and the third queen, Tar Vanimelde, succeeded by Tar Alcarin and Tar Calmasil. Following Calmasil, the kings began to assume the scepter, using names in their own Númenorian or Adunaic language: Ar Adunachor, Ar Zimrathon, Ar Sakalthor, Ar Gimilzor, and Ar Inziladun. This Inziladun, however, came to regret the path his predecessors had taken. In a quiet act of defiance, he reclaimed a high elven name, calling himself Tar-Palantir, the far-sighted. By right, his daughter was to be the fourth queen, ruling as Tar-Miriel, yet the king's own nephew seized power, crowning himself Ar-Pharazôn the Golden, who would become the last king of Númenor. Long before these dark days, in the time of Tar-Elendil, the first Númenorian ships had returned to the shores of Middle-earth. His firstborn was a daughter, Silmarien, whose son, Valendil, became the first of the lords of Andúnier in the Western Land. These lords were ever honored for their deep friendship with the elves. From this noble line came Amandil, the last lord, and his son, Elendil the Tall. The law that the eldest child, regardless of gender, should inherit the scepter was established centuries earlier when the sixth king left only a daughter, who then became the first queen. For a time, Númenor flourished through the Second Age, its power and glory ever expanding. For the first half of that age, its people grew not just in might, but in wisdom and contentment. The first crack in this golden age appeared with Tar-Minestir, the 11th king. He it was who sent a mighty fleet to aid Gil-galad, yet his heart held a contradiction. He loved the elves but secretly envied them. As the Númenorians mastered the seas, exploring every eastern shore, a restless yearning grew within them, a longing for the forbidden West and the undying life of the Eldar. Talk about wanting it all. Here they were, living in the most advanced civilization of men, with all its comforts and marvels, and yet they stared across the sea, green with envy, over a gift that was never meant to be theirs. It's the ultimate case of spoiled pride, really. After Minestir, the kings grew increasingly greedy for wealth and dominion. Their early missions to Middle-earth as teachers and allies to lesser men who suffered under Sauron's shadow were forgotten. Their friendly havens transformed into fortified ports, claiming vast coastal territories by force. Tar-Atanamir and those who followed him demanded crushing tribute, and Númenorian ships now returned heavy with plunder. It was Atanamir who first dared to speak openly against the ban of the Valar, claiming the immortal life of the elves as his birthright. Thus the shadow took root, and the dread of death began to poison the hearts of the people. A great divide then split Númenor. On one side stood the kings and their many followers, who turned their backs on the Eldar and the Valar. On the other were the faithful, a dwindling number who kept to the old ways, dwelling mostly in the western regions. The kings gradually abandoned the elven tongues, a cultural shift that culminated when the 20th king took a royal name in the Númenorian form, Ar-Adunacor, Lord of the West. To the faithful, this was a deeply ill-omened act of arrogance, for that title had been reserved only for the Valar or the Elder King himself. True to their fears, Ar-Adunacor began to persecute the faithful, punishing any who openly used the elven languages. The elves came to Númenor no more. Despite this spiritual decay, the material power and wealth of Númenor reached staggering new heights. Yet their lives grew shorter as their fear of death grew larger, and all their joy withered away. Tar-Palantir's attempts to heal the rift and restore wisdom were too little, too late. His death sparked open rebellion, and his nephew, the rebellion's leader, stole the scepter and the throne, becoming King Ar-Pharazôn. Ar-Pharazôn the Golden was the proudest and most powerful of all Númenor's rulers, and his ambition burned for nothing less than lordship over the entire world. He set his will against Sauron the Great for supremacy in Middle-earth, finally sailing himself at the head of an immense armada to land at Umbar. The majesty and might of the Númenorians were so overwhelming that Sauron's own armies abandoned him. The Dark Lord, in a stunning act of cunning, submitted. He humbled himself, offered homage, and begged for pardon. Blinded by his own towering pride, Ar-Pharazôn fell for the ruse and took Sauron back to Númenor, not as a conquered foe, but as a captive advisor. A decision that would seal the island kingdom's doom. It did not take long for him to enchant the king and seize control of his council. Soon he had swayed the hearts of most Númenorians, save the small remnant known as the Faithful, back toward the shadow. Sauron deceived the king, promising that everlasting life belonged to anyone who claimed the undying lands, insisting the ban was merely a trick by the Valar to keep the race of men from becoming their equals. True power takes what it is owed, he whispered. Eventually, Ar-Pharazôn yielded to this poisonous advice, for he felt his own years slipping away and was utterly consumed by the dread of death. He marshaled the most formidable fleet and army the world had ever witnessed, and when all was prepared, he gave the signal, setting sail to shatter the ban of the Valar. He aimed to invade the Blessed Realm and seize eternal life from the lords of the West by force. Yet, the moment Ar-Pharazôn's foot touched the sacred shores of Aman, the Valar relinquished their guardianship and appealed to the One. In that instant, the world was remade. Númenor was cast down and engulfed by the ocean, while the undying lands were taken forever from the circles of the world. Thus the glory of Númenor met its end. The final leaders of the faithful, Elendil and his sons, managed to flee the cataclysm aboard 9 ships. They carried with them a sapling of the white tree Nimloth and the 7 Palantiri, seeing stones gifted by the elves to their house. Borne upon the wings of a titanic storm, they were cast onto the coasts of Middle-earth. There, in the northwest, they founded the exiled Númenorian realms of Arnor and Gondor. Elendil ruled as High King from Annúminas in the north, while governance of the south was entrusted to his sons, Isildur and Anarion. They established the city of Osgiliath, situated between Minas Ithil and Minas Anor, perilously close to the borders of Mordor. In the ashes of their homeland's ruin, they clung to one slender hope that Sauron too had been destroyed. But they were wrong. Sauron had indeed been caught in the drowning of Númenor, and the fair form he had worn for so long was destroyed. Yet his spirit, a mere wraith of hatred upon a dark wind, fled back to Middle-earth. He could never again wear a shape that seemed fair to the eyes of men, becoming instead a thing of terror, a black and hideous spectre whose power now rested solely on fear. He slipped back into Mordor and brooded there in silence for a time. But his fury knew no bounds when he learned that Elendil, whom he despised above all, had escaped and was now building a kingdom on his very doorstep. So, after gathering his strength, he launched a war against the exiles, hoping to crush them before they grew too strong. Mount Doom erupted anew in flame, earning its grim name, Amon Amarth, in the tongues of Gondor. In his arrogance, however, Sauron moved too hastily, before his own power was fully restored, while the strength of Gil-galad and the elves had only grown in his absence. In the War of the Last Alliance forged against him, Sauron was finally overthrown, and the One Ring was cut from his hand, and so concluded the Second Age. The Northern Line, heirs of Isildur, kings of Arnor, Elendil, Deed, S.A. 3441, Isildur 2, Valandil 249, Eldacar 339, Arantar 435, Tarsil 515, Tarandor 602, Valandur Deide 652, Elendur 777, Erendur 861. Kings of Arthedain, Amlaeth of Fornost, eldest son of Erendur, 946, Beleg 1029, Aralev I died 1356, Arvaleg I 1409, Arafor 1589, Argaleb II 1670, Arvagil 1743, Arvaleg II 1813, Araval 1891, Arafant 1964, Arvedui Last King died 1975. End of the North Kingdom. Chieftains of the Dúnedain, Aranarth, elder son of Arvedui, 2806, Arahel 2877, Aranuir 28247, Aravir 28319, Aragorn Fürstad, Deed 28327, Araglas 28455, Arahad I 28523, Aragost 28558, Aravorn 28654, Arahad II 28719, Araswil 28774, Arathorn I Deed 244, Arathorn I Deed 241, Arador deed 2833, Arathorn II, deed 28933, Aragorn II, crowned FA 120. The southern line, heirs of Anarion, kings of Gondor, Elendil, Isildur, and Anarion, deed SA. 344 Menelndil, son of Anarion, 158, Semendur, 238, Arendil, 324, Anardil, 411, Osterhair, 492, Romandasil E, Tarostar, 1541, Turambar, 6667, Atanatar Ue, 748, Siriondil, 830. Then followed the four ship kings. Taranan Falastor, 9013. He was the first king to die without an heir, and was succeeded by the son of his brother Tatsirian Ernil, Apast in 9036, followed by Siriandil in 1015, and Hiaman Dasil of First, also known as Siriaha, who reigned until 1149. This era marked the pinnacle of Gondor's might. Atanatar II, called Alcuin the Glorious, ruled until 1226, then Narmasil I until 1294. As the second king without an heir, his younger brother succeeded him. Calmasil reigned until 1304, though Minalcar had long served as regent since 1240. He finally took the crown as Romandasil II in 1304, ruling until 1366, then Valacar. During Valacar's time, the first great calamity befell Gondor, the kin strife. His son, Eldacar, initially named Vinitharia, was deposed in 1437. Castamir the usurper seized power, but fell in 1447. Eldacar was restored and ruled until 1490. Aldemir, his second son, died in 1540, then Hiarmendasil II, known as Vinyarion, until 1621, Minardil until 1634, and Telemnar until 1636. Telemnar and his entire line were lost to a devastating plague. The crown passed to his nephew, son of Ministan, Minardil's second son. Tarandor ruled until 1798, Telemita Umbardasil until 1850. Narmasil II fell in 1856. Calamita reigned until 1936, and Ondeher perished in battle in 1944 alongside his two sons. After a year of uncertainty, the crown was bestowed in 1945 upon the victorious general Earnil, a descendant of Telemita Umbardasil. He ruled as Earnil II until 2043, and his son Earnur vanished in 2050. Thus the royal line ended, lying dormant until its restoration by Elessar Telconta in 3019-19. The realm was governed thereafter by the stewards. The stewards of Gondor began with the House of Húrin, Pelendur steward until 1998, governed for a year after Ondoher's fall and counseled against the claim of Arvedui. Vorondil the Hunter served until 2029. Then came Mardil Voronwi, called the Steadfast, first of the ruling stewards. His successors abandoned the use of High Elven names. The line continued: Mardil to 2080, Eredon to 2116, Herion to 2148, Belagorn to 2024, Húrin I to 2078, Hador to 2395, Barahir to 2412, Dior to 2435, Denethor Vapri to 2477, Boromir to 2489, and Sirion to 2567. It was in Sirion's time that the Rohirrim arrived in Calenardon. Hallis served to 2605, Húrin II to 2628, Belecthor Front to 2605, Ecthelion 2136-28, Ecthelion 2181-3, Beren to 2763, Berigond to 2811, Belecthor II to 2853, Ecthelion 2000-943, Ecthelion II to 2944, and finally Denethor II. He was the last ruling steward, followed by his second son Faramir, lord of Emin Arnon, who served as steward to King Elessar into the Fourth Age. Eriador was the ancient name for all lands lying between the Misty Mountains and the Blue Mountains, bounded in the south by the river Greyflood and the Glanduin, which met it above Tharbad. Arnor, at its height, encompassed most of Eriador, save for the lands beyond the Lune River and the territories east of the Grey Flood and Loudwater, where Rivendell and the region of Hollin were found. Beyond the Lune lay a serene green country of the elves untouched by men, but dwarves made their home, as they still do, along the eastern slopes of the Blue Mountains, particularly south of the Gulf of Lune, where active mines persist. This is why they frequently travelled east upon the Great Road, a practice dating from long before our folk settled the Shire. At the Grey Havens dwelled Círdan the shipwright, and some tales claim he remains there still, waiting for the last ship to sail into the west. In the time of the kings, most of the High Elves, lingering in Middle-earth, lived with Círdan or in the coastal lands of Lindon. If any remain now, their numbers are vanishingly small. Following Elendil and Isildur, 8 high kings ruled Arnor. After Eärendil, disputes among his sons fractured the realm into 3 kingdoms: Arthedain in the northwest, Rudar in the northeast, and Cardolan in the south. Arthedain stretched between the Brandywine and Lune rivers and north of the Great Road to the Weather Hills. Rudar lay between the Etten Moors, the Weather Hills, and the Misty Mountains, also holding the angle between the Horwell and Loudwater rivers. Cardolan was bounded by the Brandywine, the Grey Flood, and the Great Road. Only in Arthedain did the true line of Isildur endure. In Cardolan and Rudar, the royal bloodlines quickly failed. Endless strife between these splintered kingdoms hastened the decline of the Dúnedain people, a sad and stubborn waste of their former glory. The central point of contention revolved around control of the Weather Hills and the lands stretching west toward Bree. Both Rudar and Cardolan fiercely coveted Amon Sul, known as Weathertop, which stood precisely on the disputed border between them. This was because its ancient tower housed the principal palantir of the north, a seeing stone of immense power, while the other 2 such stones remained securely in the possession of Arthedain. It was during the rule of Malvegil of Arthedain that a shadow fell upon Arnor. From the frozen wastes north of the Ettenmoors, the realm of Angmar emerged, a land of grim fortresses straddling the mountains, where wicked men, orcs, and creatures of nightmare gathered in great numbers. When Argeleb, son of Malvigil, took the throne, he renewed his house's claim to rule all of Arnor, as no true heirs of Isildur remained in the other splinter kingdom. Rudar, where the Dúnedain were now a small minority ruled by a chieftain of the Hillmen, in secret alliance with Angmar, violently resisted this claim. In response, Argeleb fortified the Weather Hills, though he later fell in a battle against the combined forces of Rudar and Angmar. His son, Arveleg, aided by Cardolan and the elves of Lindon, managed to push the enemy back from the hills. For a generation, Arthedain and Cardolan maintained a guarded frontier along the Weather Hills, the Great Road, and the lower Horwell River. During this tense period, it is recorded that even the hidden refuge of Rivendell faced a siege. Then, in the year 1409, a vast army poured out of Angmar, forded the rivers, and swept into Cardolan, surrounding Weathertop. The Dúnedain were routed, and Arveleg was killed. The tower of Amon Sul was burned and destroyed, though the Palantir was rescued and borne away to Fornost. Rudar was fully occupied by men loyal to Angmar, its remaining Dúnedain slain or scattered. Cardolan was laid waste. Arveleg's son Arafor was still young, yet with crucial aid from Círdan the shipwright, he proved his courage by driving the enemy back from Fornost and the North Downs. A stubborn remnant of Cardolan's Dúnedain held fast within the ancient Tern Gorthad, the Barrow Downs, or found shelter in the nearby forest. The tide turned only when elven forces from Lindon, and thanks to Elrond, reinforcements from Lorien crossing the mountains, arrived to beat back the armies of Angmar for a time. This era of conflict triggered a great migration. The Store hobbits, who had long dwelt in the angle between the Horwell and Loudwater rivers, abandoned their homes, fleeing west and south from the war, the dread of Angmar, and a land growing ever more harsh and cold. Some eventually returned to Wilderland, settling by the Gladden River to live as fishers. Decades later, in the days of Argeleb II, a terrible plague crept into Eriador from the southeast. It devastated Cardolan, wiping out most of its people, particularly in Minhiriath. While hobbits and others suffered greatly, the plague's fury diminished as it moved north, sparing much of Arthedain. This catastrophe marked the end of the Dunedain of Cardolan, and with the land empty, evil spirits from Angmar and Rudau crept into the deserted burial mounds to dwell there. Those barrows were ancient indeed, many raised in the First Age by the ancestors of the Idain before they ever crossed the Blue Mountains. As such, they had been held sacred by the Dunedain, and many of their lords and early kings were buried within those silent hills. In 1974, the power of Angmar resurged with a vengeance. The Witch King himself descended upon Arthedain before the winter snows had melted, capturing Fornost and driving the surviving Dunedain, including the king's sons, across the Lune River. But King Arvedui made a final stand on the North Downs before fleeing northward with a handful of guards, their swift horses saving them from immediate capture. For a time, Arvedui found shelter in the abandoned tunnels of old dwarf mines near the northernmost mountains. But relentless hunger finally forced him to seek aid from the most unlikely of people, the Lossoth, the snowmen of the icy Foroshal coast. Arvedui and his men found some shelter among the snowmen of Foroshal, though these folk offered little aid willingly. The king had only a few jewels to offer, which held no value to them, and they feared the Witch King of Angmar, whose power, they whispered, could command the frost or summon a thaw. A mix of pity for the starving king and fear of his remaining weapons moved them to provide a little food and build snow huts for shelter. There, his horses long dead, Arvedui waited, clinging to hope for rescue from the south. When word of the king's flight north reached Círdan, the shipwright from Aranarth, Arvedui's son, he dispatched a vessel immediately to Froshal. Contrary winds delayed the journey for many days, but at last the mariners spotted the faint glow of a driftwood fire kept alive by the stranded men. Winter held a fierce grip that year. Though it was March, the ice was just beginning to fracture, stretching far from the shore into the frozen sea. The sight of the ship astonished and frightened the snowmen, who had never seen such a craft in their lifetimes. Their mood, however, had softened, and they used their sliding carts to carry the king and his surviving companions across the treacherous ice as far as they dared, allowing a ship's boat to finally reach them. Yet the snowmen grew uneasy. Their chieftain, the leader of the Lossoth, warned Arvedui, "Do not board this sea monster. Let the sailors bring us supplies if they have them. Stay here until the Witch King retreats. His power fades in summer, but now his breath is death, and his cold arm reaches far." Arvedui, of course, dismissed this advice, typical royalty, ignoring the wisdom of those who actually understand the land they're freezing in. He thanked the chieftain, and in parting gave him his royal ring. "This is a thing of worth beyond your reckoning, if only for its age," he said. "It holds no magic, only the esteem of those loyal to my house. It will not aid you, but if you are ever in need, my kin will ransom it with whatever you desire." As it turned out, the Lossoth's warning was prescient. The ship had barely reached open water when a furious storm swept down from the north, hurling blinding snow and driving the vessel back onto the ice. Walls of ice surged against the hull. Even Círdan's seasoned sailors were powerless. In the darkness, the ice crushed the ship and it sank. So perished Arvedui, the last king, and with him the Seeing Stones, the Palantiri, were lost to the deep. Only much later did the tale of the shipwreck at Foroshal reach the south from the snowmen's accounts. Meanwhile, the Shire folk endured, though war swept over their borders, and many fled into hiding. They had sent archers to aid the king, none returned, and others fought in the distant battle that finally overthrew Angmar. In the peace that followed, the Shire governed itself and prospered. They chose a thane to serve in the king's stead, and were generally content, though for years many still watched for the king's return. Eventually, that hope faded into folklore, surviving only in the phrase, when the king comes back, spoken of a hopeless wish or an irreparable wrong. The first Shire Thane was Booker of the Marish, ancestor of the Old Buck line, who took office in the year 1979 of their reckoning. With Arviudui's death, the North Kingdom ended. The Dundain were dwindling, and all peoples of Eriador had diminished. Yet the royal line continued through the chieftains of the Dundain, beginning with Aranarth, Arvidui's son. His son Arahail was raised in Rivendell, as were all chieftains' sons after him. There, too, were safeguarded the heirlooms of their house, the ring of Barahir, the shards of Narsil, the star of Elendil, and the scepter of Anuminan. With the fall of the kingdom, the Dundain faded into the shadows, becoming a secretive and wandering folk whose deeds were seldom celebrated in song or tale. Little is remembered of them since Elrond's departure. Even before the watchful peace drew to a close, dark things crept back into Eriador. Yet the chieftains largely lived out their long years. Aragorn, it is told, met his end from wolves, a danger that lingered in Eriador and has not fully passed. In the days of Arahad, Vild orcs, who had long hidden in the misty mountains, secretly fortifying the passes into Eriador, suddenly showed their hand. During the year 2509, Celebrian, wife of Elrond, was traveling to Lorien when she was ambushed in the Redhorn Pass. Her escort was scattered by the sudden orc raid, and she was captured. Though her sons Elladan and Elrohir pursued and freed her, she had endured torment and a poisoned wound. Brought back to Imledris and healed in body by Elrond, she nonetheless lost all joy in Middle-earth, and the following year departed to the Havens and crossed the sea. Later, under Araswil, orcs multiplying once more in the mountains began to ravage the lands, and the Dunedain, together with Elrond's sons, fought them. It was then that a large band pushed so far west that they entered the Shire, only to be driven off by Bundobras Took. 14 chieftains came before the 15th and last, Aragorn II, who would become king of both Gondor and Arnor once more. We call him our king, and when he journeys north to his restored house in Anuminas and lingers a while by Lake Evendim, every soul in the Shire rejoices. Yet he does not enter this land, holding himself to the law he made that none of the big folk may cross its borders. Instead, he often rides with a fair company to the great bridge, welcoming friends and any who wish to see him. Some ride on with him and stay in his house as long as they please. Thane Peregrine has visited many times, and so has Mayor Samwise. His daughter, the fair Eleanor, serves as one of the Queen's maids. It was the pride and wonder of the Northern line that though their power faded and their people dwindled, the succession from father to son remained unbroken through many generations. Moreover, while the lifespan of the Dundain grew ever shorter in Middle-earth after their kingship ended, the decline was quicker in the south. Many northern chieftains still lived to twice the age of ordinary men, far outlasting even the oldest among us. Aragorn himself reached 210 years, longer than any in his line since King Arvevigil, and in him, as Elessar, the dignity of the ancient kings was restored, of Gondor and the heirs of Anarion. After Anarion fell before the Barad-dûr, 31 kings ruled in Gondor for more than 1,000 years, though war never ceased on their borders. The Dundain of the south grew in wealth and might by land and sea until the reign of Atanatar II, called Alcarin the Glorious. Yet signs of decay had already appeared. The high men of the south married late and had few children. The first king without an heir was Falastur, and the second his son Narmesild I. It was Ostoher, the 7th king, who rebuilt Minas Anor, where afterward the kings spent their summers rather than dwelling in Osgiliath. In his time Gondor was first assailed by wild men from the east, but his son Tarostar defeated them and drove them out, taking the name Romandasil, East Victor. He was later slain, however, in battle with fresh hordes of Easterlings. His son Turambar avenged him and won much territory eastward. With Tiranan, the 12th ruler, the era of the ship kings began. These monarchs constructed powerful fleets, expanding Gondor's influence along the coastlines west and south of the Anduin's mouths. To honor his earlier conquests as a military commander, Tiranan adopted the royal name Falastur, meaning Lord of the Coasts. His nephew and successor, Eärnil, at first restored the old port of Pelargir and oversaw the construction of a formidable navy. He besieged Umbar by both sea and land, capturing it and transforming it into a major harbor and bastion of Gondorian might. Yet Eärnil's triumph was short-lived. He perished with many ships and crew in a violent tempest off the coast of Umbar. His son Siriandil continued the shipbuilding programs, but the men of the Harad, commanded by lords expelled from Umbar, mounted a massive assault on the fortress. Siriandil met his end in battle within Haradwaith. For years, Umbar endured sieges but held firm, protected by Gondor's naval supremacy. Siriaha, son of Siriandil, patiently gathered his forces. When ready, he launched a coordinated assault from the north by land and sea. Crossing the river Harnan, his armies delivered a crushing defeat to the men of the Harad, compelling their kings to swear allegiance to Gondor in the year 1050. Following this victory, Siriaha took the name Hyarmendasil, South Victor. No foe dared challenge Hyarmendasil's authority for the rest of his exceptionally long reign, which lasted 134 years, the second longest in the line of Anarion. Under his rule, Gondor achieved its peak of power. Its domain stretched north to the Celebrant and the southern fringes of Mirkwood, west to the Grey Flood, east to the inland sea of Rhûn, and south to the river Harnan and along the coast to the Umbar Peninsula. The men of the Anduin Vals recognized its sovereignty, and the kings of the Harad paid homage, sending their sons to live as honored guests, or perhaps hostages, in the king's court. Mordor remained empty, yet was vigilantly guarded by great fortifications at its passes. Thus concluded the line of the ship kings. Atanatar al-Karin, son of Hyarmendasil, reveled in such opulence that people joked precious stones were like common pebbles for Gondorian children to play with. But Atanatar preferred comfort over duty, doing little to uphold the power he inherited, a trait shared by his two sons. The decline of Gondor had already set in before his death, a weakness surely noted by its enemies. The watch on Mordor grew lax. Still, it was not until the reign of Valakar that the first major disaster struck, the Kin strife, a brutal civil war that inflicted profound damage from which the realm never fully recovered. Minalcar, son of Calmassil, was a man of immense energy. In 1240, King Namasil, seeking relief from burdens, appointed him regent. From then on, Minalcar effectively ruled Gondor in the king's names until he himself ascended the throne. His primary focus was the Northmen. These people had thrived in the peace secured by Gondor's strength. The kings favored them, seeing them as the closest in kinship to the Dúnedain among lesser men, largely descended from the ancient peoples of the Edain. They granted them expansive lands east of the Anduin, south of the Great Greenwood, to serve as a buffer against eastern invaders. Historically, Easterling attacks had come across the plains between the inland sea and the Ash Mountains. During Narmasil-I's time, these incursions resumed, albeit weakly at first. The regent discovered, however, that the Northmen were not always loyal allies. Some, driven by greed for plunder or entangled in their prince's feuds, would occasionally side with the Easterlings. Therefore, in 1248, Minalcar led a massive army and in the lands between Rovanion and the inland sea decisively routed a great host of Easterlings, obliterating their camps and settlements east of the sea. Following this campaign, he assumed the name Romendacil. Upon his return, Romandasil strengthened the western banks of the Anduin, extending his defenses to where the Limelight River joined the great waterway. He declared that no outsider could travel beyond the Emyn Muil, and it was under his command that the mighty pillars of the Argonath were raised at the gateway to Nen Hithoel. Needing more soldiers and hoping to tighten the alliance between Gondor and the Northmen, he enlisted many into his forces and granted high command to several. Romandasil held a particular gratitude for Vidugavia, who had fought beside him. This northern lord styled himself the king of Rovanion, and though his domain lay between the Greenwood and the river Running, he was the strongest of the princes in those lands. In the year 1250, Roman-Dasil dispatched his son Valakar as an envoy to live for a time with Vidugavia, to learn the tongue, customs, and governance of the Northmen. Yet Valakar went far beyond his father's intention. He came to cherish the northern territories and their people, and he took Vidumavi, Vidugavia's daughter, as his wife. He remained there for several years before journeying home. This union would later spark the bitter kin strife. The nobility of Gondor already viewed the Northmen in their midst with suspicion. For the heir to the throne or any king's son to wed someone of a lesser foreign lineage was unprecedented. Rebellion was simmering in the southern provinces, even as King Valakar aged. His queen had been gracious and noble, yet her life was brief, as is the way of shorter-lived men, and the Dundain feared her line would diminish the lofty majesty of the kings of men. They also resisted accepting her son as their lord. Though he was now called Eldakar, he had been born in a foreign land, and in his youth was named Vinitharia, a name from his mother's people. So when Eldakar followed his father, war erupted across Gondor. But Eldakar would not be easily stripped of his birthright. To Gondor's noble lineage he added the fierce heart of the Northmen. He was both comely and brave, and showed no sign of aging any faster than his father had. When rebels led by men of royal descent rose against him, he resisted with all his might. He was eventually besieged in Osgiliath, holding the city long and stubbornly until famine and the rebels' superior numbers forced him out, leaving Osgiliath ablaze. During that siege and fire, the Tower of the Stone was destroyed, and its seeing stone was lost beneath the waters. Yet Eldakar slipped away from his foes, fleeing north to his kindred in Rovanion. There, many rallied to him, Northmen who had served Gondor and Dundain from the realm's northern territories, who had grown to respect him, plus many more who had come to despise the usurper. That usurper was Castamir, grandson of Calimitar, younger brother of Roman-Dasil II. Not only was he close in blood to the crown, but he commanded the largest faction of the rebels. As the captain of ships, he had the backing of the coastal folk, and the great ports of Pelargir and Umbar. Castamir had scarcely settled on the throne before he revealed a prideful and callous nature. His cruelty had first been displayed in the sacking of Osgiliath, where he ordered the execution of Eldakar's captured son Ornendil. The bloodshed and ruin he commanded in the city went far beyond the necessities of war, a deed remembered with bitterness in Minas Anor and Ithilien. Respect for him dwindled further when it became clear he cared little for the heartlands, obsessed only with his fleets, and planned to move the capital to Pelargir. Thus, after only a decade of rule, Eldakar, judging the moment right, marched south with a great host from the north. People from Calenardon, Anorion, and Ithilien flocked to his banners. A great and terrible battle was joined on the fields of Lebenin at the crossings of Eroe, where much of Gondor's finest blood was spilled upon the earth. Eldakar faced Castamir in single combat and struck him down, avenging his son Ornendil. Yet Castamir's sons and many of their followers from the fleets managed to escape, holding Pelargir for a time. Once they had assembled every available soldier and ship, Eldakar's forces having no navy to blockade them, they set sail and established a stronghold at Umbar. There they created a sanctuary for all who opposed the king, forging an independent lordship beyond the crown's reach. For generations, Umbar remained at war with Gondor, threatening its coastal lands and all sea trade. It would not be fully brought back under Gondor's rule until the time of King Elisar, and the lands of South Gondor became a contested frontier between the corsairs and the kings. The fall of Umbar was a severe blow to Gondor. It diminished the realm's southern territory, weakened its influence over the men of Harad, and severed a place of deep historical significance. It was at Umbar that Ar-Pharazôn the Golden, the last king of Númenor, once landed and forced the submission of Sauron. Despite the darkness that followed, even the heirs of Elendil recalled with pride the arrival of that great fleet from across the sea. Upon the highest hill overlooking the haven, they had raised a great white pillar as a monument, crowned with a crystal globe that captured the light of the sun and moon. It shone like a brilliant star, visible from the coasts of Gondor and far out upon the western waves. That pillar stood until the second rise of Sauron drew near. Then Umbar fell under the dominion of his servants, and the memorial to his humiliation was cast down. After Eldakar's restoration, the bloodlines of the royal house and other noble families of the Dunedain grew more intermixed with those of lesser men. The kin strife had claimed many of the great, and Eldakar, grateful for the aid of the Northmen who helped him regain the crown, welcomed their people into Gondor, drawing many from Rhovanion to repopulate the realm. This blending did not immediately accelerate the fading of the Dunedain, as some had feared, yet the decline continued slowly and steadily. In truth, this waning was due chiefly to Middle-earth itself and the gradual ebbing of the Númenórean gifts after the downfall. Eldakar lived to be 235 years old, ruling for 58 years, 10 of which he spent in exile. The second and far greater catastrophe struck Gondor during the reign of Telemnar, the 26th king. His father, Minardil, son of Eldakar, had been slain at Pelargia by the corsairs of Umbar, led by Angamite and Sangayando, the great-grandsons of Castamir. Not long after, a devastating plague swept out of the east on dark wind. The king and all his children perished, along with countless citizens of Gondor, particularly in Osgiliath. With the population devastated and strength sapped, the watch on Mordor's borders was abandoned, and the fortresses guarding the passes were left empty. In hindsight, it was noted that these events coincided with the shadow deepening in Greenwood, and many evil things re-emerged, signs of Sauron's return. True, Gondor's enemies also suffered, or they might have overwhelmed the weakened realm. But Sauron could afford to wait. Perhaps leaving Mordor unguarded was precisely what he desired. When King Telemnar died, the white tree of Minas Anor withered. His nephew Torondor, who succeeded him, replanted a sapling in the citadel. It was Torondor who moved the king's house permanently to Minas Anor, for Osgiliath was now partly abandoned and falling into decay. Few of those who had fled the plague into Ithilien or the Western Vales were willing to return. Torondor came young to the throne and reigned longer than any king of Gondor, yet his rule was largely spent restoring order within the realm and patiently nurturing its diminished strength. Telematar, the son who followed, could not forget the death of Minardil and grew increasingly troubled by the boldness of the corsairs. Their raids stretched relentlessly along his coasts, reaching as far as the Anfalas. Determined to end this threat, he gathered his forces and in the year 1810 launched a furious assault, taking the port of Umbar by storm. In that conflict, the final descendants of Castamir were destroyed, and for a time, the kings of Gondor once more held the city. To mark this triumph, Telematar took the name Umbardassel. Yet this victory was fleeting. As new calamities soon beset Gondor, Umbar was lost again, falling into the control of the men of the Harad. The third great evil was the invasion of the Wainriders, a relentless series of conflicts that drained Gondor's fading strength for nearly a century. These invaders, a powerful confederacy from the east, were better equipped and more formidable than any previous foe. They traveled in massive wagons, their chieftains waging war from chariots. Later, it became clear they were stirred by the agents of Sauron. Their sudden assault caught Gondor unprepared, and King Narmacil II was slain fighting them east of the Anduin in 1856. The peoples of eastern Rhovanion were enslaved, and Gondor's borders were forced back to the line of the Anduin and the Emin Mule. His son, Calamitar, aided by a rebellion in Rhovanion, avenged this defeat with a decisive victory over the Easterlings on the Dagorlad in 1899, granting a temporary respite from the danger. It was during the reign of Arafant in the north and Ondoher, son of Calamitar, in the south that the long-sundered kingdoms finally resumed communication. After years of silence and distance, They at last recognized a single malicious will orchestrating the assaults from all directions against the descendants of Numenor. In a hopeful gesture of unity, Ovdui, heir of Arafant, wed Furiel, daughter of Ondoher, in 1940. Yet neither realm could spare aid for the other. Just as Angmar renewed its assault on Arthedain, the Wainriders returned in overwhelming force. Many of them swung south of Mordor, forging alliances with warriors from Khand and near Harad. In this coordinated attack from north and south, Gondor was brought to the very brink of annihilation. The year 1944 brought disaster. King Ondoher and both his sons, Artamir and Faramir, fell in battle north of the Morannon, and the enemy flooded into Ithilien. Yet hope remained with Irnil, captain of the southern army. He achieved a stunning victory in South Ithilien, crushing the host of Harad that had crossed the river Poros. Turning north with haste, he rallied the scattered remnants of the defeated northern army and fell upon the main Wainrider camp. The enemy, convinced of their total victory, was feasting and carousing without a care. With ruthless efficiency, Irnil stormed their encampment, torched their wagons, and routed them utterly from Ithilien. A significant portion of those who fled met a grim end, lost forever in the treacherous dead marshes. Following the deaths of Ondoher and his heirs, Arvedui of the northern kingdom put forth his claim to the crown of Gondor. He based this on his direct descent from Isildur and his marriage to Firiel, Ondoher's only surviving child. The claim was firmly rejected, a decision heavily influenced by Pelendur, the steward to the late king. The Council of Gondor declared that the crown belonged solely to the heirs of Meneldyl, son of Anarion, to whom Isildur had relinquished the southern realm. They further stated that in Gondor the line of succession was reckoned only through the sons, and they knew of no different law in Arnor. To this, Arvedui offered a counter-argument. He stated that Elendil had two sons, with Isildur as the elder and the rightful heir to his father's high kingship. He noted that Elendil's name still stood first in the lineage of Gondor's kings, for he was held as the high king of all Dúnedain lands. While Elendil lived, joint rule in the south was entrusted to his sons. But when Elendil fell, Isildur left to assume his father's high throne, and in turn committed the rule of the south to his brother's son in a similar manner. Arvedui never surrendered his claim to the throne of Gondor, nor did he believe the kingdom of Elendil should remain divided. In ancient Numenor, he reminded them, the scepter passed to the king's eldest child, whether son or daughter. While war has often disrupted this tradition in our lands of exile, it remains the true law of our people, a law we must now honor, as the sons of Ondoher left no heirs. Gondor, however, offered no reply. Instead, the crown was claimed by Irnil, the victorious general, and it was granted to him with the full support of Gondor's Dúnedain, for he was of the royal line. He was the son of Siriandil, whose father was Calamasil, who was himself the son of Arcerius, brother to King Narmasil II. Though Arvedui did not press the matter, lacking both the power and the desire to oppose Gondor's choice, his descendants never forgot the claim, even after their own kingship had faded. For the time of the North Kingdom was swiftly approaching its end. Indeed, Arvedui's name meant last king, given to him at birth by the seer Malbeth. Malbeth had told Arvedui's father, "You shall name him Arvedui, for he will be the final king in Arthedain. Yet a choice will one day come to the Dúnedain. If they take the path that seems less hopeful, your son will change his name and rule a great realm. If not, then sorrow and the passing of many lives will follow, until the Dúnedain rise again united in Gondor." Only one king followed Irnil. Many later wondered if uniting the crown and scepter might have preserved the kingship and prevented great calamities. But Irnil was wise and humble. To him, and most in Gondor, the realm of Arthedain seemed a small thing, despite its noble lineage. He sent word to Arvedui, stating that he had accepted the crown of Gondor by its own laws and needs, adding, "Yet I do not forget Arnor's loyalty, nor deny our kinship, nor wish the realms of Elendil to grow estranged." I will send aid when you have need, to the best of my ability." However, it was long before Eärnil felt secure enough to fulfill his promise. King Arafant, and later Arvedui after him, fought a weary, dwindling defense against the assaults of Angmar. Then, in the autumn of 1973, messages reached Gondor that Arthedain was in dire peril, and the Witch King was preparing a final assault. Eärnil swiftly dispatched his son Eärnur north with a fleet, carrying as much strength as could be spared, but they arrived too late. Before Eärnur's ships made the havens of Lindon, the Witch King had overrun Arthedain, and Arvedui was lost. Yet when Eärnur finally reached the Grey Havens, both elves and men greeted his arrival with joy and astonishment. His fleet was so vast in size and number that they struggled to find anchorage, filling both the Harlond and the Forlond. From the ships came a powerful army, equipped for a war of kings, or so it seemed to the weary people of the north, though this force was but a small portion of Gondor's full might. Above all, the horses were praised, many brought from the vales of Anduin, ridden by tall, fair riders and proud princes of Rhovanion. Then Círdan gathered all who would join from Lindon and Arnor, and once ready, the host crossed the river Lune and marched north to challenge the Witch King of Angmar. The Witch King, it was said, had taken up residence in Fornost, filling it with wicked folk and usurping the house of the kings. In his arrogance, he did not wait for his enemies within his stronghold, but marched out to meet them, planning to drive them into the Lune as he had done to others before. But the host of the west descended upon him from the hills of Evendim, and a great battle erupted on the plain between Lake Ninuial and the North Downs. The armies of Angmar were already breaking, their lines collapsing as they fell back toward Fornost. It was then that the main host of riders, having swept around the flank of the hills, descended from the northern slopes and shattered the retreat into a full, panicked rout. The Witch King, salvaging what broken forces he could from the disaster, fled north toward his own dark land. Yet, before he could reach the safety of Carn Dûm, the cavalry of Gondor, led by Prince Eärnur, thundered after him. Simultaneously, a force under the elf lord Glorfindel emerged from the hidden valley of Rivendell. The defeat of Angmar was so complete that not a single man or orc of that realm remained west of the Misty Mountains. In the moment of total loss, the Witch King himself materialized upon the field, a stark figure in black robes and a featureless mask astride a midnight steed. A wave of dread washed over all who saw him. His malice, however, was reserved for the captain of Gondor, and with a shriek that froze the blood, he charged directly at Eärnur. The prince stood ready to meet him, but his own horse, maddened by terror, reared and bolted, carrying its rider helplessly away across the torn ground. The Witch King's laughter then cut through the air, a sound of such piercing horror that none who heard it would ever forget. But as that cruel mirth echoed, Glorfindel advanced upon his white horse. At the elf lord's approach, the Witch King's laughter died. He wheeled his mount and fled into the deepening shadows, for night was falling swiftly over the battlefield, and he vanished from all sight. Eärnur, having at last mastered his horse, returned seething with fury, eager to give chase. Glorfindel, gazing into the gathering gloom, spoke words that would long be remembered. Do not follow him. He will not come back to these lands. His doom lies far from here, and it is not by the hand of man that he will fall. Eärnur, however, burned with humiliation and a desire for vengeance, caring little for prophecy. Thus the realm of Angmar was ended, and thus Eärnur earned the Witch King's deepest hatred, a debt that would not come due for many long years. It was during the reign of King Eärnil, as later histories revealed, that the Witch King, having escaped the north, journeyed to the bleak land of Mordor. There he gathered the other 8 ringwraiths, over whom he held command. They bided their time in that poisoned land until the year 2000 of the Third Age, when they issued forth through the pass of Cirith Ungol and laid siege to the fair tower of Minas Ithil. The city fell after 2 years, its seeing stone captured, and it was never reclaimed while that age endured. Renamed Minas Morgul, the Tower of Sorcery, It became a place of such palpable fear that the few folk still dwelling in the surrounding lands of Ithilien abandoned their homes. Irnur, when he at last received the crown in 2043, was a man of his father's courage, but not his wisdom. His frame was powerful, his temper quick, and he found his sole pleasure in feats of arms and combat, taking no wife and living more as a champion of the arena than as a king. He maintained his physical prowess to an age far beyond the norm, and in the weapon sports of Gondor none could rival him. This very strength became his weakness. The Lord of Minas Morgul, recalling their encounter in the north, sent a challenge, mocking Irnur for his past flight. The steward Mardil managed to calm the king's wrath that first time. The city of Minas Anor, which had been the primary seat of the king since the days of Telimnar, was now formally renamed Minas Tirith, the Tower of Guard, ever watchful against the evil festering in Morgul. But only 7 years into his rule, the Lord of Morgul challenged him again, this time sneering that the faint heart of the king's youth had now been joined by the frailty of old age. This time, no council could hold Eärnur back. With a small escort of knights, he rode to the very gates of Minas Morgul. Not one of that company was ever seen again. Gondor believed its king had been treacherously captured and had died in torment within that cursed tower. With no witness to his death, the steward Mardil the Good ruled in the king's name, and the line of the kings dwindled to a mere handful. The ranks of Gondor's nobility had been thinned by the kinstrife, and in its aftermath the kings grew wary and suspicious of their own kin. Many under such suspicion fled to Umbar to join the rebels, while others abandoned their heritage entirely, marrying outside the ancient Numenorean lines. Consequently, no claimant to the throne could be found whose blood was pure or whose right was uncontested. The memory of that civil war haunted all, a grim spectre warning that another such division would spell the end of Gondor itself. Thus, as the years stretched on, the rule of the stewards endured. The crown of Elendil rested untouched in the silent lap of King Eärnil's effigy within the halls of the dead, where King Eärnur had last placed it. This line of stewards, known as the House of Húrin, traced its descent from Húrin of Emin Arnin, steward, to King Minadil, a man of the highest Numenorean lineage. From his time forward, kings consistently selected their stewards from among his heirs. Following the stewardship of Pelindur, the office became hereditary, passing like a kingship from father to son or nearest of kin. Each new steward would solemnly swear an oath to hold rod and rule in the king's name until he shall return. But let's be honest, this soon became a hollow ritual, a polite fiction everyone recited, while the stewards wielded every shred of royal power. Yet, the hope for a returning king never fully died in Gondor. Some whispered of the ancient northern line, rumored to survive in hidden places. The ruling stewards, however, met such whispers with hardened hearts. They governed, but they never presumed to sit upon the ancient throne. They wore no crown and held no scepter, bearing only a simple white rod as their badge of office. Their banner was plain white, while the forgotten royal standard had been black, adorned with a white tree in flower beneath 7 stars. Beginning with Mardil Voronwe, counted as the first, a line of 24 ruling stewards, governed until Denethor II, the 26th and last. Their early years were a time of quiet, the so-called watchful peace, when Sauron recoiled before the White Council and the ring-wraiths lurked unseen in Minas Morgul. But from the time of Denethor I onward, true peace was lost. Even without open war, Gondor's borders lived under perpetual threat. In Denethor's final years, a new terror emerged from Mordor, the Uruks, great black orcs of formidable strength. In the year 2475, they stormed across Ithilien and seized Osgiliath. It was Boromir, son of Denethor, for whom the later member of the Fellowship was named, who defeated them and reclaimed Ithilien. Yet Osgiliath was left a final ruin, its great stone bridge shattered, never to be inhabited again. Boromir was a mighty captain, a figure even the Witch King learned to fear. he was noble and fair, strong in body, and indomitable in will. But in that war he suffered a Morgul wound, a subtle, creeping evil that ate at his vitality. The once proud warrior dwindled, consumed by pain, and died just 12 years after his father. His passing ushered in the long, weary rule of Sirion. Vigilant and cautious, Sirion presided over a realm whose reach had shortened. He could do little but defend his borders, a frustrating holding action against enemies or the dark power directing them, who plotted blows he was powerless to prevent. Corsairs plagued his coasts, yet his gravest danger lay in the north. In the vast lands of Rovanion, between Mirkwood and the River Running, now dwelt a fierce people utterly under the shadow of Dol Guldur. They launched relentless raids through the forest, so that the vales of the Anduin south of the Gladden Fields became largely deserted. These Balcoch were continually reinforced by others of their kind drifting in from the east, even as the population of Kalinardon province dwindled away. Sirion found himself desperately hard-pressed just to hold the line of the great river. Sirion saw the storm gathering and sent word to the north for aid, but his call arrived too late. In the year 2510, the Balchoth, having constructed a vast fleet of boats and rafts along the eastern banks of the Anduin, poured across the river and overwhelmed its defenders. A Gondorian army marching from the south was cut off, driven north across the Limelight, and there ambushed by a savage horde of orcs descending from the mountains. Pressed back toward the Anduin, their doom seemed certain until hope arrived from an unexpected quarter. The thunder of horns echoed across the field, a sound never before heard in those southern lands, the horns of the Rohirrim. Eorl the Young led his riders in a furious charge that shattered the enemy, driving the Balchoth to their ruin across the plains of Kalinardon. In gratitude, Steward Sirion granted that very land to Eorl and his people for their own. In return, Eorl swore a solemn oath of enduring friendship and aid to the lords of Gondor, a bond that would echo through the ages. A far greater peril befell Gondor during the rule of Beren, the 19th Steward. 3 massive fleets, long in the making, sailed from Umbar and the Harad, assaulting the coasts with relentless force. Enemy soldiers landed at countless points, pushing as far north as the Ison's mouth. Simultaneously, Rohan found itself assailed from both east and west, its lands overrun, its people forced to retreat into the hidden dales of the White Mountains. The year 2758 brought the long winter, a season of terrible cold and deep snows from the north and east that lasted nearly 5 months. In the conflict, Helm of Rohan and both his sons perished. Misery and death gripped Eriador and the Mark alike. Yet south of the mountains, Gondor fared somewhat better. Before spring's arrival, Beregond, son of Steward Beren, managed to rally the defenses and break the invaders' hold. He swiftly dispatched what aid he could to Rohan. Recognized as the greatest captain to lead Gondor since Boromir's day, Beregond, upon succeeding his father in 2763, guided the realm toward recovery. Rohan, however, bore deeper scars and healed more slowly. This vulnerability led Beren to extend a fateful welcome to Saruman, granting him the keys to Orthanc. From 2759 onward, Saruman made Isengard his home. It was in Beregond's time that distant rumblings of the war of the dwarves and orcs in the Misty Mountains reached the south, a conflict whose full horror remained mere rumor until its aftermath spilled into their lands. Fleeing their defeat at Nanduhirion, bands of orcs tried to cross Rohan and claim the White Mountains, sparking years of bitter fighting in the Dales before the threat was finally eradicated. After the death of the 21st Steward, Belecthor II, the white tree in Minas Tirith also withered and died. With no seedling to be found, the dead tree was left standing in the courtyard, a silent testament to a promise. It would remain there until the king returns. Under Steward Turin II, Gondor's enemies stirred once more, for Sauron's shadow was lengthening and the hour of his open return drew near. Ithilien became a haunted place, its people, save the hardiest souls, fleeing west across the Anduin as Mordor's orcs infested the land. Ever resourceful, Turin ordered the construction of hidden refuges for his rangers throughout Ithilien, with Henneth Arnún becoming the most famed and well-guarded of these outposts. He also reinforced the defences of Caer Andros to protect Anórien. Yet the gravest threat simmered in the south, where the Haradrim had seized South Gondor, leading to constant clashes along the Poros River. When a major invasion force poured into Ithilien, King Folkwine of Rohan honored the ancient oath of Eorl, repaying the debt owed for Beregond's aid by sending a strong force of his riders to Gondor's defense. With their help, Turin achieved a decisive victory at the crossings of the Poros, a triumph bittersweet with loss, for both of Folkwine's sons fell in the fray. The Rohirrim buried the twin brothers together in a single great mound, Hord in Gwanur, high upon the riverbank. For years after, that barrow stood as a solemn sentinel, a place even Gondor's enemies feared to pass. Turgon followed Turin as steward, but his reign is marked most by the event that occurred 2 years before his death. Sauron at last revealed himself openly and re-entered Mordor, a land long prepared for his return. Barad-dûr was rebuilt, Mount Doom erupted in flame, and the last remnants of Ithilien's folk fled forever. In the shadow of these events, Saruman, seeing his opportunity, seized Isengard for himself, fortifying it as a power in its own right. Ecthelion II, the son of Turgon, was a ruler of profound wisdom. With the resources still available to him, he worked to fortify his kingdom against the looming threat from Mordor. He sought out and welcomed capable men from across the lands into his service, granting rank and reward to those who demonstrated their loyalty in many of these efforts. He relied heavily on the counsel of a mighty captain he esteemed above all others. In Gondor, this man was known as Thorongil, the Eagle of the Star, celebrated for his swiftness, sharp vision, and the silver star he wore on his cloak. None knew his true name or origin. He had come to Ecthelion from Rohan, where he served King Thengel, yet he was not of the Rohirrim people. A peerless commander on land and sea, he nonetheless vanished back into the shadows from which he emerged before Ecthelion's own days were done. Thorongil repeatedly advised the steward that the rebel forces gathering in Umbar posed a grave danger to Gondor, a threat to the southern provinces that would become catastrophic if Sauron ever began open war. Eventually, with Ecthelion's permission, he assembled a modest fleet and launched a surprise night attack on Umbar, setting fire to a large portion of the corsairs' ships. In a fierce battle on the docks, he personally defeated the captain of the haven before withdrawing his forces with minimal casualties. Yet, upon their triumphant return to Pelargir, to the astonishment and sorrow of all, he refused to go back to Minas Tirith, where high honors awaited him. He sent a final farewell to Ecthelion, stating, "Other duties now summon me, my lord. Much time and many dangers must pass before I might return to Gondor, if such is my fate." While no one could decipher what those duties were or who had called him, his direction was clear. He took a boat across the Anduin, bid his companions goodbye, and journeyed on alone. He was last seen facing the Mountains of Shadow. His departure cast a pall over the city, felt as a severe loss by all, save perhaps for Denethor, Ecthelion's son, who was then coming into his prime and would succeed his father as steward 4 years later. One might almost think Thorongil chose to exit stage left before his unofficial rival could officially become his boss, a neat bit of theatrical timing, though in truth Thorongil never competed for status, content to remain a loyal servant to the steward. Denethor II was a proud, tall, and valiant man, possessing a kingly bearing unseen in Gondor for generations. He was wise, far-sighted, and deeply learned. In appearance and bearing, he remarkably resembled Thorongil, as if they were close kin, yet he always seemed to rank second to the stranger in the people's affection and his father's esteem. Their counsel to the steward diverged on a key point. Thorongil often warned against placing trust in Saruman the White at Isengard, urging instead to welcome Gandalf the Grey. Denethor, however, held little fondness for Gandalf, and after Ecthelion's time the Grey Pilgrim found a cooler reception in Minas Tirith. In later years, many concluded that Denethor, with his subtle and penetrating mind, had likely deduced Thorongil's true identity and suspected that he and Mithrandir conspired to usurp his place. Upon becoming steward in the year 2984, Denethor ruled as a decisive and authoritative lord, keeping all governance firmly in his own hands. He spoke sparingly, heard counsel, and then followed his own judgment. He had married late in 2976, wedding Finduilas, daughter of Adrahil of Dol Amroth. She was a woman of great beauty and gentle spirit, but she died before 12 years had passed. Denethor loved her, in his own way, more deeply than any other, save perhaps for the elder of the two sons she bore him. To observers, she seemed to languish in the stifling, guarded city, like a sea bloom from the coastal valleys transplanted onto a barren stone. The growing shadow in the east filled her with dread, and her gaze turned perpetually southward, longing for the sea she had left behind, a silent yearning that deepened the quiet sorrow of her final years. Following the loss of his wife, Denethor grew even more withdrawn and severe, spending long hours in solitude within the White Tower, brooding over the inevitable assault from Mordor that he knew would fall upon his watch. It was later surmised that, driven by a need for insight yet constrained by his immense pride and confidence in his own mental fortitude, he risked gazing into the tower's palantir. No steward before him had dared such a thing, not even the kings Eärnil and Eärnur after the fall of Minas Ithil, when Isildur's seeing stone was captured by the enemy. The stone of Minas Tirith was Anarion's, and it was most attuned to the very one now held by Sauron. Through this perilous act, Denethor acquired a vast and dreaded knowledge of events, both within his realm and in distant lands, a feat that astonished his people. Yet the cost was terrible, aging him prematurely through a relentless battle of wills with the Dark Lord. This ordeal fed both his pride and a deepening despair, warping his perspective until he viewed the entire struggle of the age as a personal duel between the Lord of the White Tower and the Lord of Barad-dûr. He grew suspicious of all who opposed Sauron, trusting only those who pledged allegiance solely to him. As the shadow of the War of the Ring lengthened, Denethor's sons came into their own. Boromir, the elder by 5 years and his father's favourite, mirrored Denethor in countenance and pride, yet little else. He was cut from the same cloth as King Eärnur of old, eschewing marriage and finding his chief joy in weaponry and warfare, fearless and mighty, but with scant interest in lore beyond the chronicles of ancient conflict. Faramir, the younger, shared his brother's looks but little of his temperament. He possessed his father's shrewdness in reading the hearts of others. Yet what he discerned stirred in him compassion rather than contempt. A gentle soul, he was a scholar and a lover of music, leading many in those grim days to undervalue his courage compared to Boromir's. This was a mistake, for his bravery was of a different kind. He did not chase glory in pointless peril. He was one of the few in the city who welcomed Gandalf's visits, eagerly learning from the wizard's wisdom, a habit that increasingly displeased his father. Despite their differences, a profound bond existed between the brothers, forged in childhood when Boromir was ever Faramir's guardian. No jealousy for their father's favor or public acclaim ever tarnished their relationship. To Faramir, no one in all of Gondor could possibly equal Boromir, the heir of Denethor and captain of the White Tower. And Boromir felt the same. The coming war, however, would test this belief in unforeseen ways. The full tale of these three men in the War of the Ring is told elsewhere. With the war's end, the long rule of the stewards concluded, for the true heir of Isildur and Anarion returned, the kingship was restored, and the banner of the White Tree flew once more from the Tower of Ecthelion. Here follows a part of the tale of Aragorn and Arwen. Arador was the king's grandfather. His son Arathorn desired to marry Gilrain the Fair, daughter of Dirhal himself, a descendant of Aranarth. Dirhal opposed the match, for Gilrain was still very young. not yet having reached the customary age for marriage among the women of the Dundain. Furthermore, he argued, Arathorn is a stern man, already in his prime, and will become chieftain sooner than expected. Yet my heart warns me his life will be brief. But his wife, Ivorwin, who also had the gift of foresight, replied, Then all the more reason for haste. The days grow dark before the storm, and great events are approaching. If these two wed now, hope may be born for our people. If they wait, such hope will not arise again in this age. And so it was that Arathorn and Gilrain were wed. Their time together was tragically short. During a harsh winter, while hunting wolves that threatened the homesteads near the Coldfells north of Rivendell, Arador fell to hill trolls and was slain, making Arathorn chieftain of the Dundain. The very next year, Gilrain bore him a son, and he was named Aragorn. Aragorn was just a toddler when his father, Arathorn, rode out with Elrond's sons to confront a band of orcs. In that skirmish, an orcish arrow found its mark, piercing Arathorn's eye and cutting his life short at the age of 60, a tragically brief span for one of the Dunedain. Thus, the young heir of Isildur was taken with his mother to find refuge in the hidden valley of Rivendell. There, Elrond became his guardian, raising the boy with the affection of a true father. For his own protection, Aragorn was given the name Estel, meaning hope, and his royal lineage was concealed, for the wise knew the enemy was searching tirelessly for any surviving heir. When Estel reached 20 years, he returned to Rivendell after a season of bold ventures alongside Elrond's sons. Seeing him, Elrond's heart was gladdened, for the youth had grown fair and noble, come early into his strength, with a promise of even greater stature to come. On that day, Elrond revealed his foster son's true identity. "You are Aragorn, son of Arathorn, the heir of Isildur," he declared, presenting the ancient heirlooms, the ring of Barahir, a token of ancient kinship, and the shards of the sword Narsil. "With these great deeds may yet be done," Elrond said. "I foresee your life will be long, surpassing the measure of common men, unless shadow or failure finds you. The test ahead will be hard and enduring. The scepter of Anuminas I keep for now, for you have still to earn it." The following evening, as the sun dipped below the peaks, Aragorn walked alone through the birch woods. His spirit lifted, he sang aloud, filled with a newfound hope, and the world seemed radiant. Then, as if his song had woven reality itself, he saw a maiden moving across a green lawn between the white trees. He stopped, breathless, wondering if he had slipped into a dream or been granted the elven gift of making visions manifest. He had been singing a verse from the Lay of Lúthien, which tells of her first meeting with Beren in the forest of Neldoreth, and here, as if stepped from the song, was Lúthien herself in Rivendell, wrapped in a mantle of silver and blue, as fair as an elven twilight. Her dark hair lifted in a breeze, and stars seemed caught in the gems upon her brow. Afraid the vision would vanish, Aragorn called out, "Tinuviel, Tinuviel," just as Beren had in the elder days. The maiden turned, a smile touching her lips. "Who are you?" she asked, "and why do you call me by that name?" "Because I believed you to be Lúthien Tinuviel, of whom I sang," he answered. "But if you are not she, then you walk in her very likeness." "So I have been told," she replied, her tone now solemn. "Yet that name is not mine, though perhaps my fate shall not be so different." "But tell me, who are you?" "I was called Estel," he said, "but I am Aragorn, Arathorn's son, Isildur's heir, lord of the Dundain." Even as he spoke the lofty titles, they felt suddenly hollow, like trinkets compared to her grace and beauty. But she laughed, a sound like clear water. "Then we are kin from afar, for I am Arwen, Elrond's daughter, and I am also named Ondomiel." "Often in perilous times," said Aragorn, "men hide their greatest treasure. Yet I wonder at Elrond and your brothers, for though I have lived in this house since childhood, I never heard a whisper of you. How have we never met? Surely your father hasn't kept you locked away in some vault?" "No," she said, her gaze lifting toward the eastern mountains. "I have been dwelling for a time with my mother's kin in distant Lothlorien. I have only just returned to visit my father once more." A thoughtful silence fell between them then, as the first stars began to appear, and Aragorn felt the weight of his destiny intertwine with a new, unexpected longing. "It had been many years since I last walked in the valley of Rivendell." Aragorn was struck with wonder, for she appeared no older than he, a man who had seen only 20 summers in Middle-earth. Yet Arwen met his gaze and said, "Do not wonder. The children of Elrond share the life of the Eldar." In that moment Aragorn felt humbled, seeing the ancient light in her eyes and the wisdom of countless years. And from that hour he loved Arwen Undomiel, daughter of Elrond. In the days that followed, Aragorn grew quiet, and his mother, Gilrain, sensed that something profound had changed him. When he finally confided in her, speaking of the meeting beneath the twilight trees, she replied, "My son, your aim is lofty even for one descended from king. This lady is the noblest and fairest now upon the earth. It is not fitting for a mortal to wed with the elf kin." Aragorn answered, "Yet we share in that kinship, if the tales of our forefathers are true." "They are true," Gilrain admitted, "but that was long ago, in another age of the world, before our race diminished. I am afraid, without the goodwill of Lord Elrond, the line of Isildur may soon end. And I do not believe you will have Elrond's blessing in this." "Then my days will be bitter," said Aragorn, "and I will walk alone in the wilderness." "That may well be your fate," Gilrain replied. Though she possessed some foresight of her people, she spoke no more of her foreboding, nor did she share her son's words with anyone. But Elrond perceived much and understood the hearts of many. One day, before the autumn faded, he summoned Aragorn to his chamber. "Aragorn, son of Arathorn, lord of the Dúnedain, hear me," he began. "A great doom awaits you. You shall either rise above the height of all your fathers since the days of Elendil, or fall into darkness with all that remains of your kin. Many years of trial lie ahead. You shall take no wife, nor pledge yourself to any woman until your time comes and you are proven worthy." Troubled, Aragorn asked, "Has my mother spoken of this?" "No," said Elrond. "Your own eyes have revealed it. Yet I do not speak of my daughter alone. You shall be pledged to no one yet. As for Arwen the Fair, Lady of Rivendell and of Lothlorien, even star of her people, her lineage is greater than yours. To her you are like a sapling beside a birch that has seen many summers. She is far above you, and so I deem it may seem to her as well. But even were it otherwise, and her heart turned to you, I would still grieve because of the doom laid upon us." "What doom is that?" Aragorn inquired. "That, so long as I remain here, she shall live with the youth of the Eldar," Elrond answered. "And when I depart, she may choose to go with me." "I see," said Aragorn. "I have set my eyes upon a treasure no less dear than the treasure of Thingol that Beren once desired. Such is my fate." Then suddenly the foresight of his lineage came upon him, and he added, "But behold, Master Elrond, the years of your abiding grow short, and the choice must soon come to your children, to part with you or with Middle-earth." "True," Elrond acknowledged, "soon as we reckon time, though many years of men must still pass. Yet there will be no choice for Arwen, my beloved, unless you, Aragorn, come between us and bring one of us to a bitter parting beyond the end of the world. You do not yet understand what you ask of me." He sighed, and after a long silence, looking gravely upon the young man, he concluded, "The years will bring what they will. We shall speak no more of this until many have passed." The shadows lengthened, and great perils lay ahead. Aragorn then bid a fond farewell to Elrond. The following day he said his goodbyes to his mother, to the entire household of Rivendell, and to Arwen, before venturing out into the untamed wilderness. For close to 3 decades he toiled in the struggle against Sauron, becoming a trusted companion to Gandalf the Grey and gaining profound wisdom from the wizard. They undertook many dangerous quests together, though as time passed, Aragorn increasingly walked his path alone. His travels were arduous and lengthy, carving a sternness into his features that only a rare smile could soften. Yet, to those who met him, when he did not conceal his true bearing, he carried the unmistakable dignity of a king in exile. He journeyed under many identities, earning fame under numerous names. He rode with the cavalry of Rohan and fought for the steward of Gondor on land and sea. Then, in a moment of triumph, he vanished from the knowledge of the West, traveling deep into the distant East and the far South. There, he sought to understand the hearts of all people, both corrupt and noble, and unraveled the secret schemes of Sauron's agents. Through these trials, he grew into the hardiest of living men, masterful in their skills and knowledge. Yet he was always something more possessed of elven wisdom, with a piercing light in his eyes that few could bear when it was fully kindled. His countenance was often grave and stern under the weight of his destiny. Yet a well of hope remained in his heart, from which unexpected joy would sometimes bubble forth like a clear spring from stone. It happened that when Aragorn was 49, he returned from dangers on the bleak edges of Mordor, where Sauron had regained his power and was weaving fresh evil. Weary, he longed for the peace of Rivendell, planning to rest there a while before journeying onward. On his road north, he came to the borders of Lothlorien and was granted entry into that secret realm by the Lady Galadriel. Unbeknownst to him, Arwen Undomiel was also there, visiting once more with her mother's kin. The years had scarcely touched her, though her demeanor was more solemn and her laughter rare. Aragorn, however, had reached the full height of his manhood in body and spirit. Galadriel urged him to shed his travel-stained clothes, and she clad him in silver and white, with a cloak of elven grey and a bright star-shaped gem upon his forehead. Then he seemed less a man of his race, and more like a lord of the elves from across the sea. It was thus that Arwen saw him again after their long separation, as he walked toward her under the golden-flowered trees of Caras Galadhon. In that moment her heart's choice was irrevocably made, and her fate sealed. For a time they wandered together through the sun-dappled glades of the forest, until his road called him away. On a midsummer's eve, Aragorn, son of Arathorn, and Arwen, daughter of Elrond, climbed the fair hill of Serin Amroth at the heart of the land. Barefoot upon the immortal grass, amid Elenor and Nifredil blossoms, they looked east toward the growing shadow and west to the fading twilight. There they pledged their faith to one another and found a deep happiness. Arwen said to him, "The shadow is dark, yet my heart is glad. For you, Estelle, will stand with the great who shall overthrow it." But Aragorn answered with a sigh, "I wish I could share your certainty. The manner of its end is hidden from me, yet I will cling to your hope as my own. I utterly reject the shadow, but, my lady, nor does the twilight belong to me, for I am mortal, and if you bind your life to mine, Evenstar, you must also turn away from the undying west." She stood then, still and pale as a birch tree, gazing into the distance where her people would sail. Finally she replied, "I will bind myself to you, Dunedain, and forsake the twilight. Yet there lies the land of my people, the everlasting refuge of all my kin." Her love for her father was profound. When Elrond learned of his daughter's choice, he remained silent, though his heart was heavy, for the long-dreaded doom was now upon him, and no easier to bear. When Aragorn returned to Rivendell, Elrond summoned him. "My son," he began, "there are years ahead when hope will dim, and the path beyond them is unclear. A shadow now lies between us. Perhaps it is destined that through my loss the kingship of men may be restored. Therefore, though I love you, I must declare this: Arwen Undomiel shall not diminish the grace of her immortal life for any lesser cause. She shall not wed any man who is not the king of both Gondor and Arnor. To our kindred, even victory brings sorrow and farewell, but to you it may offer a season of joy. A brief season, alas, my son. I fear that for Arwen, the doom of men may feel bitterly cruel in the end." From that day, the matter was settled between Elrond and Aragorn. They spoke of it no further, and Aragorn departed once more into peril and hardship. As the world darkened and dread spread across Middle-earth, with Sauron's power swelling and the tower of Barad-dûr climbing ever higher, Arwen stayed in Rivendell. When Aragorn journeyed afar, her thoughts followed him in a quiet act of hope. She crafted for him a great and royal standard, fit only for one who would claim the lordship of the Númenóreans and the legacy of Elendil. After several years, Gilrain bid farewell to Elrond and returned to live among her own people in Eriador, dwelling in solitude. She saw her son rarely, for he travelled long in distant lands. But once, when Aragorn had come back to the north, he visited her. Before he left, she told him, "This is our last parting, Estelle, my son. Care has aged me as it would a woman of shorter years. I cannot bear to watch the darkness of this age closing upon Middle-earth. I will depart from it soon." Aragorn sought to console her. "Yet there may be a light waiting beyond the darkness," he said. "If it exists, I would have you see it and find gladness." She answered only with these words, "I gave hope to the Dúnedain. I have kept no hope for myself." And Aragorn left with a heavy heart. Gilrain died before the following spring. So the years moved toward the War of the Ring, a tale told elsewhere. How an unforeseen way was found to overthrow Sauron, and how a hope beyond all hope was realized. In the hour of seeming defeat, Aragorn came up from the sea and unfurled Arwen's standard on the fields of Pelennor, and on that day he was first hailed as king. When all was done, he entered his inheritance, receiving the crown of Gondor and the scepter of Arnor. At midsummer, in the year of Sauron's fall, he took the hand of Arwen Undomil, and they were wed in the city of the kings. The third age thus ended in victory and hope. Yet among its sorrows was the bitter parting of Elrond and Arwen, for they were separated by the sea and by a doom beyond the world's end. When the One Ring was unmade and the three lost their power, Elrond at last grew weary and forsook Middle-earth, never to return. But Arwen had chosen the fate of mortal women, though it was not her lot to die until all she had gained was lost. As queen of elves and men, she dwelt with Aragorn for 60 years in great glory and joy. Yet in time he felt age approaching, and knew his long life was nearing its close. Then Aragorn said to Arwen, "At last, Lady Evenstar, fairest and most beloved in this world, my day is ending. See, we have gathered and we have spent, and now the time of reckoning draws near." Arwen had long foreseen this moment, yet grief overwhelmed her. "Would you then, my lord, leave your people who live by your word before your time?" she asked. "Not before my time," he answered, "for if I do not go now, I will soon be forced to go regardless. And Eldarion, our son, stands ready, a man fully prepared to take up the kingship." Aragorn then went to the house of the kings on the Silent Street, where he lay upon the long bed prepared for him. After bidding farewell to Eldarion and entrusting to him the winged crown of Gondor and the scepter of Arnor, all departed save Arwen, who remained alone beside him. Despite her profound wisdom and noble lineage, she could not help but implore him to remain a little longer. She was not yet weary of life, and in that moment she felt the full, bitter weight of the mortality she had chosen. "Lady Undomil," Aragorn replied, "this hour is grievous, yet its path was set on the day we met beneath the white birches in Elrond's garden, a place now silent and untrodden upon the hill of Seren Amroth. When we turned from both shadow and twilight, we accepted this fate. Consider well, my love. Would you truly wish to wait until I dwindle, a king stripped of strength and sense, railing from a throne I can no longer hold? I am the last of the Númenóreans, the final king from the elder days. To me was granted not only a life thrice the span of other men, but also the grace to depart of my own will and return the gift. Therefore I will now sleep. I offer you no comfort, for within the circles of this world there is none for such grief. The final choice lies before you, to repent and sail to the havens, carrying into the west only the evergreen memory of our shared days, a memory and nothing more, or else to remain and face the doom of men. No, my dear lord, she answered. "That choice was made long ago. No ship now waits to bear me hence. I must abide the doom of men, willing or not, the loss and the silence. Yet I tell you, king of the Númenóreans, only now do I understand the story of your people and their downfall. Once I scorned them as foolish and prideful, but at last I pity them. For if this is truly, as the Eldar say, the gift of the one to men, it is a bitter thing to receive. So it seems," he said. "But let us not be overcome at this last trial, we who long ago renounced the shadow and the ring. We go forth in sorrow, but not in despair. Behold, we are not bound forever to the circles of the world. Beyond them lies more than memory. Farewell, Estel, Estel," she cried out. Even as he took her hand and kissed it, he fell into sleep. Then a great beauty was unveiled in him, so that all who later came beheld him with wonder, for they saw the grace of his youth, the valor of his manhood, and the wisdom and majesty of his age mingled as one long. He lay there, a vision of the splendor of the kings of men in undimmed glory, as it was before the world's breaking. But Arwen left the house, and the light in her eyes was extinguished. To her people she seemed to grow cold and gray, like a starless winter twilight. She said her farewells to Eldarion, to her daughters, and to all she had loved. Then she departed from the city of Minas Tirith and journeyed to the land of Lorien, dwelling there alone beneath the fading trees until winter arrived. Galadriel had departed, and Celeborn was gone, leaving the land in stillness. There at last, when the Malorn leaves were falling but spring had not yet come, she laid herself to rest upon Seren Amroth. There lies her green grave, until the world is changed, and all the days of her life are utterly forgotten by those who come after, and the Elenor and Nifredil bloom no more east of the sea. Here ends this tale as it has come to us from the south, and with the passing of the Evenstar, no more is told in this book of the ancient days. The house of Eol el Eol. The young was the lord of the men of the Etoheod. That land lay near the headwaters of the Anduin River, nestled between the farthest reaches of the Misty Mountains and the northernmost parts of Mirkwood Forest. The Eotheod people had migrated to the northern lands during the reign of King Ernil II, originating from the vales of the Anduin River between the Carrock and the Gladden. They were closely related by blood to the Beornings and the men living along the western edges of the great forest. The ancestors of Eol traced their lineage back to the ancient kings of Rovanion, whose kingdom once flourished beyond Mirkwood before the invasions of the Wain Riders, and so they considered themselves kin to the kings of Gondor, who were descended from Eldacar. Their hearts belonged to the open plains, finding joy in horses and all the skilled arts of riding, yet the middle vales of the Anduin were growing crowded in those days, and the lengthening shadow from Dol Guldur pressed upon them. Upon hearing of the Witch King's defeat, they sought more space in the north, driving the last remnants of Angmar's people from the eastern slopes of the mountains. However, by the time of Leod, Eol's father, their numbers had swelled, and they once again felt confined within their homeland. In the year 2510 of the Third Age, a fresh danger loomed over Gondor. A vast horde of wild men from the northeast surged through Rovanion, descending from the Brownlands and crossing the Anduin on makeshift rafts. Seizing the moment, whether by chance or dark design, the Orcs, then at the peak of their strength before their war with the Dwarves, poured down from the mountains. These invaders overran Calenardon. Cirion, the steward of Gondor, sent desperate pleas northward for aid, recalling the long-standing friendship between the men of the Anduin Vale and his own people. Yet the valley settlements were now sparse and scattered, slow to muster what help they could. When word finally reached Eol of Gondor's plight, though the hour seemed late, he gathered a great host of riders and set out. Thus he arrived at the battle of the Field of Celebrant, the lush green land lying between the Silverlode and Limelight rivers. The northern army of Gondor was in dire straits, defeated on the Wold and cut off from the south, driven back across the Limelight only to be ambushed by the Orc host and pushed toward the Anduin. Just as all hope seemed lost, the riders thundered unexpectedly from the north, shattering the enemy's rear. The tide of battle turned instantly. The enemy was driven back with great slaughter over the Limelight. Eol led a fierce pursuit, and such was the terror inspired by the horsemen of the north that even the invaders on the wold panicked, hunted by the riders across the plains of Calenardon. The region's inhabitants had dwindled since the Great Plague, and most survivors had been slain by the savage Easterlings. In gratitude, Steward Syrian granted all of Calenardon between the Anduin and Isen rivers to Eol and his people. They sent for their families and possessions from the north and made that land their own. They named it anew the Mark of the Riders, calling themselves the Eorlingas. In Gondor, however, the land was called Rohan and its people the Rohirrim, the Horse Lords. So Eol became the first king of the Mark. He chose for his dwelling a green hill before the feet of the White Mountains, which formed the southern wall of his realm. There the Rohirrim lived thereafter as a free people under their own kings and laws, bound in perpetual alliance with Gondor. Their songs, which still remember the north, tell of many lords and warriors, and many fair and valiant women. They say the chieftain Frumgar led their people to the Eothiod, of his son Fram. The tales recount how he slew Scatha, the great dragon of the Grey Mountains, bringing peace from the Long Worms. Fram won a legendary hoard, though this very treasure sparked a lasting feud with the dwarves, who claimed it as their own. Fram refused to pay them a single coin, instead sending a necklace crafted from the teeth of Scatha, declaring, "You will find no jewels to equal these in all your hoards, for they are rare indeed." It is whispered that the dwarves later killed Fram for this offense, and from that day there was little friendship between the Eothiod and the dwarves. Leod, father of Eol, was known as a breaker of wild horses which roamed the land in great numbers. He once captured a white foal that grew into a magnificent, powerful, and untamable stallion. When Leod finally attempted to ride him, the horse bolted, throwing him against a stone and killing him. Leod was just 42, leaving his son Eol, then 16, to seek vengeance. Eol tracked the horse for many days. His companions expected him to shoot the beast from a distance. But as they approached, Eol stood and shouted, "Come here, Mansbane. You shall have a new name." To their astonishment, the horse turned, walked to Eol, and stood calmly before him. Eol declared, "I name you Felaroth. You cherished your freedom, and for that I hold no grudge, yet now you owe me a heavy debt, and you will yield that freedom to me for the rest of your days." Eol then mounted him without bit or bridle, and Felaroth obeyed, carrying him home. From that day the horse understood human speech, though he permitted no rider but Eol. It was upon Felaroth that Eol rode to the field of Celebrant, for this horse lived as long as a man, as did his descendants, the mighty Miros, who would bear only the king of the Mark or his sons until Shadowfax's time. Men believed their sire was brought from the west over the sea by Bemar, whom the elves name Oromi. Among the kings between Eol and Theoden, Helm Hammerhand is most remembered, a stern man of formidable strength. In his day lived Freka, who claimed lineage from King Freowyne, though many said he had much Dunlandish blood and was dark-haired. He grew wealthy and powerful, holding vast lands on both sides of the river Edorn, where he built a stronghold and showed scant respect for the king. Helm distrusted him, but summoned him to council, which Freka attended only when it suited him. At one such council, Freka arrived with a large retinue and demanded Helm's daughter for his son Wulf. Helm replied, "You have grown since last we met, though I suspect it is more girth than greatness." Drawing laughter, for Freka was indeed broad around the middle, enraged. Freka insulted the king, finally sneering, "Old kings who refuse a helping staff may find themselves kneeling." Helm answered coolly, "Enough, your son's marriage is a small matter. Let Helm and Freka settle it privately. For now, the king and his council have weightier affairs." After the council, Helm rose, placed a heavy hand on Freka's shoulder, and said, "The king allows no brawling under his roof, but outside men may speak more freely." He marched Freka out from Idaros into the open field. To Freka's approaching men, Helm commanded, "Leave us. This is a private discussion, Go converse with my guards." Seeing the king's men far outnumbered their own, they withdrew. "Now, Dunlending," said the king, "you face Helm alone and unarmed. You have spoken plenty, now it is my turn. Freke, your folly has swollen with your gut. You speak of a staff. When Helm is given a crooked staff, he breaks it, like this." With that, he struck Freke a single blow with his fist so fierce that Freke fell, stunned, and died soon after. Helm swiftly declared Freke's son and his close relatives to be enemies of the king. They fled immediately, as Helm dispatched a large force of riders to the western borders. 4 years later, in 2758, immense hardship fell upon Rohan. Gondor could send no aid, as its coasts were besieged by 3 fleets of corsairs. Simultaneously, Rohan faced a new invasion from the east, and the Dunlendings, seizing their opportunity, crossed the Isen River and descended from Isengard. Their leader was revealed to be Wulf. Their army was vast, strengthened by enemies of Gondor, who had landed at the mouths of the Lefnui and Isen rivers. The Rohirrim were overwhelmed in battle, their lands conquered. Those who escaped death or capture retreated into the mountain valleys. Helm suffered a devastating defeat at the crossings of Isen and was forced to take refuge in the fortress of the Hornburg and the deep ravine behind it, later known as Helm's Deep, where he was besieged. Wulf captured Edoras, seated himself in the golden hall of Meduseld, and declared himself king. It was there that Helm's son Harleth made his final stand and fell defending the doors. The long winter began soon after, burying Rohan in snow for nearly 5 months, from November to March. Both the Rohirrim and their enemies endured terrible suffering from the cold and the prolonged famine that followed. Despair took hold in Helm's Deep, where hunger grew severe after Yule. Against the king's counsel, his younger son Hama led a desperate sortie into the snow from which none returned. Consumed by grief and starvation, Helm became a gaunt and terrifying figure. His mere presence became a powerful defense for the fortress. He would venture out alone, clad in white, moving like a phantom through the enemy camps to slay men with his bare hands. It was said no weapon could harm him if he carried none, and the Dunlendings whispered in fear that he fed on the flesh of the fallen, a tale that persisted in Dunland for generations. He possessed a great war horn, and his enemies soon learned to dread its sound echoing through the deep before his attacks, a blast that scattered them in terror down the Coombe one frigid night. The horn was heard, but Helm did not come back. At dawn, a break in the clouds revealed a lone, white figure standing motionless upon the dike, for no Dunlending dared approach. There stood Helm, frozen and dead, yet unbowed. Legends say his horn can still be heard at times in the deep, and that his spectral form walks among Rohan's foes, slaying them with fear itself. The winter broke not long after. Freolaf, son of Hild and Helm's sister, emerged from the refuge of Dunharrow with a band of determined men. In a daring surprise attack, he slew Wulf in Meduseld and reclaimed Edoras. Great floods followed the thaw, turning the Entwash Valley into an enormous marsh. The eastern invaders perished or withdrew, and aid finally arrived from Gondor. Before the year 759 ended, the Dunlendings were driven out, even from Isengard, and Freolaf was crowned king. Helm's body was brought from the Hornburg and laid in the 9th Royal Mound. Ever after, the white flowers of Simbelmini grew there so thickly the barrow seemed perpetually covered in snow. When Freolaf died, a new line of mounds was begun. The Rohirrim were left severely weakened by the war, the famine, and the loss of their livestock. It was fortunate that no major peril threatened them again for many years, as it was not until King Falkwind's reign that they regained their former strength. At Freolaf's coronation, Saruman appeared, bearing gifts and offering lavish praise for the valor of the Rohirrim. He was welcomed as an honored guest. Shortly thereafter, with permission from Beren, the steward of Gondor, who still claimed Isengard as a Gondorian fortress, Saruman took up residence there. Beren also entrusted to him the keys of the Tower of Orthancs. No enemy had ever managed to breach or damage that tower. Saruman, initially serving as the steward's lieutenant and the tower's warden, gradually began to carry himself as a lord among men. King Freyalaf was as relieved as Beren had been, content to know Isengard was held by a powerful ally. For a long time Saruman appeared to be just that, a friend, and perhaps he truly was one at the start. Later, however, few doubted his true motives. He had gone to Isengard hoping the Palantir remained, intent on forging his own dominion. After the final White Council, his designs against Rohan, though carefully concealed, turned dark. He claimed Isengard as his own, transforming it into a fortress of dread and guarded might, as if to challenge the very shadow of Barad-dûr. His allies and servants were gathered from all who bore hatred for Gondor and Rohan, whether men or far fouler creatures. Now let's talk about the kings of the Mark, a lineage born from horseback and hardship. Eorl the Young earned his name by taking the throne in his youth, his hair staying golden and his face ruddy until his last day, a day cut short by a fresh easterling assault on the wold, where he fell and was laid in the first burial mound alongside his legendary steed Felaroth. His son Brego spent years driving those enemies from the wold, securing a long peace. He's the one who finished the Golden Hall of Meduseld. But his triumph turned to ashes at its feast when his eldest son, Baldur, made a reckless vow to walk the paths of the dead and vanished forever. Brego, heartbroken, followed him within a year. Then came Aldur the Old, Brego's second son, who ruled for a staggering 75 years. Under him the Rohirrim truly flourished, pushing the last of the Dunlendish folk beyond the Isen and settling the mountain valleys. The next three kings, Freya, Freywine, and Goldwine, presided over such quiet prosperity that the chronicles barely mention them. Peace, it seems, makes for dull history, but boredom, as it often does, gave way to trouble. During Deor's reign, the Dunlendings started raiding across the Isen again, and in a bold move, they seized the abandoned ring of Isengard itself, digging in where they could not be rooted out. After Gram came the formidable Helm Hammerhand, whose reign ended in catastrophe with invasion and the brutal long winter, claiming his life and those of his sons. The kingship then passed to his nephew Frealaf Hildison. In his time, Saruman arrived at an Isengard freshly cleared of Dunlendings. The wizard's friendship was a boon to a weakened Rohan, though that help came with a price none could yet see. Britta, who followed, was so beloved for his generosity he was called Leofa. He warred against orcs fleeing into the White Mountains, and everyone thought he'd cleaned them out, a hopeful and ultimately wrong assumption. His son Walder had a tragically short reign, slain with all his men in an orc ambush on a mountain path. Then came Folker, the great hunter who swore not to pursue any game while a single orc lurked in Rohan. Once the last orc hold was cleansed, he finally turned to hunt the monstrous boar of Everholt. He killed the beast, but died from its wounds, a grimly poetic end. His son, Folkwin, inherited a kingdom restored in strength. He won back the West March from the Dunlendings and, remembering Gondor's past aid, sent a large force to help the steward fight the Haradrim. He wanted to lead them himself, but was persuaded to stay. His twin sons, Falkred and Fastred, went in his place and died together on the fields of Ithilien, a sacrifice that cemented the bond between the two realms, paid in the currency of a father's grief. Turin II of Gondor sent a substantial wergild of gold to Folkwin as compensation. Thengel, the third son and fourth child of Folkwin, reigned from 2870 to 2953. His reign is not remembered fondly, for he was a king consumed by avarice, both for lavish feasts and hoarded treasure. He frequently quarreled with his council of marshals, and even with his own children. His only son, Thengel, left Rohan upon reaching adulthood, seeking a life in Gondor where he earned high esteem in the court of steward Turgon. Thengel, who ruled from 2905 to 2980, married late in life. In 2943, he wed Morwen of Lossarnoch, a woman 17 years his junior. They had 3 children in Gondor, their second child being their only son Theoden. After Thengel's death, the lords of Rohan summoned Thengel home to rule, an obligation he accepted with clear reluctance. Yet he governed with wisdom and strength, though his continued use of the Gondorian tongue in his household raised eyebrows among the more traditional Rohirrim. In Rohan, Morwen bore him 2 more daughters. The youngest, Theodwyn, born in 1993, was the most beautiful, a late blessing in his old age, and dearly loved by her brother. It was shortly after Thengel's return that Saruman proclaimed himself Lord of Isengard, beginning his covert campaign of harassing Rohan's borders and aiding its foes. Theoden, reigning from 2948 to 3019, is remembered in song as Theoden Ednu the Renewed. He succumbed to a withering enchantment woven by Saruman, living as a faded shadow of a king until Gandalf the Grey broke the spell. Restored, he led his riders to a mighty victory at the Hornburg, and soon after to the titanic clash on the Pelennor fields. He met his end before the gates of Minas Tirith. His body was first laid to rest in the silent streets of that city, among the tombs of Gondor's rulers, but was later returned to Rohan to be buried in the 8th royal mound at Edoras, marking the end of a royal line. In 2989, Theodwyn married Eormund of Eastfold, the chief marshal of the Mark. Their son Eomer was born in 2991, and their daughter Eowyn in 2995. This was a time of gathering darkness, as Sauron's power grew and the shadow of Mordor stretched toward Rohan. Orc bands, including formidable Uruks in the secret pay of Saruman, began raiding the eastern lands, stealing and slaughtering the prized horses of the Rohirrim. Eormund, tasked with defending the eastern marches, was a passionate horseman and harbored a fierce hatred for orcs. He was often rash, chasing rumors of raids with a hot temper and too few riders. This recklessness led to his doom in 3002, when he pursued a decoy band to the very edge of the Emyn Muil and was ambushed by a large host lying in wait among the stones. Stricken by grief, Theodwyn fell ill and died not long after. King Theoden, in his sorrow, took her orphan children into his own household, loving them as his own. His own queen, Elfhild, had died giving birth to his only child, Theodred, and he never remarried. Thus, Eomer and Eowyn were raised in the halls of Edoras, watching as a creeping shadow seemed to dim the very light within their uncle's halls. Eomer grew to be a warrior in the mold of his forefathers, while Eowyn possessed a slender, tall grace and a proud bearing, a legacy, it was said, from her grandmother Morwen of Lossarnoch, whom the horse lords called Steelsheen. Eomer, born in 2991, was appointed a marshal of the Mark in 3017, and given command of the eastern marches his father once held. The War of the Ring took a heavy toll. Theodred, Theoden's son and heir, was slain at the crossings of Isen. With his dying breath on the Pelennor fields, Theoden named Eomer his heir and king. In that same battle, Eowyn carved her name into legend, fighting in disguise and slaying the Witch King, earning the enduring title of the Lady of the Shield Arm. Eomer, called Eärdig the Blessed, proved a great king. Young at his accession, he reigned for 65 years, a span exceeded only by Aldor the Old. He forged a lasting friendship with King Elessar, Aragorn, and with Prince Imrahil of Dol Amroth, often riding south to Gondor. In the final year of the Third Age, he married Lotiriel, Imrahil's daughter. Their son, Elfwine the Fair, succeeded him. During the reign of Eomer in Rohan, those who desired peace found it, and the folk prospered across the valleys and grasslands, their herds of horses growing ever larger. In Gondor, King Elessar held the throne, and his rule extended over Arnor as well. He was sovereign of all the ancient realms of old, with the sole exception of Rohan, for Elessar reaffirmed Sirion's original gift, and Eomer once more swore the oath of Eorel, a pledge he honored time and again. Though Sauron had fallen, the hatreds and corruptions he sowed did not perish, and the king of the West faced many foes before the White Tree could flourish undisturbed. Wherever King Elisar marched to war, King Eomer rode beside him. Beyond the Sea of Rhûn and across the distant southern fields, the thunder of the riders of the Mark echoed, and the banner of the white horse on green streamed in countless winds until Eomer's hair turned grey. Now, concerning the dwarves, both the elves and the dwarves themselves speak of strange legends about their beginnings, but these events are so remote that little is said of them here. Durin is the name given by the dwarves to the eldest of the 7 fathers of their kind, the forefather of all the kings of the Longbeards. He slept alone until, in the deeps of time at the awakening of that people, he journeyed to Azanulbizar. There, in the caves above the Miromiri, in the eastern misty mountains, he made his home, the place later celebrated in song as the Mines of Moria. He lived so long that he became known far and wide as Durin the Deathless. Yet he died before the elder days ended, and his tomb lies in Khazad-dûm. His line, however, never failed. 5 times an heir was born in his house, so resembling the forefather that he took the name Durin. The dwarves indeed believed him to be the Deathless One returned, for they hold many peculiar tales and beliefs about their own nature and fate in the world. After the First Age, the might and wealth of Khazad-dûm grew greatly, enriched by many refugees, much knowledge and craft, after the ancient dwarf cities of Nogrod and Belegost in the Blue Mountains were ruined at the breaking of Thangorodrim. The strength of Moria endured through the Dark Years and the dominion of Sauron, for though Eregion was destroyed and the gates of Moria shut, the halls of Khazad-dûm were too deep, too strong, and filled with a people too numerous and brave for Sauron to overcome from outside. Thus its treasures long remained unplundered, though its folk slowly began to diminish. It happened that in the middle of the Third Age, Durin was again king, the 6th of that name. The power of Sauron, servant of Morgoth, was then growing once more in the world, though the shadow in the forest that watched toward Moria was not yet recognized for what it truly was. All evil things were stirring. In their relentless search for mithril, that priceless metal becoming scarcer each year, the dwarves delved deep under Barazinbar. In their greed, they stirred from slumber a terror that had fled from Thangorodrim and lain hidden at the roots of the earth since the coming of the host of the West, a Balrog of Morgoth. Durin was slain by it, and the next year his son Nine-Eye followed. Then the glory of Moria faded, its people destroyed or scattered far and wide. Most of the survivors journeyed north. Thrain-Eye, son of Nain, came to Erebor, the lonely mountain, near the eastern edge of Mirkwood, and there began new works, becoming king under the mountain. In Erebor he discovered the great jewel, the Arkenstone, heart of the mountain. Yet his son, Thorin-Eye, later departed for the far north to the Grey Mountains, where most of Durin's folk were now gathering, for those peaks were rich and little explored. But dragons lurked in the wastes beyond. After many years they grew strong and multiplied, making war upon the dwarves and plundering their labors at last. Dane-Eye and his second son, Fror, fell before a great cold drake at the very door of their hall. Soon after, most of Durin's folk abandoned the Grey Mountains. Gror, Dain's son, led many followers east to the Iron Hills, while Thror, Dain's heir, returned to Erebor with his uncle Borin and the rest of their people. Thror brought the Arkenstone back to the great hall of Thrain, and under his rule the dwarves flourished. They crafted not only objects of stunning beauty, but also weapons and armor of exceptional quality, trading ore freely with their kin in the Iron Hills. The Northmen living between the river Running and the Redwater grew powerful, pushing back eastern threats, while feasting and song filled the halls of the lonely mountain. Yet this very prosperity became its curse. The rumor of Erebor's wealth traveled far, reaching the ears of dragons. Smaug the Golden, the greatest dragon of that age, swept down upon the mountain without warning in a storm of flame. The realm was swiftly destroyed, the nearby town of Dale left in ruins. Smaug claimed the great hall, making his bed upon a vast hoard of gold. From the destruction, many of Thror's kin escaped, with Thror and his son Thrain II, the last to flee through a secret door. They wandered south with their family and a small band of loyal followers, homeless and destitute. Years later, an aged and broken Thror, in a moment of grim resolve, gave his son Thrain the last of the 7 rings. "This may yet be the seed of a new fortune for you, however unlikely it seems," he said. "But remember, it needs gold to breed gold." When Thrain asked if he meant to return to Erebor, Thror replied, "Not at my age. I leave our vengeance on Smaug to you and your sons. I am weary of poverty and the scorn of men. I go to see what I can find." He did not say where. Perhaps age, misfortune, and brooding on the lost glory of Moria had clouded his mind. Or perhaps the ring, sensing its master's awakening, was already twisting his thoughts toward ruin. From Dunland, he journeyed north with his sole companion, Nar, crossing the Redhorn Pass into the Dimrill Dale. When they reached Moria, the gate stood open. Nar pleaded for caution, but Thror, acting like a returning heir, strode proudly inside. He never returned. Nar hid nearby for days, until a loud shout and a horn's blast echoed from the gate. A body was flung onto the steps. As Nar crept closer, a voice called from the shadows, "Come on, Beardling, we see you, but fear not today. We need a messenger." Nar approached and found Thror's body, his head severed and lying face down. Harsh orc laughter echoed, and the voice declared, "If beggars will not wait but sneak in to thieve, this is their reward. Should any more of your foul-bearded kind dare enter, they will share this fate. Go and tell them. And if his family wonders who rules here now, the name is on his face. I wrote it. I killed him. I am the master." Nar turned the head and saw the name Azog branded in dwarf runes upon the brow, a name seared forever into the memory of all dwarves. As he moved to retrieve the head, Azog's voice stopped him. "Drop it. Begone, here is your fee, Beggarbeard." A small bag struck him, containing only a few worthless coins. Tears streaming down his face, Nar fled along the Silverlode River. A single glance over his shoulder revealed a horrific sight. Orcs had emerged from the gate and were dismembering the king's body, tossing the pieces to waiting crows. This was the grim news Nar carried back to Thrain. Upon hearing it, Thrain wept and tore at his beard before sinking into a heavy silence. For 7 days he did not speak. Finally, he rose and declared, "This cannot be borne." Thus began the long and brutal war of the dwarves and the orcs, a conflict fought chiefly in the lightless deeps beneath the mountains. Thrain immediately dispatched messengers to spread the tale to every corner of the dwarf holds. Yet it took 3 full years for the dwarven clans to fully muster their strength. The folk of Durin assembled their entire host, and they were joined by massive forces from the other great houses, all united in furious wrath over this dishonor to the heir of their eldest line. Once prepared, they systematically assaulted and sacked every orc stronghold they could find, from Mount Gundabad to the Gladden Fields. The fighting was merciless on both sides, marked by death and cruelty under both sun and shadow. But the dwarves prevailed through sheer might, their peerless weapons, and the burning fire of their vengeance as they hunted for Azog in every mountain den. Eventually, the fleeing orcs were all driven back and gathered within Moria. The pursuing dwarf host cornered them at Azanul-Bizar, a great valley nestled between the mountain arms near the lake of Keld-Zaram, land that was once part of the ancient kingdom of Khazad-dûm. When the dwarves saw the gate of their ancestral home upon the hillside, they raised a thunderous shout that echoed through the vale. But a vast army of foes was arrayed on the slopes above, and from the gates poured a fresh multitude of orcs, held in reserve by Azog for this final hour. Fortune initially favored the orcs. It was a sunless winter day. They held the high ground, outnumbered the dwarves, and did not falter. So commenced the Battle of Azanul-Bizar, or Nanduhirion, in the Elvish tongue. a memory that still makes orcs shudder and dwarves weep. The first assault, led by Thrain himself, was thrown back with heavy losses. Thrain was driven into a nearby wood of great trees that stood not far from the lake. There his son Frerin and his kinsman Fundin fell, along with many others, and both Thrain and his son Thorin were wounded. Across the field the battle raged back and forth with terrible slaughter. The tide finally turned, with the late arrival of the fresh-mailed warriors from the Iron Hills, led by Nian, son of Gror. They drove like a spearhead through the orc lines right to the very threshold of Moria, shouting "Azog! Azog!" as they cleaved through all in their path with their mattocks. Nian then stood before the gate and roared, "Azog, if you're in there, come out, or is the sport in the valley too rough for you?" At this challenge, Azog emerged. He was a massive orc, with a huge iron-clad head, yet agile and powerful. With him came his personal guard of similar fighters. As they clashed with Nian's company, Azog turned to him and sneered, "What, another beggar at my door? Must I put my mark on you as well?" He then rushed at Nian, and they fought. But Nian was half-blind with rage and weary from battle, while Azog was fresh, savage, and cunning. In a final, desperate effort, Nian swung his mattock with all his remaining strength. Azog dodged aside, kicked Nian's leg, and sent the dwarf stumbling forward as his weapon shattered on the stone. With a swift, brutal swing, Azog hewed at Nian's neck. The mail collar held, but the blow was so heavy it broke Nian's neck, and he fell. Azog laughed, lifting his head to unleash a great yell of triumph, but the cry died in his throat. He looked out and saw his entire host in the valley was broken and fleeing. The dwarves were sweeping across the field, slaying at will, and those orcs who could escape were shrieking as they ran south in a panicked rout. The last of his personal guard lay slain around him. Azog turned and fled back toward the great gate. A dwarf with a crimson axe bounded up the steps after him. It was Dain Ironfoot, son of Nain. He caught the orc leader right before the doors and struck him down, cleaving the head from his shoulders. This deed was hailed as mighty, for Dain was then considered but a youth among his long-lived people. A long road of years and battles still stretched before him, until at last, aged yet unbroken, he would fall in the War of the Ring. Yet for all his toughness and fury, they say that when he descended from the gate his face was ashen, like one who has glimpsed a profound terror. When the fighting was done, the surviving dwarves gathered in the valley. They took Azog's head, stuffed its mouth with a small purse of coins, and mounted it upon a stake. There was no celebration that night. Their grief for the fallen was beyond measure. Scarcely half of their host, it is told, could stand or had hope of recovery. Come morning, Thrain stood before them. One eye was blinded, and he limped from a leg wound, yet he declared, "Good, the victory is ours, Khazad-dûm belongs to us again." But the weary dwarves answered, "You may be Durin's heir, but even with one eye you should see more clearly. We fought for vengeance, and vengeance we have had, yet it tastes bitter. If this is victory, then our hands are too small to grasp it." Those not of Durin's line added, "Khazad-dûm was never our father's house. What is it to us but a rumor of treasure? Now, if we must leave without the rewards and Wergild owed, we would be happier the sooner we turn for home." Thrain then turned to Dain. "But my own kin will not abandon me." "No," said Dain, "you are the father of our people. We have bled for you and would again. But we will not enter Khazad-dûm, nor will you. I alone have peered through the shadow of that gate. Something waits for you beyond it still. Durin's bane the world must alter, and some power other than our own must arise before Durin's folk walk again in Moria." Thus, after the battle, the dwarves prepared to disperse. First, with heavy labor, they stripped their own dead so no orc might plunder a trove of arms and armor. Every dwarf who left that field was bent under a grievous load. They built many pyres and burned the bodies of their kin. So many trees were felled in the valley that it remained barren thereafter, and the smoke of the burning was seen as far as Lothlorien. When the dreadful fires were ash, the allies departed for their own lands, and Dine Ironfoot led his father's folk back to the Iron Hills. Then, standing by the great stake, Thryne said to Thorin Oakenshield, "Some would say this head was bought too dear. At the very least, we have traded our kingdom for it. Will you come back to the anvil with me? Or will you go begging at proud doors?" "To the anvil," Thorin answered. "The hammer will keep our arms strong, at least until they can wield sharper tools again." So Thryne and Thorin, with their remaining followers, among them Balin and Glúin, returned to Dunland. Soon after they moved on, wandering through Eriador, until at last they established a home in exile east of the Ered Luin, beyond the river Lune. Most of what they forged in those days was of simple iron, yet they managed a meager prosperity, and their numbers slowly grew. But as Thror had said, the ring needed gold to breed gold, and of that, or any precious metal, they had little to none. A word may be said here of this ring. The dwarves of Durin's folk believed it to be the first of the 7 rings forged. They held that it was given to Durin III, king of Khazad-dûm, by the elven smiths themselves, and not by Sauron, though his evil influence was upon it, for he had a hand in the making of all the 7. The keepers of the ring rarely showed it or spoke of it, seldom parting with the heirloom until their final days, leaving its whereabouts shrouded in mystery. Many speculated it lay hidden within Khazad-dûm, perhaps resting undisturbed in the sealed tombs of the kings, unless those tombs had been found and looted. Among the line of Durin's heir, a mistaken belief persisted that Thror had been wearing the ring when he made his ill-fated return to the ancient hall. Its fate afterward remained unknown. It was not recovered from Azog's remains. Yet, as the dwarves now reckon, it is likely Sauron, through his dark arts, had discerned who held this last free ring, and that much of the singular misfortune plaguing Durin's line sprang from his malice. The dwarves had proven impossible to tame by such means. The rings held no power to enslave them, but instead kindled in their hearts a fierce greed for gold and jewels, until all else seemed worthless, and their spirits burned with wrath and a thirst for vengeance against any who would take what was theirs. From their very creation, they were fashioned to resist domination with unmatched steadfastness. They could be broken or slain, yet never reduced to spectral thralls bound to another's will. For the same reason, their lifespans were untouched by any ring, neither lengthened nor shortened by its influence, all of which only deepened Sauron's hatred toward the bearers and his desire to strip them of their treasure. It may well have been, in part, the ring's own malice that after some years stirred in Thryne a deep restlessness and discontent. The craving for gold gnawed incessantly at his mind. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, his thoughts turned toward Erebor, and he resolved to return. He spoke nothing of this to Thorin. Instead, with Balin and Dwalin and a handful of others, he rose, bid farewell, and departed. Little is known of what followed. It now appears that almost as soon as he journeyed abroad with his small company, he became the hunted quarry of Sauron's emissaries. Wolves tracked him, orcs ambushed his path, and sinister birds cast shadows over his travels. The harder he pushed northward, the more misfortune dogged his steps. One bleak night, as he and his companions wandered in the lands east of the great river, a lashing black rain forced them to seek shelter under the eaves of Mirkwood. By morning, Thrain had vanished from the camp. His companions called for him in vain, searching for many days until, hope abandoned, they turned back and at last returned to Thorin. Only much later was it learned that Thrain had been captured alive and dragged to the pits of Dol Guldur. There he was tormented, the ring was taken from him, and in the end he perished. Thus Thorin Oakenshield became the heir of Durin, an heir without hope. When Thrain was lost, Thorin was 95, a dwarf of proud and kingly bearing, yet he appeared resigned to remain in Eriador. There he labored long, traded, and accumulated what wealth he could. His folk grew in number as many wandering Durin's folk, hearing of his dwelling in the west, came to join him. They built fair halls in the mountains, amassed stores of goods, and their days grew less harsh, though in their songs they still spoke of the distant lonely mountain. The years stretched on. The embers in Thorin's heart grew hot once more, as he brooded on the wrongs suffered by his house and the vengeance upon the dragon that was now his birthright. In his forge, the ring of his great hammer accompanied thoughts of armies, weapons, and alliances. Yet the armies were scattered, the alliances shattered, and the axes of his people were too few. A fierce, hopeless anger burned within him as he struck the red iron upon the anvil. But then, by sheer chance, a meeting took place between Gandalf and Thorin that would alter all the fortunes of Durin's line and lead to ends far greater than any had foreseen. Once, as Thorin journeyed back west, he made a stop for the night at Bree, and there Gandalf was also staying. He was traveling to the Shire, a place he had not seen in 2 decades, seeking a brief respite from his weariness. His mind was heavy with concerns, particularly the growing danger in the north. Gandalf understood that Sauron was preparing for war, aiming to strike Rivendell once he gathered sufficient strength. The only force standing against a potential eastern invasion to reclaim Angmar and the mountain passes was the dwarves of the Iron Hills. Beyond their realm stretched the bleak desolation left by the dragon, a weapon Sauron could wield with devastating results. The question of how to end Smaug's threat weighed on him. It was precisely as he sat pondering this that Thorin Oakenshield approached. "Master Gandalf," Thorin began, "we are not acquainted, yet I feel compelled to speak with you lately. My thoughts have turned to you often, as if I were meant to find you. I would have sought you out sooner had I known where to look." Gandalf regarded him with surprise. "How curious, Thorin Oakenshield," he replied. "You have been in my thoughts as well. Though my path leads to the Shire, it occurred to me that road might also lead to your halls." "Call them halls, if you wish," said Thorin. "They are but humble lodgings in exile, yet you would be most welcome. Men speak of your wisdom and knowledge of the wider world. I bear many burdens and would value your counsel." "I will come," Gandalf answered, "for I suspect we share at least one trouble. The dragon of Erebor occupies my mind, and I doubt he is forgotten by the grandson of Thror." The tale of their meeting and the bold plan Gandalf formed to aid Thorin is told elsewhere, of the quest from the Shire to the lonely mountain, which led to unforeseen and mighty ends. Here, only matters touching Durin's folk are recalled. The dragon was slain by Bard of Esgaroth, yet battle erupted in Dale. Orcs, led by Bolg, son of Azog, whom Dain had slain in his youth, swarmed Erebor upon learning of the dwarves' return. In that first battle of Dale, Thorin Oakenshield suffered a mortal wound and was laid to rest under the mountain, the Arkenstone upon his breast. His nephews, Fili and Kili, also fell. But Dain Ironfoot, his cousin who marched from the Iron Hills to his aid, and was his rightful heir, became King Dan II, restoring the kingdom under the mountain, as Gandalf had hoped. Dain proved a wise and mighty ruler, under whom the dwarves thrived and grew strong once more. That same year, in the waning summer of 2941, Gandalf finally convinced Saruman and the White Council to assail Dol Guldur. Sauron withdrew to Mordor, believing himself secure from all foes. Consequently, when the war arrived, its chief fury was directed southward. Yet even so, Sauron's far-reaching influence might have wrought terrible evil in the north had King Dain and King Brand not barred his path. As Gandalf later remarked to Frodo and Gimli while they dwelt together in Minas Tirith, not long after word of distant events reached Gondor, "I mourned Thorin's fall," Gandalf said, "and now we hear Dain has fallen, fighting again in Dale, even as we battled here. I would call it a grievous loss, were it not rather a marvel that in his great age he still wielded his axe so powerfully. They say he stood over King Brand's body before the gate of Erebor until darkness took the field. Yet outcomes could have been far different and far more dire. When you recall the great battle of the Pelennor, do not overlook the struggles in Dale and the courage of Durin's folk. Consider what might have been. Dragon fire and savage swords sweeping through Eriador, darkness falling upon Rivendell. There might have been no queen in Gondor. Our victory here could have led us home to nothing but ruin and ash. Yet that fate was avoided, all because I crossed paths with Thorin Oakenshield one spring evening in Bree. What we in Middle-earth call a chance meeting, Dis, daughter of Thrain II, remains the only dwarf woman named in these records. Gimli noted that dwarf women are rare, making up perhaps no more than a third of their population. They rarely journey outside their halls unless driven by great necessity. In voice, appearance, and even travel garb, they so closely resemble dwarf men that other folk often cannot distinguish them. This has bred the silly belief among men that dwarf women do not exist, that dwarves simply spring from stone. The scarcity of women explains why their people increase so slowly and face peril without secure homes. Dwarves wed only once in their lives and guard their rights fiercely in all things. In truth, fewer than a third of dwarf men ever marry. Not every woman seeks a husband, some wish for none, while others yearn for one they cannot have and will accept no other. Many men, too, remain unwed, consumed by their craft. Consider the long history of Durin's folk, the founding of Erebor in 1999, the slaying of Dain-for-Ai by a dragon in 2590, its terrible sack in 2770, the murder of Thror in 2790, the gathering of the dwarves from 2790 to 2793, the brutal war of the dwarves and orcs lasting until 2799, and the Battle of Nandu Hirion that same year. Thrain's wandering began in 2841, ending with his death and the loss of his ring in 2850. Then came the Battle of Five Armies and the fall of Thorin Thu in 299-41, followed by Balin's fateful departure for Moria in 2089. Those named as kings of Durin's folk, whether in exile or on the throne, are specially noted. Among Thorin Oakenshield's companions on the quest to Erebor, Ori, Nori, and Dori were of Durin's house, though more distant kin to Thorin, Bifur, Bofur, and Bombur traced their roots to dwarves of Moria, but were not of Durin's direct line. Gimli, son of Gloin, earned great renown. He was one of the 9 walkers, who set forth with the ring and stood beside King Elessar through the war. His deep friendship with Legolas, son of King Thranduil, and his reverence for the Lady Galadriel earned him the name Elf-Friend. After Sauron's defeat, Gimli led a group of dwarves from Erebor southward and became lord of the Glittering Caves. There, he and his people performed mighty works in Gondor and Rohan. For Minas Tirith, they forged new gates of mithril and steel to replace those shattered by the Witch King. His friend Legolas brought elves from Greenwood to settle in Ithilien, restoring it as the fairest land in the western regions. Yet when King Elessar at last laid down his life, Legolas followed his heart's longing and sailed over the sea. A final note from the Red Book tells a curious tale, that Legolas took Gimli with him. So great was the friendship between them, a bond unlike any other between elf and dwarf. If true, it is a wonder that a dwarf would leave Middle-earth for love, that the Eldar would welcome him, or that the lords of the West would allow it. Some say Gimli went also to behold once more the beauty of Galadriel, and perhaps she, mighty among the Eldar, won this grace for him. But beyond that, nothing more can be said. Appendix B, the Tale of Years, Chronology of the Westlands, the First Age closed with the Great Battle, where the host of Valinor shattered Thangorodrim and cast down Morgoth. Most of the Noldor then returned to the far west, dwelling on Eressëa within sight of Valinor, and many of the Sindar also crossed the sea. The Second Age ended with the first overthrow of Sauron, servant of Morgoth, and the taking of the One Ring. The Third Age concluded with the War of the Ring, yet the Fourth Age was not truly reckoned to have begun until Master Elrond's departure, marking the dawn of human dominion and the waning of all other speaking peoples across Middle-earth. In this new era, earlier times were often referred to as the Elder Days, though that title more accurately belonged to the epoch before Morgoth's expulsion. The full chronicles of those distant years are not set down in this account. The Second Age presented a stark contrast. It was a time of shadow for the men of Middle-earth, yet an age of splendor for Numenor. Records from the mainland are sparse and vague, their timelines often unclear. In its early centuries, many of the High Elves remained. Most made their home in Lindon, west of the Blue Mountains, but before the razing of the Dark Tower, numerous Sindar elves journeyed east. Some founded kingdoms in the deep forests, ruling over populations largely composed of sylvan elves. Among these was Thranduil, who became king in the northern reaches of the vast Greenwood. In Lindon, north of the River Lune, dwelt Gil-galad, the last heir of the exiled Noldor kings, recognized as the high king of all elves in the west. For a time, south of the Lune, lived Celeborn, a kinsman of the ancient king Thingol, with his wife Galadriel, the greatest of elven women. She was the sister of Finrod Felagund, the friend of men and former king of Nargothrond, who sacrificed his life to save Beren, son of Barahir, driven by a restless curiosity and whispers of unparalleled craftsmanship. A company of Noldor later ventured to the region of Irigion, near the western slopes of the Misty Mountains, and close to the west gate of Moria. Their journey was spurred by the discovery of mithril in the dwarven mines. The Noldor, master artisans, and somewhat more open to friendship with dwarves than their Sindar kin, fostered a bond with Durin's folk in Moria, a camaraderie that became the closest ever known between the two races. Celebrimbor, a descendant of the famed Fëanor, ruled in Irigion and was their most skilled craftsman. What follows is a chronicle of key events. The Grey Havens and Lindon were established. The Edain arrived in Numenor. Many dwarves migrated from their old cities in the Blue Mountains to Moria, bolstering its population. Elros Tar Miniatur passed away. Sauron began to stir once more in Middle-earth. Silmerian was born in Numenor. The first Númenórean ships were sighted off the coasts. The Noldor founded Eregin, sensing the rising power of Numenor. Sauron selected Mordor as his stronghold and began the construction of the Dark Tower. Tar-Unkelime became the first ruling queen of Numenor. Sauron attempted to corrupt the Eldar. Gil-galad rebuffed him, but the smiths of Irigion were ensnared. The Númenóreans started building permanent havens. Under Sauron's tutelage, the elven smiths attained peak skill and commenced forging the rings of power. The 3 rings were completed in Irigion. In the fires of Mount Doom, Sauron forged the 1 ring and finished his tower. Celebrimbor finally perceived Sauron's treachery. The war of the elves and Sauron erupted. The 3 rings were sent into hiding. Sauron's armies invaded Eriador. Gil-galad dispatched Elrond to Eregún. Eregún was devastated, Celebrimbor slain, and the gates of Moria sealed shut. Elrond retreated with the surviving Noldor and established the sanctuary of Rivendell. Sauron overran Eriador Tar Minastir of Numenor, sent a mighty fleet to Lindon, leading to Sauron's defeat. Sauron was driven from Eriador, granting the western lands a long peace. From this period, the Númenóreans began founding coastal dominions, while Sauron expanded his power eastward, a shadow slowly creeping toward Numenor itself. Tar-Atanamir took the scepter, and rebellion and division began among the Númenóreans. It was around this time that the Nazgûl, the ringwraiths enslaved to the 9 rings, first appeared. Umbar was fortified into a great Númenórean stronghold. The haven of Pelargia was built, becoming the chief refuge for the faithful Númenóreans. Ar-Adunacor assumed power. Finally, Tar-Palantir's repentance sparked civil war in Númenor. Ar-Pharazôn the Golden claimed the scepter of Númenor, his ambition a gleaming crown. He sailed his mighty fleet to the shores of Umbar, and there the Dark Lord Sauron was taken as a captive. Yet this was a hollow victory, for within the gilded halls of the king, Sauron began his subtle work. Over long years, he seduced the king's mind and poisoned the hearts of the Númenóreans, turning their pride into a reckless fury. At Sauron's whispered urging, Ar-Pharazôn commanded the building of a great armament, a fleet intended for an unthinkable assault. In the year 3319, he dared to assail the blessed realm of Valinor itself. This act of defiance brought about the downfall, the cataclysm that swallowed Númenor beneath the sea. Only the faithful, led by Elendil and his sons, escaped the waves. From the wreckage rose the realms in exile, Arnor in the north and Gondor in the south. The Palantiri, the seeing stones, were divided between them. Sauron, his spirit surviving the ruin, returned to his ancient stronghold of Mordor. His shadow grew long again, and in 3429 he struck at Gondor, seizing Minas Ithil and burning the White Tree. Isildur fled down the river Anduin to his father in the north, while his brother Anarion mounted a desperate defense of Minas Anor and Osgiliath. In response, the last alliance of elves and men was forged. Gil-galad and Elendil marched their host east, gathering at Imladris before crossing the Misty Mountains. On the Dagor-lad plain they fought Sauron's forces and prevailed, laying siege to the dark tower of Barad-dûr. The siege was long and bitter. Anarion was slain. Finally, in 3441, Elendil and Gil-galad overthrew Sauron, though both kings perished in the struggle. Isildur cut the One Ring from Sauron's hand. With his defeat, Sauron's power passed away, and his ringwraiths fled into the shadows. Thus ended the Second Age. The Third Age dawned, a long twilight for the Eldar. They lived in peace, preserving what was beautiful with the power of the Three Rings, but they created little anew, dwelling ever in the glory of bygone days. The dwarves retreated into their deep mountain halls, guardians of hoarded gold and mithril. Yet as dragons awoke and darkness stirred once more, their treasures were plundered, and they were driven into exile, a scattered and wandering folk. Even mighty Moria, long secure, saw its people dwindle until its endless corridors echoed with emptiness. Meanwhile, the descendants of the Númenóreans saw their wisdom and longevity fade as their blood mingled with that of other men. After 1,000 years, when a shadow first crept through the boughs of the great forest once called Greenwood, a new hope appeared. The Istari, the wizards, came to Middle-earth. They were said to be messengers from the far west, sent to contest Sauron's return and to unite all free peoples against him. Their mission, however, was one of guidance, not domination. They were forbidden to use raw power or to rule through fear. They took the form of old men, aging with painful slowness, and possessed of great wisdom and subtle skill. They kept their true names secret, using those given to them. The greatest of their order were two, Curunir, whom men called Saruman, the man of skill, and Mithrandir, known as Gandalf, the Grey Pilgrim. Saruman's mind turned often to the east, though he made his fortress at Isengard. Gandalf, ever a friend to the elves, was a wanderer in the western lands, owning no home but the road. Isn't it just wonderful how the wise and powerful always end up with the real estate? Saruman gets a nice, defensible tower with excellent storage for all his future poor decisions, while Gandalf gets, well, blisters. He wandered for centuries, a celestial messenger with the travel itinerary of a door-to-door salesman, relying on the hospitality of folks who probably just wanted a quiet night. The guardianship of the three elven rings was a closely held secret. Only at the age's end was it revealed they were held by Gil-galad, Galadriel, and Círdan the shipwright. Gil-galad, before his death, gave his ring to Elrond. Círdan, whose sight pierced the veils of time, later surrendered his own. He greeted Mithrandir at the Grey Havens, perceiving his origin and his ultimate fate. "Take this ring, master," Círdan said, "for your labors will be heavy. It will sustain you against the weariness you have chosen. This is the ring of fire, and with it you may rekindle hearts in a world growing cold. But my own heart belongs to the sea. I will dwell by these grey shores until the last ship sails. I will await you in the early years of the age." Isildur planted a seedling of the White Tree in Minas Anor, a symbol of Gondor's endurance. He entrusted the South Kingdom to his nephew Meneldyl before journeying north. His journey ended in the disaster of the Gladden Fields, where Isildur and his 3 eldest sons were slain by orcs. His esquire, Ortar, bore the shards of Elendil's sword, Narsil, to the safety of Imladris. Valendil, Isildur's youngest son, then became king of Arnor. The years flowed on. Elrond wed Celebrian, daughter of Celeborn. Their sons Elladan and Elrohir were born, and later their daughter Arwen Undomiel. In Gondor, King Osterhair rebuilt Minas Anor, strengthening its wall. Yet peace was fragile, and in the year 490, the first invasion of Easterlings swept across the eastern borders, a dark omen of conflicts yet to come. In the year 500 of the Third Age, King Romendil I of Gondor achieved a decisive victory over the Easterlings. His reign, however, was cut short when he fell in battle in 541. The line of the Ship Kings began with Falastor in 830, marking a new maritime era for the realm. The northern kingdom of Arnor fractured in 861 following the death of King Erendur. Gondor's power expanded southward when King Eärnil I captured the haven of Umbar in 933, turning it into a formidable stronghold, though Eärnil himself was later lost at sea in 936. His successor, King Ciriandil, perished during a siege of that same city in 1015. Gondor reached its zenith under Har-Mendasil, who conquered the vast lands of Harad around 1050. Yet even as the southern kingdom flourished, a shadow was creeping over the world. The once great Greenwood grew dark and perilous, earning the new name of Mirkwood. It was during this period that the records of the wise first mention the Perianath, or Halflings, with the arrival of the Harfoots in Eriador. By the year 1100, the Istari and the Eldar lords became aware of a malignant force fortifying Dol Guldur, which they initially believed to be one of the Nazgûl. The reign of Atanatar Alcuin commenced in 1149. Around 1150, the Falohidés entered Eriador, while the Stores crossed the Redhorn Pass, settling in the Angle or the wilds of Dunland. Darkness continued to gather pace. By 1300, orcs multiplied in the misty mountains, assailing the dwarves, and the Nazgûl re-emerged. Their leader journeyed north to establish the wicked realm of Angmar. Many halflings migrated west, with a large community taking root at Bree. Conflict was relentless. In 1356, King Arjoleb I of Dane was slain fighting Rhudaur, and the Stores began to abandon the Angle. The Witch King of Angmar invaded Arnor in 1409, killing King Arvolig I while Fornost and the Barrow Downs of Tirn Gorthad were defended. The great watchtower of Amon Sul was destroyed. In the south, the death of King Valakar of Gondor in 1432 sparked the brutal kinstripe. Osgiliath was burned in 1437, its prized Palantir lost, and the rightful heir, Eldekar, was forced to flee to Rovanion after his son Ornindil was murdered. Eldekar returned to reclaim his throne in 1447, defeating the usurper Castamir at the crossings of the river Erui and laying siege to Pelargir. The rebels escaped to seize Umbar in 1448. King Aldemir fell in war against the Haradrim and the corsairs of Umbar in 1540. But his successor, Har-Mendasil II, avenged this loss by defeating the men of Harad in 1551. A significant shift occurred in 1601 when King Arjolib II granted lands beyond the Baranduin River to a large group of halflings migrating from Bree. They were later joined by Stores coming up from Dunland around 1630. Tragedy struck Gondor again in 1634 when corsairs sacked Pelargir and killed King Minardil. This was followed by the Great Plague of 1636, which devastated the kingdom, claiming King Telemnar and his heirs. The White Tree in Minas Anor perished, and the desolation spread north, laying waste to much of Eriador. The halflings beyond the Baranduin survived, but their numbers were greatly diminished. In 1640, King Tarandor moved the royal court permanently to Minas Anor, planting a new seedling of the White Tree. Osgiliath was abandoned to decay, and the watch on Mordor was neglected. A moment of triumph came in 1810 when King Telumita reclaimed Umbar and expelled the corsairs, earning the title Umbardacil. Yet new threats arose from the east, with the invasions of the Wainriders beginning in 1851. Gondor suffered grievously, losing its eastern territories and its king, Narmasil II, in battle by 1856. His son, Kalamitar, routed the Wainriders on the Dagorlad in 1899 and later erected the White Tower in Minas Anor in 1900. Hoping to strengthen both kingdoms, Gondor and Arnor renewed their alliance in 1940, sealed by the marriage of Arvedui, heir of Arnor, to Firiel, daughter of Gondor's King Onderher. Onderher was slain in battle in 1944. The Gondorian captain Irnil secured a crucial victory in South Ithilien and then crushed the Wainrider host at the Battle of the Camp, driving the survivors into the Dead Marshes. Arvedui pressed his claim to the throne of Gondor through his wife's line, but the crown ultimately passed to the victorious Irnil II in 1945. The end came for the North Kingdom in 1974 when the Witch King overran Arthedain and captured Fornost. King Arvedui perished, drowning in the icy bay of Ferotial in 1975, and the Palantiri of Anuminas and Amon-Sul were lost forever. That same year, Irnil's son, Ernur, arrived with a fleet from Gondor. The Witch King was defeated at the Battle of Fornost and pursued into the Etenmoors before vanishing from the north. In 1976, Aranarth, son of Arvedui, became the first chieftain of the Dundain, entrusting the heirlooms of Arnor to Elrond in Rivendell. The years that followed saw great movements of peoples. Frumgar led the Eotheod north in 1977, and in 1979, Bukka of the Marish became the first Thane of the Shire. But evil was stirring anew. The Witch King entered Mordor in 1980 and gathered the other Nazgul to him. A terror of the ancient world, a Balrog, awoke in the depths of Moria, slaying King Durin VI in 1980 and his son Naina-Hais in 1981. The dwarves were driven out, and many sylvan elves fled Lorien. Their lord Amroth and his beloved Nimrodel were lost. Thraina found refuge, establishing a new dwarf kingdom under the lonely mountain, Erebor, in 1999. As the new millennium dawned, the Nazgul besieged Minas Ithil, capturing it in 2002. The city fell into shadow, becoming Minas Morgul, and its seeing stone was taken by the enemy in the year 2043 of the Third Age. Irnur ascended to the throne of Gondor, only to be taunted by the Witch King of Angmar. The challenge was issued again in 2050, and the proud king, unable to ignore the insult, rode to the dread gates of Minas Morgul, never to return. With his disappearance, Mardil became the first ruling steward, beginning a long line of stewards who would govern the realm in the king's absence. By 2060, a shadow was growing in Dol Guldur, a darkness so profound the wise feared it was Sauron himself gathering his strength once more. Gandalf ventured into that foul place in 2063, causing the Dark Lord to retreat and hide in the distant east, beginning a period known as the Watchful Peace, though the Nazgul remained a silent threat in their Morgul fortress. Meanwhile, in the north, Thorin I abandoned the lonely mountain of Erebor, leading his people to the Grey Mountains, where the scattered remnants of Durin's folk were gathering. Back in the Shire, Isumbras I became the 13th Tain, the first of the Took line, while the Old Bucks settled the land east of the Brandywine, later known as Buckland. This peace proved fragile. It ended in 2460, when Sauron returned to Dol Guldur with terrible new power. In response, the White Council was formed 3 years later. Around this same dark time, the store hobbit Deagol discovered a golden ring in the riverbed, a find that cost him his life at the hands of his cousin Smeagol, who was swiftly consumed by its power. Smeagol, soon to be known as Gollum, vanished into the deep caves of the Misty Mountains. War flared again in 2475 with a renewed assault on Gondor. Osgiliath, the ancient capital, was finally laid to ruin, its great stone bridge shattered. Sauron's forces grew bolder, with orcs secretly fortifying the misty mountains to block the passes and the Dark Lord seeding the halls of Moria with his vile creatures. A personal tragedy struck in 2509 when the Lady Celebrian, travelling to the golden woods of Lothlorien, was ambushed in the Redhorn Pass. She suffered a poisoned wound from an orc arrow that left a lasting shadow on her spirit, leading her to depart over the sea the following year, a poignant departure that left her family in quiet mourning. As if sensing this grief in the world, orcs and Easterlings swarmed over Calenardon, only to be routed by Eorl the Young and his riders at the Field of Celebrant. The land was granted to Eorl's people, the Rohirrim, who made it their home. Eorl fell in battle in the Wold in 2545. His son Brigo later completed the great Golden Hall of Meduseld, but tragedy struck his own family when his son Baldur ventured through the Forbidden Door under the Dwimmerberg and was lost. In the far north, dragons reappeared, bringing fire and ruin to the dwarves. King Dain was slain by one such beast in 2589, prompting Thror to return to Erebor, while his brother Gror went to the Iron Hill. Far from these epic struggles, a quieter innovation occurred around 2670 when Tobold Hornblower first cultivated pipeweed in the south farthing of the Shire. The latter centuries saw constant strife. Orcs invaded Eriador, and in 2747, the formidable Bandobras Bullroarer took famously routed an orc band in the north farthing. A great crisis came in 2758 when Rohan was overrun from east and west, and Gondor was assailed by the corsairs of Umbar. King Helm of Rohan was forced into the fastness of Helm's Deep, while the usurper Wulf seized Edoras. The terrible long winter that followed brought famine and death across the lands. It was Gandalf who brought crucial aid to the Shire folk during this bleak time. Helm perished in 2759, but his nephew Frealaf liberated Edoras, beginning a new line of kings. In a fateful move, the wizard Saruman took up residence in Isengard around this time. Then came the dragon. In 2770, Smaug the Golden descended upon Erebor in fire, destroying Dale and driving Thror, his son Thrain, and grandson Thorin into exile. Years later, Thror, consumed by a desire to look once more upon the halls of his fathers, entered Moria and was slain by an orc chieftain in 2790. This sparked the War of the Dwarves and Orcs, culminating in the brutal Battle of Azanul-Bizar before the east gate of Moria in 2799. After the carnage, Thrain and Thorin wandered westward, eventually settling in the Blue Mountains. Orcs continued to trouble Rohan for decades, slaying King Walder in 2861. Driven by a restless longing, Thrain II set out to return to Erebor in 2841, but was hunted by Sauron's servants. He was captured and imprisoned in Dol Guldur in 2845, where the last of the Dwarven rings was taken from him. Gandalf, venturing into that fortress again in 2850, confirmed Sauron's return and his search for the One Ring and Isildur's heir. There he found the dying Thrain and received from him the key to the secret door of Erebor. Despite Gandalf's urgent counsel for an attack, the White Council, led by Saruman, who secretly desired the ring for himself, chose inaction in 2851. Saruman began his own covert searches near the Gladden Field. In Gondor, the White Tree died with Steward Belecthor II in 2852, and no seedling could be found, a somber symbol of the fading line of kings. Sauron's machinations stirred conflict in the south, and in 2885 the Haradrim crossed the river Porus, attacking Gondor. The twin sons of King Falquin of Rohan fell fighting in that war. As the shadow lengthened, most of Ithilion's people fled attacks from Mordor's Uruks, with the hidden refuge of Henneth Annwn constructed as a secret outpost. Yet, hope was also born in these years. In 2890, Bilbo Baggins came into the world in the Shire, and in 2907, Gilraen was born, who would one day be the mother of Aragorn, the heir to all these tangled threads of history, the fell winter descended with a terrible grip, freezing the Brandywine and other rivers solid. White wolves crossed into Eriador from the frozen north. The following year, great floods ravaged the lands of Enedwaith and Minheriath, leaving the ancient city of Tharbad a ruined, deserted shell. The old Took passed away. Years later, Arathorn, son of Arador of the Dundain, married Gilraen. Tragedy soon followed when Arador was killed by trolls. In the white city of Minas Tirith, Denethor II, son of Ecthelion II, was born. On the 1st of March, Aragorn, son of Arathorn II, entered the world. His father, Arathorn II, was slain not long after, and a grieving Gilraen took her young son to the refuge of Rivendell. Lord Elrond took him as a foster son, naming him Istel, meaning hope, and his royal lineage was kept secret. Saruman, growing ever more secretive, learned that Sauron's servants were scouring the Anduin near the Gladden Fields, meaning the Dark Lord had discovered Isildur's fate. Alarmed but silent, he withheld this from the White Council. In a cozy hobbit hole in the Shire, Thorin Oakenshield and Gandalf paid a visit to Bilbo Baggins, setting in motion an adventure where Bilbo would encounter the creature Gollum and find a mysterious ring. The White Council finally acted. Saruman, now eager to keep Sauron from the river, agreed to move against Dol Guldur. Sauron, his plans set, abandoned that fortress. The Battle of the Five Armies was fought in Dale, where Thorin II fell. Bard of Lake Town slew the dragon Smaug, and Dain of the Iron Hills became king under the mountain. Bilbo returned home to the Shire with his ring, while Sauron slipped back into Mordor in secret. Bard rebuilt Dale and was crowned its king. Meanwhile, a bitter, lonely creature named Gollum left his mountains and began a relentless hunt for the thief who had taken his precious in Rohan. A future king, Theoden, son of Thengel, was born. Gandalf and Balin later visited Bilbo, sharing tales of the wider world. Findula's daughter of Adrahil of Dol Amroth was born. Sauron then declared himself openly in Mordor, gathering his power and beginning the reconstruction of the Dark Tower. Barad-dûr, Gollum, drawn by a dark pull, turned his steps toward that land. Sauron dispatched 3 of his Nazgûl to reclaim Dol Guldur. In Rivendell, Elrond at last revealed to Estel his true name and lineage as Aragorn, heir of Isildur, and gave to him the shards of the sword Narsil. It was there, in the woods of Imladris, that Aragorn met Arwen, newly returned from Lothlorien. His destiny now clear, Aragorn ventured out into the wild. The White Council met for the last time, debating the rings of power. Saruman, deep in his own deceit, falsely claimed to have learned that the One Ring had been carried down the Anduin to the sea. He then withdrew to Isengard, claiming it as his own fortress, and grew jealous and fearful of Gandalf, setting spies to watch him, noting his peculiar interest in the Shire. Soon Saruman's agents were lurking in Bree and the Southfarthing. Mount Doom awoke, flames bursting forth once more, driving the last inhabitants of Ithilien to flee across the great river. Aragorn and Gandalf's paths crossed, beginning a lifelong friendship. For many years, Aragorn journeyed far and wide, serving in disguise as Thorongil in the courts of King Thengel of Rohan and steward Ecthelion II of Gondor, his travels taking him to the very edges of Haradwaith, where he learned the subtle arts of desert survival. Frodo Baggins was born in the Shire. Denethor wed Findulas of Dol Amroth. Bane, son of Bard, succeeded his father as King of Dale. Boromir, son of Denethor II, was born. Aragorn came again to Lothlorien, and there, upon the hill of Serene Amroth, he and Arwen Undomiel pledged their love. He gave her the ring of Barahir Gollum, after his long, wretched journey, reached the borders of Mordor and made a foul alliance with the spider Shelob. Theoden ascended to the throne of Rohan. Faramir, son of Denethor, and Samwise Gamgee were born. After Ecthelion Thu died, Denethor II became the steward of Gondor. The young Finduilas passed away. Balin, driven by memory and hope, left Erebor and entered the darkness of Moria. In Rohan, Eomer was born, followed later by his sister Eowyn. Balin's colony in Moria was destroyed, and he perished. The shadow from Mordor grew longer. In a fatal move, Saruman dared to use the Palantir of Orthanc, only to be ensnared by Sauron, who controlled the matching Ithil stone. Thus, Saruman became a traitor. His spies reported that the Rangers were closely guarding the Shire. At Bilbo's grand farewell feast, Gandalf first grew deeply suspicious that Bilbo's ring was the One Ring. The guard on the Shire was redoubled. Gandalf began a desperate search for news of Gollum, calling upon the skills of Aragorn for aid. Bilbo left the Shire to become a permanent guest in Rivendell. Over the next several years, Gandalf visited Frodo regularly in the Shire, their conversations by the fire often lingering on old legends and strange portents. Brand, son of Bane, became king in Dale. And finally Gilraen, mother of Aragorn, passed away, her hope for her son now resting in his own hands. In the fall, Gandalf made his final journey to visit Frodo at Bag End. Over the next 8 years, he and Aragorn would periodically resume their search for the creature Gollum, scouring the valleys of the Anduin, the shadowed paths of Mirkwood, and the wide lands of Rhovanion right up to the bleak borders of Mordor. It was during this period that Gollum, driven by his obsession, dared to enter the Dark Lord's domain and was seized by Sauron's forces. With the mountains and all eastern lands growing perilous, Lord Elrond summoned his daughter Arwen, and she returned to the safety of Rivendell. By the year 3017, Gollum was set loose from Mordor, a pawn in a darker game. Aragorn tracked and captured him in the treacherous Dead Marshes, delivering him to King Thranduil's halls in Mirkwood. Gandalf, meanwhile, journeyed to Minas Tirith, where he studied the ancient scroll of Isildur, uncovering a grave secret. These were the years that would shape the fate of all. In the spring of 3018, Gandalf arrived in Hobbiton. That June, Sauron's forces assailed Osgiliath, and almost simultaneously, Thranduil's realm was attacked, allowing Gollum to slip away into the wild. In July, Boromir departed Minas Tirith on his errand, and Gandalf found himself trapped in the Tower of Orthanc. By August, all sight of Gollum had vanished, hunted by both elves and the enemy's minions. It was believed he sought a desperate refuge in the depths of Moria. Yet when he finally found the West Gate, he discovered he was trapped, a prisoner of his own fear. Gandalf made a daring escape from Orthanc at dawn in September. As the Black Riders crossed the fords of Isen, he arrived at Edoras like a ragged wanderer and was initially turned away at the gates. He eventually gained entry, only for King Theoden to dismiss him with a curt command: "Take any horse you wish, but be gone before another day is done." What a warm welcome for a wizard who had saved their skins more times than anyone could count. The hospitality of Rohan was truly as deep as a puddle. After this royal snub, Gandalf sought out the legendary horse Shadowfax, who at first would not let him approach. The wizard followed the steed across miles of open fields before finally winning his trust. Meanwhile, the Black Riders reached Sarn Ford by evening, scattering the Ranger Guard. 4 of them entered the Shire before first light, while others chased the Rangers east, before returning to watch the Greenway. One rider came to Hobbiton at nightfall, prompting Frodo to secretly leave Bag End. Now mounted on Shadowfax, Gandalf rode hard from Rohan. He crossed the river Isen. Frodo, having entered the old forest, found shelter with Tom Bombadil. As Gandalf forded the Grey Flood, the hobbits spent a second night in that strange refuge, only to be captured by a Barrow-wight. Gandalf reached Sarn Ford. Frodo arrived in Bree after dark, and Gandalf paid a visit to the Gaffer. In the early hours, both Crickhollow and the inn at Bree were raided. Frodo fled Bree, and Gandalf, arriving at Crickhollow too late, reached Bree himself by night. On October 1st, Gandalf departed Bree. 3 days later, He was assailed at night on Weathertop. By the 6th, the hobbits' camp under Weathertop was attacked, and Frodo received a grievous wound. On the 9th, the elf lord Glorfindel set out from Rivendell. By the 11th, he drove the riders from the bridge of Mitithel. Frodo crossed the bridge on the 13th. Glorfindel found the wounded hobbit at dusk on the 18th. The same day Gandalf finally reached Rivendell. The escape across the ford of Bruinen happened on the 20th, and by the 24th, Frodo awoke, recovering from his ordeal. Boromir arrived in Rivendell that very night. The Council of Elrond was held on the 25th. When December came, the Fellowship of the Ring left Rivendell at dusk. In January of 3019, the company reached the region of Hollin. Snow plagued them on Caradhras on the 11th and 12th. Wolves attacked in the early hours of the 13th, and by nightfall they stood before the west gate of Moria, with Gollum beginning his silent pursuit. They spent the night of the 14th in the 21st hall. The next day brought the tragedy at the bridge of Khazad-dûm and Gandalf's fall. The remaining company reached the stream Nimrodel late that night. By the 17th, they came to Caras Galadon in Lothlorien at evening. Unbeknownst to them, on the 23rd, Gandalf pursued the Balrog to the peak of Zirak-Zigil. He cast down his foe on the 25th, and himself passed away, his body remaining on the high summit. In February, on the 14th, Galadriel showed Frodo her mirror. That same day, Gandalf returned to life, though he lay in a deep trance. The company bid farewell to Lorien on the 16th, observed from the west bank by a hidden Gollum. The next day, the eagle Gwaihir bore the revived Gandalf to Lorien. On the 23rd, their boats were attacked at night near Sam Gibir. By the 25th, they passed the great statues of the Argonath and camped at Parth Galen. Far to the west, the first battle of the fords of Isen was fought, and Teodred, son of King Theoden, was slain. The 26th saw the breaking of the fellowship. Boromir fell in battle, his horn heard faintly in far-off Minas Tirith. Merry and Pippin were taken captive by orcs. Frodo and Sam entered the eastern Emyn Muil, choosing their lonely path. Aragorn set out in pursuit of the orcs at evening. Éomer, Marshal of Rohan, learned of the orc band's descent from the Emyn Muil. At sunrise on the 27th, Aragorn reached the west cliff. Defying King Theoden's orders, Éomer set out from Eastfold around midnight to hunt the orcs. By the 28th, he had overtaken them just outside the eaves of Fangorn Forest. Meriadoc and Pippin made their escape, finding an unexpected ally in the ancient Treebeard. As dawn broke, the Rohirrim launched their assault, scattering the orc forces. Meanwhile, Frodo carefully descended the rocky slopes of the Emyn Muil, where a fateful encounter with Gollum awaited. In a distant, sorrowful moment, Faramir stood by the river and witnessed the funeral boat bearing his brother Boromir. The Entmoot commenced in the forest depths, a slow and deliberate council. Éomer, riding back to Edoras, crossed paths with Aragorn and his companions as March began. Frodo started his treacherous crossing of the Dead Marshes at first light. The Entmoot continued its deliberate debate. In a stunning turn, Aragorn was reunited, not with the fallen Gandalf the Grey, but with Gandalf the White, radiant and renewed. Together they set their course for Edoras. On orders from his father, Faramir departed Minas Tirith on a mission into Ithilien. By the 2nd, Frodo had reached the far side of the Dismal Marshes. Gandalf arrived at Edoras, where his power restored King Theoden to vigor and purpose. The Rohirrim, now rallied, rode west to confront the threat of Saruman. The second battle of the fords of Isen was fought, ending in the defeat of Erkenbrand. The Ent-Moot finally concluded in the afternoon, and with a rumbling like moving hills, the Ents marched on Isengard, arriving under cover of night. Theoden was forced to fall back to the fortress of Helm's Deep, where the Battle of the Hornburg erupted. As men fought for survival, the Ents finished their work, utterly destroying the machinery and walls of Isengard. On the 4th, Theoden and Gandalf departed Helm's Deep for Isengard. Far to the east, Frodo reached the grim slag mounds bordering the desolation before the Black Gate. Theoden arrived at the ruins of Isengard at noon on the 5th, parleying with the trapped Saruman in the Tower of Orthancs. A shadow passed overhead, a winged Nazgul flying over the camp at Dol Baran. Sensing greater peril, Gandalf left swiftly for Minas Tirith, taking Peregrine with him. Frodo, hiding within sight of the Morannon, waited until dusk to move on. In the early hours of the 6th, Aragorn was met by the Rangers of the North. Theoden set out from the Hornburg for Harrowdale, with Aragorn following later. Frodo was discovered and taken by Faramir to the hidden refuge of Henneth Annwn on the 7th, while Aragorn arrived at Dunharrow as night fell. At daybreak on the 8th, Aragorn dared the paths of the dead, reaching the Stone of Eric by midnight. Frodo left the hidden waterfall. Gandalf entered Minas Tirith on the 9th. Faramir also departed Henneth Annwn. Aragorn set out from Eric, coming to Callambel. At dusk, Frodo reached the ominous Morgul Road. Théoden came to Dunharrow, and a palpable darkness began to pour out of Mordor. The 10th brought the dawnless day. The riders of Rohan mustered at Harrowdale and rode to war. Outside the gates of Minas Tirith, Gandalf executed a daring rescue of Faramir. Aragorn crossed the river Ringlow. An army from the Morannon captured Caer Andros and pushed into Anorion. Frodo, passing the crossroads, watched in horror as the vast Morgul host began its march. On the 11th, a conflicted Gollum visited Shelob, but seeing Frodo asleep, he felt a fleeting, almost forgotten pang of remorse. In the city, Denethor sent Faramir to a desperate defense of Osgiliath. Aragorn reached Linhir and crossed into Lebanon. Eastern Rohan was invaded, and the first assault on Lorien was launched. Gollum, his moment of pity gone, led Frodo into Shelob's lair on the 12th. Faramir was forced to retreat to the Causeway forts. Théoden camped under the mountains of Minraman. Aragorn drove enemy forces toward Pelargir. In the north, the Ents defeated the invaders of Rohan. The 13th saw Frodo captured by the orcs of Cirith Ungol. The Pelennor fields were overrun, and Faramir fell wounded. Aragorn reached Pelargir and captured the enemy fleet. Théoden took refuge in the Druadan forest. On the 14th, Samwise daringly found Frodo in the tower. Minas Tirith was besieged. Guided by the wild men, the Rohirrim arrived at the Grey Wood. In the early hours of the 15th, the Witch King shattered the gates of the city. Denethor, in madness, committed himself to a fiery pyre. At cockcrow, the horns of the Rohirrim echoed across the field. The battle of the Pelennor raged. King Théoden fell in glory. Aragorn unfurled the standard of Arwen, a signal of hope. Seizing their chance, Frodo and Samwise escaped and began a grim journey north along the Morgai Ridge. Simultaneously, in distant Mirkwood, Thranduil repelled forces from Dol Guldur, and a second assault on Lorien was thrown back. A debate among the commanders followed on the 16th. From the heights of the Morgai, Frodo gazed out over the enemy camp toward the fiery peak of Mount Doom. The 17th brought the Battle of Dale, where King Brand and King Dain Ironfoot fell. Survivors, both dwarves and men, retreated into the lonely mountain and were besieged. To Barad-dûr, the orc Shagrat delivered Frodo's captured cloak, mail shirt, and sword as proof of his capture. On the 18th, the host of the West marched from Minas Tirith. Frodo came within sight of the Izenmuth, only to be overtaken by orcs traveling from Durthang to Udun. The host entered the ghastly Morgul Vale on the 19th. Frodo and Samwise managed another escape, starting a desperate trek along the road toward the Dark Tower itself. A dreadful night fell on the 22nd. The hobbits left the road, turning south toward Mount Doom. Lorien faced its third assault. On the 23rd, the host moved out of Ithilien. Aragorn dismissed those whose courage failed. With finality, Frodo and Samwise cast aside their remaining weapons and gear. The 24th saw the hobbits begin their last agonizing journey to the base of the mountain. while the host made camp in the desolate lands before the Morannon. On the 25th, the host found itself surrounded on the Slag Hills, and in that moment of utmost peril, Frodo and Samwise reached the very threshold of their quest, the cracks of doom. Gollum clutches the ring and plummets into the fiery cracks of doom. With the Dark Lord's fall, the shadow of Barad-dûr crumbled, and the weight lifted from every heart that had stood against him, while terror and hopelessness gripped his remaining followers. From the fortress of Dol Guldur, the land of Lorien faced 3 separate assaults. Yet the strength residing in that golden wood, combined with the courage of its elven defenders, proved insurmountable, save only if Sauron himself had led the attack. Though the beautiful border forests suffered greatly, each onslaught was repelled. Once the shadow passed, Lord Celeborn advanced, leading the host of Lorien across the great river Anduin in a great fleet of boats. They captured Dol Guldur, and the Lady Galadriel brought its dark walls low, exposing its hidden pits and cleansing the forest of its foulness. To the north, evil and conflict had also spread. The realm of King Thranduil was invaded, leading to a prolonged and fierce battle beneath the trees, marked by terrible fires and ruin. Ultimately, Thranduil secured victory. On the elves' new year, Celeborn and Thranduil met deep within the forest. In a moment of renewal, they renamed the vast woodland Arin Lascalon, the Wood of Green Leaves. Thranduil claimed the northern reaches up to the forest mountains, while Celeborn took the southern woods below the Narrows, naming it East Lorien. The wide central forest was entrusted to the Burnings and the Woodmen. Yet, a few years after Galadriel's departure over the sea, Celeborn grew weary of ruling alone. He journeyed to the hidden valley of Rivendell to live with the sons of Elrond. In the greenwood, the Sylvan elves lived in peace, but in Lorien only a sorrowful handful of its former inhabitants remained, and the light and music had faded from the city of Caras-Galadhon. While the great armies laid siege to Minas Tirith, a host of Sauron's allies, long a threat to King Bran's borders, crossed the river Carnan, forcing Bran to retreat to Dale. There, he was aided by the dwarves of the Lonely Mountain, and a fierce 3-day battle raged at the mountain's feet. It ended in the deaths of both King Brand and King Dain Ironfoot, granting victory to the Easterlings, yet they could not breach the gate. Many dwarves and men found refuge within Erebor, enduring a bitter siege. When word finally arrived of the triumphs in the south, Sauron's northern army was seized by panic. The besieged forces rallied, surged forth, and routed the enemy. The survivors fled eastward, troubling Dale no more. Bard II, son of Brand, was crowned king in Dale, and Thorin Threed Stonehelm, son of Dain, became king under the mountain. They sent ambassadors to the coronation of King Elessar, and their realms, for all their days, remained steadfast allies under the protection and crown of the King of the West. The chief days from the fall of the Dark Tower to the end of the Third Age, year 3019 of the Third Age, Shire reckoning 1419, March 27th, Bard II and Thorin III Stonehelm drive the enemy from Dale. March 28th, Celeborn crosses the Anduin. The destruction of Dol Guldur begins. April 6th, Celeborn and Thranduil hold their council in the forest. April 8th, the ring-bearers are honored on the field of Cormallen. May 1, the crowning of King Elessar. Elrond and Arwen depart from Rivendell. May 8, Eomer and Eowyn depart for Rohan, accompanied by the sons of Elrond. May 20, Elrond and Arwen arrive in Lorien. May 27, Arwen's escort departs from Lorien. June 14, the sons of Elrond meet the escort and bring Arwen to Edoras. June 16, the company sets out for Gondor. June 25th, King Elessar discovers the sapling of the White Tree. July 1, Arwen arrives in Minas Tirith. Mid-Year's Day, the wedding of King Elessar and Arwen. July 18, Eomer returns to Minas Tirith. July 19, the funeral escort of King Theoden sets out. August 7th, the escort arrives at Edoras. Funeral of King Theoden. August 14, the guests take their leave of King Eomer. August 18, they come to Helm's Deep. August 22, they arrive at Isengard. They take leave of the King of the West at sunset. August 28th, they overtake Saruman on the road. Saruman turns his gaze toward the Shire. September 6th, the company halts within sight of the mountains of Moria. September 13, Celeborn and Galadriel depart for the west. The others set out for Rivendell. The company journeyed back to Rivendell, where they celebrated Bilbo's 129th birthday. Saruman, in his diminished state, eventually made his way to the Shire. On the 5th of October, Gandalf and the hobbits departed the last homely house. They forded the river Bruinen the following day, and it was there that Frodo felt a familiar, sharp pang of pain return for the first time. By nightfall on the 28th, they arrived in Bree, leaving again 2 days later. Under the cover of darkness, the travelers crossed the Brandywine Bridge. The 1st of November saw them detained by the sheriffs in Frogmorton, a ridiculous but tense affair. The next day, they reached Bywater and rallied their fellow Shire folk. On the 3rd, the Battle of Bywater was fought, and Saruman met his end, marking the true conclusion of the War of the Ring. The year 1420 in Shire reckoning was remembered as the Great Year of Plenty. The following spring, on March 13th, the anniversary of his wounding by Shelob, Frodo fell ill. On April 6th, the Malorn tree in the party field burst into golden bloom. Samwise Gamgee married Rose Cotton on the 1st of May. By mid-year's day, Frodo had resigned as mayor, and Will Whitfoot resumed the office. Bilbo celebrated his 130th birthday in September. But on October 6th, Frodo was again unwell. In the year 1421, the last of the Third Age, Frodo was ill once more on March 13th. A great joy came on the 25th with the birth of Samwise's daughter, Elenor the Fair. In the reckoning of Gondor, the Fourth Age began that very day. In September, Frodo and Samwise left Hobbiton. On the 22nd, in the woods of Woody End, they encountered the last riding of the Keepers of the Rings. A week later, they arrived at the Grey Havens. There, Frodo and Bilbo departed over the sea with the three Keepers, and the Third Age came to its close. Samwise returned alone to Bag End on October 6th, his heart full of a bitter-sweet peace. Later events concerning the Fellowship were recorded in the Shire's continued reckoning. The Fourth Age was considered to have begun with the year 1422. Will Whitfoot resigned in 1427, and Samwise was elected mayor. Peregrine took married Diamond of Longcleave. King Elisar declared the Shire a free land under his protection, forbidding men from entering. Faramir, son of Peregrine, was born in 1430, followed by Samwise's daughter Goldilocks in 1431. Meriadoc, hailed as the Magnificent, became Master of Buckland in 1432, receiving rich gifts from King Eomer and the Lady Eowyn. Peregrine assumed the title of Thane in 1434, and King Elisar named the Thane, the Master and the Mayor, as councillors of the North Kingdom. Samwise was elected to his second term as mayor that same year. The king travelled north in 1436, staying a while by Lake Evendim. He met his friends at the Brandywine Bridge, presenting the Star of the Dunedain to Master Samwise and appointing Elenor as a maid of honour to Queen Arwen. Samwise served a third mayoral term, beginning in 1441. The next year, he, Rose, and Elenor journeyed to Gondor for a long visit, with Tolman Cotton acting as deputy. Samwise was mayor for a fourth time in 1448. In 1451, Elenor the Fair married Fastred of Greenholm. As a gift from the king, the Westmarch lands were added to the Shire in 1452, and many families moved there. Their son, Elfston Fairbairn, was born in 1454. During Samwise's fifth term in 1255, the Thane appointed Fastred as Warden of Westmarch. Fastred and Elenor made their home at Undertowers on the Tower Hills, founding the line of the Fairbairns of the Towers. Faramir took married Goldilocks in 1463. Samwise Gamgee, by now an enduring pillar of the community, was elected mayor for the seventh and final time in 1469, completing his last term in 1476 at the age of 96. His beloved Rose passed away on Mid-Year's Day in 1482. That September, Master Samwise rode out from Bag End. He journeyed to the Tower Hills, where he was last seen by his daughter Eleanor. To her, he entrusted the Red Book, which would be kept by the Fairbairns. The family tradition, passed down from Eleanor, holds that Samwise then went on to the Grey Havens and crossed the sea, the last of the ring-bearers. In the spring of 1484, a message arrived in Buckland from Rohan. King Eomer, nearing the end of his own days, expressed a wish to see Master Holdwine once more. Meriadoc, then 102 years old but still remarkably hale, prepared for one final journey. After consulting with his old friend the Thane, the two of them decided the time had come. They entrusted their duties and possessions to their sons, crossed the Brandywine River at the Sarn Ford, and rode out of the Shire, never to be seen there again. Word later drifted back that Meriadoc Brandybuck journeyed to the halls of Edoras, arriving in time to stand by King Eomer as he passed away that very autumn. Following this, Meriadoc and Peregrine travelled together to the White City of Minas Tirith in Gondor. They spent their remaining years within that fair kingdom, a quiet, reflective time filled with the comfort of old friendship and the peace of a hard-won age. When their days finally ended, they were laid to rest with great honour in the silent street of Rath-Dinan, the tomb of kings and stewards. In the year 1541, on the first day of March, King Elisar too departed from this world. It is told that the resting places of Meriadoc and Peregrine were set beside that of the great king, a final fellowship in stone. Not long after, the elf Legolas constructed a graceful grey ship in the woods of Ithilien. He sailed it down the great river Anduin and out onto the sundering seas, and the tales say that with him went Gimli the dwarf, his steadfast companion. When that ship vanished beyond the western horizon, it truly marked the final end of the Fellowship of the Ring in Middle-earth. Now, as for the family histories and the peculiar way the Shire folk kept time, a few notes remain. The names listed in the family trees are but a handful among many, most being either guests at Bilbo's grand birthday celebration or their forebears. A bit of lineage is also traced for Samwise Gamgee, who founded the well-regarded Gardner family. All the dates follow the Shire reckoning, which began when the brothers Marcho and Blanco crossed the Brandywine. Their calendar was a curious thing, divided into 12 months with whimsical names like After Yule, Solmath, and Blotmath. The year always started on a Saturday and ended on a Friday. They had special days called Leith and Yule that bookended the summer and winter, and every so often a glorious, nameless holiday called the Overlythe was slipped in. This extra day of feasting and merriment didn't happen in any of the years tied to the ring's history, but it did fall in 1420, the year of the legendary harvest and endless summer. The parties that year, they say, were the most spectacular anyone could remember, a final golden burst of joy before the world slowly changed. While their months and weekdays were arranged differently than ours, the length of the year itself was just the same, a quiet reminder that even in those distant, half-remembered times, the turning of the seasons was a constant for all. The hobbits, in their earliest days as a wandering folk, had no concept of a week. While they observed months guided by the moon, their tracking of dates and time remained loose and imprecise. After settling in the western regions of Eriador, they adopted the king's reckoning of the Dunedain, a system with ancient elvish roots. The Shire folk, however, introduced their own subtle modifications, creating the Shire reckoning. This calendar was later taken up in Bree, though the Breelanders did not follow the Shire's custom of marking year one from the colonization of their land. It's a common challenge for historians that the most mundane details of daily life, like the names of weekdays or the length of months, are often left unexplained in old tales, precisely because everyone once knew them so well. Yet the hobbits of the Shire, with their deep fascination for family trees and, after the War of the Ring, a growing scholarly interest in ancient history, became quite meticulous about dates. They even crafted elaborate charts comparing their calendar to others. I must confess, I am no expert in such complexities, and likely have stumbled in my account, but the chronology for the pivotal years of 1418 and 1419 in the Shire reckoning is laid out with such care in the Red Book that we can be fairly certain of the timeline. The elves who, as Samwise Gamgee noted, seem to have all the time in the world, thought in vast stretches. Their word yen, often simply translated as year, actually encompassed 144 of our sun years. True to their love for sixes and 12s, they structured time accordingly. Their solar day, or rei, was measured from one sunset to the next. A single yen contained 52,596 such days. For ceremonial purposes, they observed a 6-day week, or enkye, and a yen held 8,766 of these weeks in an unbroken chain. In Middle-earth, the elves also recognized a shorter solar year, called a karana, or sun round in astronomical terms, but more commonly known as a loa, meaning growth, especially in the northwest, where the seasonal changes in plant life were of primary importance. This loa was divided into periods that functioned as long months or short seasons. These undoubtedly varied by region, but our knowledge comes chiefly from the hobbit's records of the calendar of Imladris, or Rivendell. That calendar featured 6 seasons: Tuile, spring; Lere, summer; Yavir, autumn; Quell, fading; Frive, winter; and Quaire, stirring. The Sindarin names were Ithwil, Lere, Iavas, Firith, Ri, and Eshuir. The fading season was also poetically called Laselanta, leaf fall, or in Sindarin, Narbeleth, soon waning. Lere and Frive each lasted 72 days, while the other seasons spanned 54 days. The year began with Yestare, the day before spring, and ended with Metare, the day after stirring. Between autumn and fading, they inserted 3 enderi, or middle days. This created a 365-day year, which was adjusted by doubling the enderi, adding 3 extra days every 12th year. How they managed the slight lingering inaccuracy is not fully clear. If their year matched ours, each yen would eventually run over by more than a day. A note in the Red Book's calendars hints at a fix, stating that in the reckoning of Rivendell, the final year of every 3rd yen was shortened by 3 days through omitting that year's enderi doubling. The note adds, with a touch of hobbit practicality, but that has not happened in our time. Any finer adjustments beyond this are lost to record. Ultimately, it was the Númenóreans who would overhaul these systems entirely. The Númenóreans refined their calendar by dividing the year into more uniform segments, maintaining the tradition of a midwinter New Year inherited from their northwestern ancestors of the First Age. Eventually, they adopted a 7-day week and measured each day from sunrise over the eastern sea to the next sunrise. This system, known as King's Reckoning, was used in Númenor and later in the realms of Arnor and Gondor until the king's rule ended. A standard year contained 365 days, split into 12 astar, or months. 10 of these had 30 days, while 2 had 31, flanking the middle of the year roughly corresponding to our June and July. The year began with Yestare, featured a middle day called Loende on the awaiting 3rd day, and ended with Metare. These 3 days belonged to no month. In leap years, which occurred every 4th year, except the final year of a century, Haranye, the single low-end day was replaced by 2 enderi, or middle days. Timekeeping in Númenor commenced with the Second Age, Year 1. A quirky millennial adjustment was needed. By skipping the leap day in a century's final year, a small deficit accumulated, which was only corrected every 1,000 years, creating a shortfall of about 4 hours and 46 minutes. These corrections were applied in the years SA 1000, 2000, and 3000. After the island's downfall in SA 3319, the exiles preserved the calendar, though its continuity was jumbled by the fresh start of the Third Age, where SA 3442 was redesignated TA1. A further hiccup arose when TA4 was made a leap year instead of TA3, inserting an extra short year and nudging the deficit to nearly 5 hours and 49 minutes. The planned thousand-year corrections then fell behind schedule, applied belatedly in TA 1000 and 2000. To tidy up these growing inaccuracies, Steward Mardil introduced a revised calendar effective from TA 2060. This change was preceded by adding 2 whole days to the year 2059, marking 5.5 millennia of Numenorian reckoning, yet an 8-hour discrepancy stubbornly remained. Later, Steward Hador added another day around TA 2360, though the deficit hadn't quite reached a full day. After that, no further tweaks were made. By the time TA 3000 arrived, with the shadow of war looming, such meticulous timekeeping was understandably neglected. By the Third Age's close, after another 6 centuries, the accumulated error still hadn't reached a full day. Mardil's revised calendar, dubbed Steward's Reckoning, was widely adopted by Western speakers, though the hobbits pointedly ignored it. This new system gave every month 30 days and inserted 2 extra days outside the monthly structure, one between the 3rd and 4th months, March and April, and another between the 9th and 10th, September and October. These, along with Yestare, Loende, and Metare, made 5 annual holidays. The ever-conservative hobbits stuck to a modified version of the King's Reckoning, tailored to their own comforts. Their months were uniformly 30 days long, but they placed 3 summer days, known in the Shire as the Leith or Lither days, between June and July. The year's end and beginning were marked by Yule days, which, like the Lither days, existed outside the monthly count, making January 1st actually the 2nd day of the new year. In leap years, a 4th Lither day was added after Mid-Year's Day, called Overlythe, which became a riotous festival of feasting and merriment. The full Yuletide celebration spanned 6 days, encompassing the final 3 days of the old year and the first 3 of the new. Never ones for chaos, the Shire folk later introduced their own bit of order, the Shire Reform, eventually adopted in Bree as well. They grew annoyed by the way weekday names shifted against the dates each year, finding it messy and impractical. During the time of Isengrim II, they cleverly decided that the extra day throwing off the sequence would simply carry no weekday name at all, restoring a tidy, predictable rhythm to their cozy calendar. Following the calendar reform, Mid-Year's Day and Overlythe existed as named holidays, but were not assigned to any specific week. This adjustment ensured the year consistently started on a first day and concluded on a last day, with each date permanently linked to the same weekday every year. Shire residents quickly grew accustomed to this system, finding it perfectly practical for local life, though it proved less handy for anyone journeying beyond the borders of Bree. In these notes and the broader narrative, I have substituted our modern terms for months and weekdays for clarity, as neither elves, Dunedain, nor hobbits used them. Translating the Western names was necessary to prevent confusion, especially since the seasonal associations of our names align reasonably well with conditions in the Shire. It seems Mid-Year's Day was meant to align closely with the summer solstice. If that's the case, then Shire reckoning actually ran about 10 days ahead of our own calendar, making our New Year's Day roughly equivalent to the Shire's January 9th. The Westron language typically preserved the Quenya names for months, much like Latin terms are used in various languages today. These were Narvinie, Nenim, Sulime, Virese, Lotes, Narie, Chermie, Urime, Yavanie, Narkelie, Hisime, and Ringare. The Dunedain, however, used Sindarin names: Narwen, Ninui, Gueron, Guirit, Lotron, Norui, Serveth, Urui, Ivaneth, Narbeleth, Hitui, and Giritron. The hobbits of the Shire and Bree, ever independent, bucked this Westron trend. They clung to their own rustic, traditional names, likely borrowed in the distant past from the men of the Anduin valleys. Similar names are recorded in Dale and Rohan. The original meanings, crafted by men, had faded from hobbit memory long ago, even in cases where they once knew them, leading to the names becoming quite garbled over time. For instance, the ending Marth in several names is a worn-down form of the word month. The full list of Shire names is provided in the calendar. It's worth noting common pronunciations often softened the names. Solmath became Somath, Thrimage was frequently written as Thrimich or the archaic Thrimilch, and Blotmath was said as Blodmath or Blowmath. Over in Bree, they used a different set entirely. Freri, Solmath, Reth, Chithing, Thrimage, Lythe, the summer days, Mead, Wedmath, Harvestmath, Wintering, Bluting, and Eulamath, with Freri, Chithing, and Eulamath also popping up in the East Farthing. The Hobbit week was borrowed from the Dunedain, who in turn took it from the Old North Kingdom, its roots tracing back to the Eldar. The original Elvish week had 6 days, each dedicated to and named for the stars, the sun, the moon, the two trees, the heavens, and the Valar, in that order, with the final day being the most important. Their Quenya names were Elenya, Anaria, Isilia, Olduya, Menilia, and Valanya or Tarion. The Sindarin versions were Orgillion, Orinor, Orithil, or Galadhad, or Menel, and Orbelain, or Rodin. The Númenóreans kept the dedications and order but made a slight change, dedicating the 4th day, Aldea, or Galad, solely to the White Tree, believed to be descended from Nimloth in the king's court. Being renowned seafarers, and wanting a 7th day, they inserted a sea day, Irinye or Aeron, right after the heaven's day. The hobbits adopted this entire structure, but, as with the months, the meanings behind their translated names were swiftly forgotten or ignored, and the words themselves became shortened, particularly in casual speech. The earliest rendering of Númenórean names into the common tongue likely occurred over 2 millennia before the close of the Third Age. This happened when the Dundayan week, the first element of their timekeeping adopted by other cultures, was embraced by the peoples of the north. Much like their names for the months, the hobbits of the Shire held fast to these translated forms long after the rest of the Western-speaking world had reverted to using the older Quenya terms. The Shire itself preserved few ancient records, with the most remarkable by the late Third Age being the venerable yearbook of Tuckborough, often called Yellowskin for its aged parchment. Its first entries stretch back at least 9 centuries before Frodo's day, and numerous excerpts are quoted within the annals and family trees of the Red Book. Within these old pages, the names of the weekdays appear in archaic shapes: Sterrenday, Sunenday, Monenday, Troesday, Heavenesday, Meresday, and Highday. By the time of the War of the Ring, these had smoothed into Sturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Heavensday, often shortened to Hensday, Mersday, and Highday. In translating these for modern readers, I began naturally with Sunday and Monday, which the Shire week shares with our own, then renamed the others in sequence. Yet, here's the curious twist. The feeling of these days was utterly different for hobbits. Their week culminated with High Day, which we call Friday. This was their chief day of rest, a time for holiday afternoon and for lavish evening feasts. So, in a rather topsy-turvy way, their Saturday felt more like our dreary Monday, and their Thursday carried the festive anticipation of our Saturday. It's a gentle reminder that even something as universal as a week can be turned on its head by a culture that prioritizes comfort and celebration over mere chronology. Beyond the strict calendar, other poetic terms for time were in use, though not for precise reckoning. The seasons were generally known as Twail for spring, Lara for summer, Yavi for autumn or harvest, and Hriva for winter, though their boundaries were pleasantly vague. The word Quelle, or Lasalanta, described the lovely liminal period of late autumn bleeding into early winter. The elves, with their eternal perspective, paid special attention to the twilight hours in northern skies. Those moments of star fading and star opening, they had many beautiful names for these periods, most commonly Tindoma for the dawn twilight and Undoma for the evening. In Sindarin, the term was Yuil, specified as Minuil for morning and Aduil for evening. In the comfortable parlance of the Shire, these were simply called Morodim and Evendim, a cozy, homely take on elvish grandeur, as seen in the translation of Lake Ninuil to Lake Evendim. For the tale of the War of the Ring, the Shire reckoning is the only calendar that matters. Every date and month in the Red Book is given in Shire terms or carefully equated to them. Therefore, all references to months and days throughout the narrative follow the Shire calendar. The differences between this calendar and our own become significant only during the crucial period spanning the end of 3018 and the beginning of 3019 Shire reckoning 1418-1419. In that year, October of 1418 contained only 30 days. The new year of 1419 began on what we would call January 2nd, and February was granted 30 days. Consequently, the pivotal date of March 25th, the day of the Barad Dur's downfall, would align with our March 27th, assuming our new year started at the same point in the seasons. Yet, in both the King's and Steward's reckoning, the date remains steadfastly March 25th. Following the restoration of the kingdom, a new reckoning was established in the year 3019 of the Third Age. This system marked a return to the King's reckoning, but it was elegantly adapted to begin in spring, mirroring the Eldarin Low. The new year commenced on the old March 25th, a date forever hallowed by the fall of Sauron and the sacrifices of the ring-bearers. The months kept their former names, but now started with Virasay, our April, each beginning about 5 days earlier than in the old calendar. Every month was allotted 30 days. 3 special days, called the Endari or Middle Days, were placed between Yavania, September, and Narquili, October, corresponding to the old September 23rd, 24th, and 25th, with the second day named Loende. In a heartfelt tribute to Frodo, his birthday, which fell on the old September 22nd, Yavania 30 in the new system, was declared a festival. This feast, named Cormare or Ring Day, was so cherished that in leap years the celebration was simply doubled, ensuring the memory of his journey was twice as sweet. The Fourth Age was widely considered to have begun when Master Elrond departed in September of the year 3021. However, for official records within the kingdom, the first year of the Fourth Age was marked as beginning on March 25, 3021, according to the old calendar system. This new reckoning was adopted throughout the lands of King Elisar, save for one notable exception, the Shire. There the hobbits stubbornly clung to their old calendar and continued their own Shire reckoning. Consequently, what the kingdom called Fourth Age 1 was known to the Shire folk as the year 1422. If the hobbits acknowledged the change of age at all, they insisted it truly began with the second day of Yule in 1422, not the previous March. No records indicate the people of the Shire ever held celebrations on either March 25th or September 22nd. Yet a curious tradition did spring up, particularly in the Westfarthing around Hobbiton Hill. When the weather was fair, they would gather for holiday and dancing in the party field every April 6. The origins of this festivity were a matter of cheerful debate. Some claimed it honored old Sam Gardner's birthday. Others said it marked the day the golden tree first blossomed back in 1420. And a few whispered it was actually the elves' secret new year. Over in Buckland, a different custom took root. At every sundown on November 2, the horn of the mark would sound, calling everyone to bonfires and feasting that lasted long into the night. Regarding writing and spelling, the common speech has been translated into modern English equivalent. Hobbit names and special terms are meant to be pronounced following these rules. For instance, Bolger uses a G as in the word bulge, and Matham rhymes with fathom. In transcribing the ancient scripts, the aim was to balance a fair representation of the original sounds with creating words that appear natural in contemporary lettering. The High Elven tongue of Quenya has been spelled in a manner reminiscent of Latin where possible. Consequently, the letter C is preferred over K in both Eldarin languages. For those fascinated by linguistic details, several consonant pronunciations can be noted. The letter C always has a K sound, even before E and I, so celeb is said like Caleb. The combination CH represents the guttural sound found in the German Bach, not the English church. This sound softened to an H in the speech of Gondor, a shift reflected in names like Rohan and Rohirrim. The combination Dutch stands for the soft in English words like these or clothes. The letter F denotes an F sound, except at the end of words where it takes a V sound, as in the English word of. The letter G is always hard, as in give or get. When H stands alone, it sounds as it does in house. In Quenya, the combination ot is pronounced like sht in German words such as echt. Initially, before another vowel in Sindarin, E takes a consonantal Y sound, as in you. The letter K appears in names from non-Elvish languages, sharing the value of C, so he-h represents the same guttural sound as heech. The sound for ill is generally like the English initial ill, though it was subtly altered or palatalized in specific phonetic contexts. The combination LH indicates this sound when it is voiceless. The digraph in G is pronounced as in the word finger, except at the end of a word where it sounds like the ing in sing. Finally, feech is simply equivalent to the sound of F. The letter phi, H, is employed in several distinct linguistic contexts. It appears at the end of a word, as seen in alf meaning swan. It is also used when the if-f sound connects back to an original p, such as in if fairy anath for the halflings, stemming from Parian. In a handful of words, it stands in the middle to represent a long ff sound, historically from pp, like in fell for outer fence. Additionally, it finds a place in Adunaic, the language of Numenor, as exemplified by Ar-Pharazôn, where Pharaz signifies gold. The combination key serves for key, W, a pairing exceedingly common in Quenya, though it was absent in Sindarin. The letter R denotes a trilled sound in every position, and was never silent before consonants, unlike in some pronunciations of English. Interestingly, orcs and certain dwarves were known to use a guttural, uvular R, a sound the elves found quite unpleasant. R-ij indicates a voiceless R, typically evolving from an older SR, and was written as har in Quenya. The letter S is always unvoiced, as in so or geese. The Z sound was not present in Quenya or Sindarin of that age. Sh, found in Dwarvish and Orcish, corresponds to the jish in English. The H represents the unvoiced th, as in thin or cloth. In spoken Quenya, this had shifted to an S sound, though the older spelling persisted, as seen in Quenya Isil versus Sindarin Ithil for moon. Tai likely produced a sound close to the T in the English tune, primarily arising from C or T followed by we speakers of Western, where the jish sound was common, often substituted it in conversation. The consonant V sounds like English V, but is not used at the end of words. V has its typical English sound. He is a voiceless W, as heard in some pronunciations of white. This was a frequent initial sound in Quenya, though specific examples are scarce in available records. Both V and W are retained in transcribing Quenya due to their distinct origins in the language. In Quenya, V functions as the consonant in U, while in Sindarin it is strictly a vowel. Hi relates to we as HW does, to bruiting a sound akin to that in hue or huge. The H in Quenya words, like eight, had this same quality. Western speakers familiar with the sheesh sound often used it as a substitute. This hi typically came from older C and chi, with related Sindarine words showing an initial H, such as Quenya Hayaman, south, becoming Sindarine Harad. Double consonants, like 2, LSS, and N, represent long or double sounds. In polysyllabic words, these were often shortened at the end, as Rohan from older Rochan. In Sindarin, the ancient favored combinations NG and MB underwent specific changes. MB became M in all cases, but was still considered long for stress purposes, sometimes written M for clarity. NG remained except word finally, where it simplified to the nasal sound in sing, and usually became M as in Enor, Middle Earth, from Quenya Endore. However, it stayed as nd at the stressed monosyllables like thond, root, and before r as in andros, long foam. Archaic names from older eras preserve this nd, such as in Nargothrond, Gondolin, and Beleriand. By the Third Age, final nd in longer words had simplified to n from in, evident in names like Ithilien, Rohan, and Anurien. For vowels, the letters I, E, A, O, U are used, with E serving as a vowel only in Sindarin. Setting aside Y, these letters generally represented their typical sounds, roughly equivalent to the vowels in English machine, were, father, for, and brute, regardless of length. In Sindarin, the long versions of E, A, and O shared the same quality as their short counterparts, having evolved from them in more recent times, whereas the ancient long vowels A, R, and O had shifted. In the Quenya tongue, the long vowels A and O were pronounced with a tighter, more focused quality by the elves, distinct from their shorter counterparts. Among the living languages, only Sindarin featured the unique fronted U sound, reminiscent of the French U in loon. This sound evolved partly from alterations of O and U and partly from older combinations like U and U. It is represented here by the letter Y, as seen in the ancient English style, for example, in lig, meaning snake, related to Quenya Luca, or in Emon, the plural of Emon for hill, within the borders of Gondor. This w was typically spoken like a simple I. Long vowels are generally indicated with an acute accent, a practice borrowed from certain modes of the Fëanorian writing system. In Sindarin, however, long vowels in stressed single-syllable words take a circumflex to denote their especially drawn-out nature, as seen in Dun versus Dunedain. Using the circumflex in languages like Adunaic or Dwarvish carries no phonetic weight. It merely serves to visually set these foreign tongues apart, much like the use of the letter K. The vowel E at a word's end is always voiced, never silent, or merely elongating a previous sound, as it sometimes does in English. To emphasize this, it is frequently, though not always, spelled with a diaeresis as R. The sequences ear, and whether final or preceding a consonant, should not sound like the English fern, fear, and fur, but rather like air, ear, and or. In Quenya, the pairs ue, oi, I, and iuu all function as true diphthongs, blending into a single syllable. Every other vowel pairing remains distinctly two syllables, a fact often clarified by spellings like eao or o. For Sindarin, the diphthongs are aa, e, oi, ai, o, we, and au, u, e, we, and au, u. Any other vowel combination is not diphthongal. Writing final o as or follows English convention, though it also appears in various Fëanorian orthographies. All these are falling diphthongs, placing emphasis on the first element and flowing from one simple vowel into the next. Thus, I, a, oi, and ui should be pronounced like the vowel sounds in the English words rye, not ray, grey boy, and ruin, while oo or o sounds like the oo in loud and how, not as in lord or whore. Sounds like a, o, and oo have no direct English equivalents. A, e, and o can be approximated as I and oi. Now, let's talk about stress, because if you think keeping track of all these vowels is a chore, just wait until you try to figure out where to put the emphasis without any helpful little marks to guide you. In the Elvish languages, the stress follows predictable patterns. For two-syllable words, it almost universally lands on the first syllable. In longer words, the stress falls on the penultimate syllable, but only if that syllable contains a long vowel, a diphthong, or a short vowel followed by at least two consonants. If that second-to-last syllable has a short vowel followed by one or no consonants, the stress jumps back to the antepenultimate syllable, the third from the end. This latter pattern is a particular favorite in the Eldarin tongues, especially Quenya. Consider these examples, with the stressed vowel capitalized: Isildur, Orome, Ereser, Fanor, Ankalima, Elentari, Denethor, Perianath, Ecthelion, Pelargia, Silivren. Words of the Elentari Star Queen type are rare in Quenya when they involve a, or u, unless they are compounds. They are more common with E and U, as in Undune, sunset, west, in Sindarin. Such patterns do not appear outside of compound words. It is also important to note that in Sindarin, the digraphs DH each and represent a single consonant corresponding to individual letters in the original alphabets. A final note on names from non-Elvish languages: the letter values described above generally apply unless specified otherwise. Dwarvish is the main exception. Since Dwarvish lacks the sounds represented by th and kh, these combinations are treated as aspirates, ate or key followed by an h breath, similar to the separation in backhand or outhouse, where j appears. It carries the sound of English z. In the Black speech and Orcish dialects, gh denotes a guttural fricative related to gi as dh is to dude, heard in words like gush and egg, e.g. The outer or mannish names for dwarves have been adapted into northern forms, but the phonetic values of the letters remain as outlined here. The names of people and places in Rohan, when not updated to a more familiar style, follow specific pronunciation rules. Here, the combinations ea and eo form distinct vowel sounds, similar to the ea in the English word bear or the eo in a name like Theobald. The letter Y represents a modified U sound. Modernized versions of these names are straightforward to identify and are meant to be spoken as one would in everyday English. These are primarily geographical names, such as Dunharrow, which evolved from the older Dunhag. A couple of notable exceptions to this modernization are the names Shadowfax and Wormtongue, which retained their original forms. Moving to the writing systems of the era, all scripts and characters used during the Third Age traced their lineage back to the ancient Eldar. By this period, they were already incredibly old. These systems had achieved a complete alphabetic structure, though older methods that only fully notated consonants remained in practice. There existed two principal alphabets, each with independent origins: the Tengwa or Tu, which we translate as letters, and the Surta or Kurth, known as runes. The Tengwa were created for writing with a brush or pen, and their angular inscriptional forms were actually adaptations from these fluid written styles. In a delightful twist of cultural preference, the elegant Tengwa were often considered too refined for mundane carving, being reserved for more scholarly or artistic pursuits. The Surta, by contrast, were designed from the start for scratching or engraving into hard surfaces. The Tengwa hold the title of the older system, having been developed by the Noldor, the most craft-skilled of the Eldar, long before their departure from the West. The earliest Eldarin script, the Tengwa of Rumil, never saw use in Middle-earth. The later and more famous Tengwa of Feanor, while inspired by Rumil's work, was largely a fresh creation. This script was carried into Middle-earth by the exiled Noldor and subsequently taught to the Edain and the people of Númenor. By the Third Age, its use had spread across regions familiar with the common speech. The Kurth were first created in Beleriand by the Sindar elves. For a long time, their use was confined to carving names or short remembrances into wood or stone, which explains their angular, rune-like appearance, quite similar to historical runes known to us, though differing in specific shapes and their overall order. In their older, simpler form, these runes traveled eastward during the Second Age, becoming known to diverse peoples, including men, dwarves, and even orcs, all of whom tweaked the symbols for their own needs with varying degrees of skill. A basic version was still employed by the men of Dale, and a comparable set by the Rohirrim. However, back in Beleriand, toward the close of the First Age, the Kurth underwent a significant reorganization and enhancement, partly influenced by the Noldor's Tengwa. This refined system reached its peak as the alphabet of Daron, named for the lawmaster and minstrel of King Thingol in Doriath, who was credited with its invention in Elvish tales. Ironically, while the Eldar of the West largely abandoned runes in favor of the graceful Feanorian letters for their writing, this wasn't the case everywhere. In the realm of Eregion, The Daron alphabet was kept alive and passed into Moria, where it became the writing system of choice for the dwarves. They carried it northward, and it was later often called Angurtha's Moria, or the long rune rows of Moria. The dwarves, ever practical, were happy to use whatever scripts were handy, and many could write the Feanorian letters beautifully. Yet for their own secretive language they clung faithfully to the Turth, even developing cursive pen forms from these originally carved characters, the Tengwa. The accompanying chart displays, in a formal bookhand style, the letters commonly used across the Westlands in the Third Age. The order shown was the most customary arrangement of the time, and it was in this sequence that the letters were typically recited by name. The script was never intended to be a simple alphabet, a random collection of symbols, each with a fixed sound, recited in an order that ignored their form and purpose. Instead, it was a coherent system of consonant signs, sharing a common aesthetic designed by the Eldar to be flexibly applied to the sounds of any language they encountered or created. No single letter possessed an inherent, unchangeable value. Their meanings were defined by their relationships within the structure. The core consisted of 24 primary characters, numbered 1 through 24, organized into 4 tema, or series, with each series containing 6 taila, or grades. Beyond these were additional letters, such as 25 to 36, most being modifications of existing forms, with only 27 and 29 standing as truly unique creations. A separate collection of tetar, or diacritical marks, served various purposes, but are not included in this description. Each primary letter was built from 2 components, a vertical telco, or stem, and a curved luva, or bow. The configurations seen in characters 1 through 4 were considered the standard base. The stem could be lengthened upward, as in 9 through 16, or shortened, as in 17 through 24. The bow could be left open, as in series I and 3, or closed, as in 2 and IV, and in any series it could be doubled. This theoretical freedom of use had, by the Third Age, been shaped by convention. It became customary to assign Series I to the dental sounds, the tinkotema, and Series II to the labials, the parmatema. The assignments for Series 3 and IV, however, were more adaptable, shifting to meet the needs of different tongues. For languages like Western, which relied heavily on sounds like she, j, and shish, Series 3 was typically reserved for these, leaving Series 4 for the standard K sounds, the kalmatema. Quenya, with its richer phonetic palette, including a palatal series, tielpatema, and a labialized series, quesatema, handled this differently. It used a Feanorian diacritic, usually 2 dots placed beneath a letter, to indicate a following yi sound for palatals, while Series 4 represented the KW sounds. Within these broad frameworks, further patterns emerged. The standard Grade 1 letters consistently represented voiceless stops like T, P, and K. Doubling the bow was the trick for adding voice. So if 1, 2, 3, and 4 stood for T, P, ch, K, then 5, 6, 7, and 8 became D, B, J, G, raising the stem transformed a stop into a spirant, a continuous flow of air. Thus, from the same Grade 1 bases, Grade 3, 9 to 12 yielded Th, H, F, She, H, and Grade 4, 13, 16 produced their voiced counterparts like DH and V. The original Feanorian design even included a grade with stems dramatically extended both above and below the line, typically for aspirated consonants like TH or PHO. While the languages of the Third Age had no practical use for such sounds, these elongated forms found a second life as clearer, more distinct variants of the spirant grades. Grade 5, 1720, with its reduced stems, was almost universally employed for nasal consonants, making 17 and 18 the standard signs for N and M. Following the established logic, Grade 6 should have denoted voiceless nasals. But since sounds like the Welsh NH were vanishingly rare in everyday use, this grade, composed of the smallest and simplest shapes, was repurposed for the gentlest semi-vocalic consonants. Thus, 21, often represented as soft, untrilled R, 22, was widely adopted for W tells, and where Series 3 functioned as a palatal set, 23 reliably stood for the consonant A. As certain consonants from grade 4 softened in pronunciation, drawing closer to or blending with those of grade 6, many letters in the latter category lost their distinct purpose within the Eldarin languages. It was from this pool of letters that the symbols for vowels were primarily developed. The conventional Quenya spelling, however, departed from these earlier applications. Grade 2 was employed for the frequent combinations ND, MB, NG, and especially since the sounds B, G, and Gearbu appeared exclusively within these clusters. For the sounds RD and LELD, the specialized letters 26 and 28 were utilized. The combination LV was not used for low. Many speakers, particularly among the elves, preferred LB, which was written with characters 27 and 6, as the sequence LMB could not exist in the language. In a similar fashion, Grade 4 was dedicated to the exceedingly common clusters NT, MP, NK, and WE, given that Quenya lacked the sounds DH, DH, and WE, for the sound V letter 22 was used. Additional characters included No 27, which was consistently used for L, and No 25, originally a variation of 21, which represented a fully trilled art characters 26 and 28. Modifications of the previous two were often applied for the voiceless sounds Reich and LH. Yet, in Quenya, they specifically denoted odd and LD. Character 29 stood for S, while 31, with its doubled curl, represented Z in languages that required it. The inverted forms 30 and 32, though available as independent signs, were typically treated as mere stylistic alternatives to 29 and 31, chosen for ease of writing, such as when they were accompanied by superimposed vowel marks, or teta, no. 33 originated as a variant, representing a softer form of character 11. By the Third Age, its most common use was for the sound H, character 34, when used at all, typically denoted voiceless EOHWA characters 35 and 36, when functioning as consonants, were generally applied to I and W respectively. Vowels were often represented by tetar, usually positioned above a consonant. In languages like Quenya, where words commonly ended in a vowel, the mark was placed above the preceding consonant. In languages like Sindarin, where words typically ended in a consonant, it was placed above the following one. If no consonant was in the required position, the mark was set upon the short carrier, which often resembled a dotless I. The specific tatar used as vowel signs varied greatly between languages. The most common marks typically applied to varieties of E, I, O, and U are shown in the provided examples. The three dots, most standard for A, were written in various quicker styles with a shape like a circumflex often used. The single dot and the acute accent were frequently employed for I and E, though some modes reversed this pairing. The curls were used for I and U. In the ring inscription, the curl open to the right signifies U on the title page. However, this same curl stands for O, while the curl open to the left denotes U. The rightward curl was generally favored, and its specific meaning depended on the language. In the black speech, for instance, was uncommon. Long vowels were usually indicated by placing the teta on the long carrier, often shaped like a dotless J. Alternatively, the marks themselves could be doubled, though this practice was frequent only with the curls and occasionally with the acute accent. Two dots more often served as a sign for a following Y sound. The inscription on the west gate demonstrates a mode of full writing where vowels are represented by separate letters, showcasing all the vocalic characters used in Sindarin. Notable here is the use of note 30 as a sign for vocalic and the expression of diphthongs by placing the teta for a following we above the vowel letter. The sign for a following W necessary for writing OU and OR was in this mode the U-curl, or a modified form of it. Often, however, diphthongs were written out in full. In this mode, vowel length was typically marked by the acute accent, referred to in that context as the andaith, or long mark. Beyond the primary tetar, many additional marks served as shorthand, chiefly to avoid writing out common consonant clusters in full. A bar or tilde-like symbol placed above a consonant often signaled a preceding nasal of the same series, as in nt, mp, or nk. A similar mark placed below, however, typically indicated a long or doubled consonant. A downward hook attached to the bow of a letter, like in the word hobbits on the title page, denoted a following S, particularly for the Quenya-favored combinations stes, ps, and ks, or x. Or x naturally, no specific mode existed for writing English, though a phonetically adequate one could be devised from the Fëanorian system. The inscription on the title page makes no such attempt. It is instead a playful imitation of what a scholar of Gondor might have written, awkwardly caught between the letter values familiar in his own mode and the traditional spelling of English. One might note the use of a dot below, ordinarily for weak or obscured vowels, here representing an unstressed and, but also employed for a silent final e. The words the, of, and of thee are rendered by abbreviations, an extended dh, an extended v, and the latter with an added understroke. Now, the names of the letters in every mode. Each character possessed a name, but these were tailored to describe its phonetic role within that specific system. Yet, especially when explaining letter uses across different modes, there was a clear need for a name referring to the shape itself. For this purpose, the Quenya full names became the standard, even when they referenced sounds unique to Quenya. Each full name was a genuine Quenya word containing the letter in question, ideally as its initial sound. If the sound or combination did not occur at a word's beginning, it followed immediately after an initial vowel. The letter names from the table were 1. Tinko, metal, Palmer, book, Kalmer, lamp, Kes, feather, 2. Ando, gate, Ombar, fate, Anger, iron, Ungwe, spider's web, 3. Thule or Sule, spirit, Foreman, north, Harmer, treasure, or Aha, rage, Wester, breeze, 4. Anto, mouth, Amper, hook, anchor, jaws, Unque, a hollow, 5. Newman, west, Malta, gold, Noldo, older Ingoldo, one of the Noldor, Nwalme, older Ingwalme, torment, 6. Ore, heart, inner mind, Vala, angelic power, Anna, gift, Villia, air, sky, older Willia, Roman, east, Arda region, Lambe, tongue, Alda, tree, Silma, starlight, Silm, Nuquerna, S reversed, Ara, sunlight, or S name, Ara, Nuquerna, Hireman, south, Ishwesta, Sindarinwa, Yanta, bridge, Ura, heat. Variants in these names arose from changes in the Quenya spoken by the exiles. For instance, letter number 11 was called Hama when it represented the spirant sh, f, e everywhere, but once this sound softened to a breathy ach at the start of words, the new name Aha was coined. Ere was originally Aze, but when this Z merged with letter 21, the sign was repurposed for Quenya's very frequent SS, earning it the name S. The label Wester Sindarinwa, or Grey Elven H. Bali, emerged because in Quenya, letter 12 already had the sound of H. Bali's, making separate signs for she H. Bali unnecessary. The most widely recognized and used letter names were those for 17N33, High 25, Nams R, and 9F Numan Hyaman, Roman Foreman, meaning west, south, east, and north. It's almost amusing how these terms, born from Elvish geography, stubbornly clung to their directional duties, even in languages with completely different words for the compass points. In the Westlands, they were recited in that order, beginning with and facing westward. Hyaman and Foreman literally meant left-hand region and right-hand region, a orientation that in a twist many men found delightfully confusing was the opposite of the arrangement in most Manish tongue. The Turth, originally known as the Surthus Derun, was first created to transcribe the sounds of the Sindarin tongue. Among the earliest characters were numbers 1, 2, 5, and 6, followed by 8, 9, and 12, then 18, 19, and 22, 29, and 31, 35, and 36, and finally 39, 42, 46, and 50. There was also a single surth that alternated between forms 13 and 15. This initial system lacked a consistent logic in assigning phonetic values. The characters 39, 42, 46, and 50 consistently represented vowel sounds throughout all subsequent adaptations. Meanwhile, the usage of 13 and 15 fluctuated between the sounds H and seconds, depending on whether character 35 was employed for S or H. This particular indecisiveness regarding S as an H persisted in later arrangements of the script. For those kurth designed with a central stem and a branch, encompassing numbers 1 through 31, the branch was typically attached on the right-hand side if only one branch was present. A left-side attachment was not uncommon, but this visual reversal held no phonetic meaning. The expanded and refined version of this writing system was historically termed the Angerthus-Deron, crediting the Elf-Deron with its reorganization and new additions. Yet, in a twist of scholarly irony, the most significant innovations, the introduction of two entirely new series, 1317 and 2328, were most likely not his work at all. These additions, crucial for representing sounds foreign to Sindarin, were almost certainly devised by the craft-loving Noldor of Eregion, who had a notorious fondness for over-engineering even their alphabet. The principles guiding the Angerthus rearrangement showed clear inspiration from the more elegant Fëanorian script. Adding a stroke to a branch voiced a sound, reversing the surth created a spirant, and placing a branch on both sides of the stem added voice and nasality. These rules were generally followed, with one notable pragmatic exception. To represent an archaic Sindarin spirant M, the most straightforward solution was to simply reverse the existing sign for M. Consequently, the reversible character number 6 was assigned the value M, forcing number 5 to take the value HW character. 36, theoretically for Z, was routinely used for SS in both Sindarin and Quenya writing. Character 39 served for either the vowel I or the consonant I3, 3, 4, and 35 were used interchangeably for Sindarins, and 38 was employed for the common sequence, ND, despite its shape having little obvious connection to other dental sounds. The dwarves of Moria adopted this system, dubbing it the Angerthus Moria, and promptly making a series of delightfully unsystematic changes, as if to assert their own stubborn identity. They introduced several new terth, 37, 40, 41, 53, 55, and 56. The shift in values stemmed mainly from two alterations, changing the values of 34, 35, and 54 to H, a glottal onset for vowel initial words in Kuzdul and S, and abandoning characters 14 and 16 in favor of 29 and 30. This triggered a cascade of other changes, using 12 for R, inventing 53 for N, which became confused with 22, employing 17 as Z to pair with 54 as S, which then led to using 36 for N and the new surth 37 for NG. The new characters 55 and 56 originated as a split form of 46 and were used for the neutral vowel sounds common in Dwarvish and Western, similar to the vowel in the English word butter. When these sounds were weak, they were often scribbled as a mere stroke without a stem. This Moria system appears on the Balin's tomb inscription. The dwarves of the Lonely Mountain, the Erebor, developed their own variant known as the Mode of Erebor, seen in the Book of Mazarbul. Its key features included using 43 for Z, 17 for KS or X, and inventing two new kurth, 57 and 58, for PS and TS. They also brought back characters 14 and 16 for the sounds J and Z, but then used 29 and 30 for G and G, or merely as stylistic variants of 19 and 21. These local peculiarities are noted separately for the Ereborian terth 57 and 58. Appendix F, I, the languages and peoples of the Third Age. Throughout this history, the English language is used to represent the Western, or common speech, that was spoken across the western lands of Middle-earth during the Third Age. Over the course of that era, Westron had evolved into the common tongue for nearly all speaking peoples excepting the elves, who lived within the ancient realms of Arnor and Gondor. This spanned the coastal regions from Umbar in the south all the way north to the icy bay of Foroshal, reaching inland to the formidable barriers of the Misty Mountains and the Ephel Duat. The language's influence crept northward along the great river Anduin as well, claiming the lands between its western banks and the mountains, extending up to the tranquil Gladden fields. By the time of the War of the Ring, these remained the borders where it was spoken as a native language, despite vast stretches of Eriador lying empty and the shores of the Anduin between the Gladden and Raros being sparsely inhabited. Hidden in the shadowy Druidan forest of Anorion, a handful of the ancient wild men persisted, and in the hills of Dunland, a stubborn remnant of an older people, once the inhabitants of much of Gondor, clung to their fading ways. These groups fiercely maintained their own distinct languages. Meanwhile, the plains of Rohan were home to the Rohirrim, a northern people who had settled that land roughly 5 centuries prior. Yet, Westerns served as a universal second language for communication among all who kept their native speech, even the elves, not just in Arnor and Gondor, but throughout the valleys of the Anduin and east to the very edges of Mirkwood. Remarkably, even among the reclusive wild men and Dunlendings, who typically avoided outsiders, there were individuals who could manage a rough, broken form of the common tongue. Long before, in the elder days, the elves had split into 2 primary branches, the West Elves, known as the Eldar, and the East Elves. Most of the elven communities in places like Mirkwood and Lorien belong to the latter group, though their languages do not feature in this account, where all elvish terms are of Eldarin origin. From the Eldarin tongues, 2 appear here, the High Elven Quenya and the Grey Elven Sindarin. Quenya was an ancient language of Eldamar across the sea, the first to be set down in writing. It was no longer anyone's mother tongue, but had become, somewhat ironically, a kind of Elven Latin reserved for ceremonies and the lofty matters of law and song by the High Elves who had returned to Middle-earth in exile after the First Age. Sindarin, in its origins, was a cousin to Quenya. It was the speech of those Eldar who, upon reaching the shores of Middle-earth, chose not to cross the sea but lingered in the coastal lands of Beleriand. There, under King Thingol Greycloak of Doriath, their language transformed over the long twilight years, shaped by the changing mortal lands, and growing distant from the speech of their kin across the water. The exiles, living among the more numerous grey elves, adopted Sindarin for everyday use, making it the tongue of all the elves and elf lords who appear in this history. These figures were all of Eldarin lineage, even when ruling over folk of lesser kindreds. The noblest among them was the Lady Galadriel, of the royal house of Finarfin and sister to Finrod Felagund, king of Nargothrond. For the exiles, the yearning for the sea was a constant, unquiet ache that could never be soothed. For the grey elves it lay dormant, but once awakened it became an insatiable longing. Westron was fundamentally a mannish language, though it had been enriched and softened over time by elvish influence. It originated with those whom the Eldar named the Atani or Idain, the fathers of men. This referred especially to the people of the 3 houses of elf friends who journeyed west into Beleriand during the First Age and stood with the Eldar in the War of the Great Jewels against the dark power of the North. After that dark power was overthrown, a cataclysm that left much of Beleriand drowned or shattered, the elf friends were rewarded. Like the Eldar, they were granted passage west over the sea. Yet, since the Undying Realm was forbidden to them, a great island was set apart for their dwelling, the most westerly of all mortal lands. They named this island Numenor, or Westerness. In a quiet twist of fate, It was said that the very stones of its western shores sometimes whispered with echoes of the ancient language, a subtle reminder of the profound debt their speech owed to a friendship forged in an older, more perilous time. The majority of the elf friends sailed away to settle in Numenor, where they grew mighty and influential, celebrated as master sailors and commanders of vast fleets. They were a people of striking beauty and great stature, their lifespans stretching 3 times longer than those of ordinary men in Middle-earth. These were the Númenóreans, the kings among men, whom the elves named the Dúnedain. Alone of all human races, the Dúnedain knew and used an elvish language, for their ancestors had mastered Sindarin and passed this knowledge down through generations as a sacred tradition, altering it very little over the centuries. Their scholars also learned the high elven tongue of Quenya, holding it in the highest esteem, and they employed it to craft names for places of great significance and for individuals of royal and heroic stature. Yet, in their daily lives, the Númenóreans primarily kept to their ancestral Mannish language, Adunic. In their later years of arrogance, their kings and nobles deliberately returned to this tongue, turning away from elven speech entirely, save for a small, steadfast group who clung to the old alliance with the Eldar. During the zenith of their power, the Númenóreans established numerous forts and harbors along Middle-earth's western coast to support their vessels. A principal stronghold among these was Pelargir, near the mouths of the Anduin. There, Adunaic was spoken, and as it blended with words from the tongues of lesser men, it evolved into a common speech that spread from that port along the coastlines, used by all who had commerce with Westernesse. Following Númenor's catastrophic downfall, Elendil guided the surviving elf friends back to the northwestern shores of Middle-earth. Many of Númenórean descent, either full or mixed, already lived there, though scarcely any remembered the elvish languages. From the start, the Dúnedain were vastly outnumbered by the lesser men they lived among and governed. Yet they remained lords of prolonged life, profound power, and deep wisdom. Consequently, they adopted the common speech for dealings with other peoples and in administering their extensive realms, though they enhanced and enriched this language with many terms borrowed from the elven tongues. Under the rule of the Númenórean kings, this refined Western speech spread widely, even among their foes, and was increasingly adopted by the Dúnedain themselves. By the time of the War of the Ring, knowledge of the elven tongue was confined to a small portion of Gondor's population, with daily speakers being fewer still. These individuals resided chiefly in Minas Tirith and its surrounding townlands, as well as in the fief of the princely line of Dol Amroth. Ironic, isn't it? They built a civilization echoing with elvish grandeur, yet ended up chatting in the common market tongue like everyone else. Nevertheless, nearly all place and personal names within Gondor retained an elvish form and meaning. A handful were of forgotten origin, likely dating back to days before Númenórean ships ever sailed. Among these were Umbar, Arnach, and Erech, along with the mountain names Eilenach and Rimmon. The name Forlong also belonged to this ancient category. Most men inhabiting the northern parts of the Westlands were descended from the Edain of the First Age, or their close kin. Their languages were thus related to Adunaic, with some preserving a noticeable similarity to the common speech. Such were the peoples of the upper vales of the Anduin, the Björnings and the woodmen of western Mirkwood, and further north and east, the men of the Long Lake and of Dale. From the lands between the Gladden River and the Carrock came the folk known in Gondor as the Rohirrim, the masters of horses. They steadfastly spoke their ancestral language and bestowed new names in that tongue upon nearly every place in their new country, calling themselves the Eorlings or the men of the Riddermark. However, the lords of this people used the common speech freely and with a noble accent, following the custom of their allies in Gondor, where Westren maintained a more graceful and archaic style. Entirely alien was the speech of the wild men of Druadan Forest. The language of the Dunlendings was also alien, or at best only very distantly akin. These peoples were the last descendants of those who once lived in the valleys of the White Mountains long ago. sharing kinship with the dead men of Dunharrow. During the Dark Years, many migrated south to the dales of the Misty Mountains, with some eventually wandering as far north as the Barrow Down. From these wanderers came the men of Bree, though they had long since become part of the North Kingdom of Arna and adopted the common speech. Only in Dunland did this race cling to their ancient language and customs, a hidden and resentful people, distrustful of the Dunedain and harbouring a deep-seated hatred for the Rohirrim. Their tongue appears nowhere in these records except for the name Forgoil, which they gave to the Rohirrim, said to mean strawheads. The Rohirrim, in turn, called them Dunlendings, a name referring to their dark hair and complexion. It has no linguistic tie to the Elvish word dun for west. As for hobbits, by this time the hobbits of the Shire and Bree had been using the common speech for perhaps 1,000 years. They spoke it freely and with a casual flair, though the more scholarly among them could still employ a formal style when needed. No distinct hobbit language is recorded. Historically, they simply adopted the tongues of the men living nearby. After entering Eriador, they quickly took up the common speech and had largely forgotten their original language by the time they settled in Bree. That earlier tongue was a Mannish language from the Upper Anduin, related to that of the Rohirrim, though the southern stores appear to have used a dialect close to Dunlendish before moving north. By Frodo's day, faint traces lingered in local words and place names, many bearing a strong resemblance to terms used in Dale or Rohan. Notable survivals included names for days, months, and seasons, along with words like Matham and Smeal. Personal names among hobbits were also distinctive, often passed down from ancient times. While shirefolk called themselves hobbits, men referred to them as halflings and elves as Perionath. The origin of hobbit was mostly forgotten, though it seems to have been a name given by Falohides and Stors to the Harfoots, a shortened form of the Rohan word holbitla, meaning hole builder. Among the other races, the Ents were the most ancient people surviving in the Third Age, known as Onodrim to the Elves. Ent was the Rohirric term for them. The Elves believed that the Ents did not create their own language from scratch, but were inspired by the Elves' own desire for speech. The language they crafted was unlike any other, slow, resonant, layered with repetition, and incredibly long-winded. It relied on subtle shifts in vowel sounds, tone, and rhythm, too complex for even Elvish scholars to transcribe. They used it only among themselves, not out of secrecy, but because no other race could master it. Ironically, Ents themselves were gifted linguists, learning new tongues with ease and never forgetting them. They held a special fondness for the languages of the elves, particularly the ancient High Elven speech. Thus, the strange words and names recorded by hobbits from Treebeard and other Ents are mostly Elvish, either Quenya or Sindarin, woven together in the Ents' unique, deliberate manner. For example, Tare Lilome Tumbalemone Tumbelete Ere Lomenor translates roughly to "there is a black shadow in the deep dales of the forest," while names like Fangorn, Treebeard, and Fimbrithil, Slender Beach, derive from Sindarin. The name Orc was the term used by the people of Rohan for this wretched race. In the elven tongue of Sindarin, it was rendered as Orc. This is undoubtedly related to the word Uruk from the Black speech, though that term was typically reserved for the great soldier orcs pouring out of Mordor and Isengard at that time. The smaller, weaker breeds were scornfully called Snaga, meaning slave, especially by the Uruk-hai themselves, originally bred by the dark power in the ancient north during the Elder Days. Orcs were said to have no true language of their own. They merely scavenged words from other tongues, twisting them into crude, brutal jargons that barely served their needs, though they proved quite adept at crafting curses and insults. Filled with malice and even hatred for their own kind, these creatures quickly spawned a chaotic variety of barbarous dialects. Each tribe or settlement developed its own, making Orcish speech practically useless for communication between different groups. Consequently, by the Third Age, Orcs of various breeds commonly used the Western tongue to understand one another. Indeed, Many of the older tribes lingering in the north and the misty mountains had adopted Westron as their native language long before, though they mangled it so thoroughly it became almost as hideous as their own orcish chatter. In this debased jargon, the word Tark for a man of Gondor was a corrupted form of Tarkil, a Quenya term used in Westron for one of Númenórean descent. It is said the black speech was crafted by Sauron himself in the Dark Years, with the Dark Lord intending it to be the common language for all his servants, an ambition in which he ultimately failed. Nevertheless, many words from the black speech became widespread among the orcs in the Third Age, such as Ghash for fire. After Sauron's first defeat, the ancient form of this language was forgotten by all save the Nazgûl. Upon his return, it once again became the tongue of Barad-dûr and Mordor's captains. The inscription on the One Ring was in the ancient black speech, while the curse uttered by the Mordor orc was in the more debased form used by the soldiers of the Dark Tower, whose captain was Grishnach. In that tongue, Shaku means old man. Now, let's talk about trolls, a far cry from the misunderstood bridge-dwelling creatures of some children's tales. The term troll translates the Sindarin Torog. In their earliest origins, lost in the twilight of the Elder Days, they were dull, lumpish beings with no more language than beasts. But Sauron, ever the opportunist, found a use for them. He taught them what little they could grasp and sharpened their simple wits with pure wickedness. As a result, trolls adopted what language they could from the orcs. In the Westlands, the stone trolls spoke a broken form of the common speech. However, towards the end of the Third Age, a new and terrifying troll race appeared in southern Mirkwood and the mountainous borders of Mordor. Known as the Olog High in the Black Speech, none doubted Sauron bred them, though their exact origins remained a mystery. Some speculated they were not trolls at all, but giant orcs. Yet the Ologhai were utterly different in body and mind from even the largest orc kind, whom they dwarfed in both size and raw power. They were trolls, yes, but utterly infused with the evil will of their master, a fierce, agile, cunning, and fell race, harder than stone. Unlike the older trolls of the twilight, they could endure the sunlight so long as Sauron's will held dominion over them. They spoke little, and the only language they knew was the black speech of Barad-dûr. As for the dwarves, they are truly a race apart. Their strange beginnings and the reasons they are both like and unlike elves and men are recounted elsewhere. The lesser elves of Middle-earth knew nothing of this, and the tales of later men are hopelessly tangled with memories of other races. The dwarves are a hardy and stubborn folk, often secretive, hard-working, and long in memory. They hold on to both grudges and kindnesses with equal tenacity. They are drawn to stone and gems, to the works shaped by a craftsman's hand, rather than things that grow of their own life. Yet they are not evil at heart, and very few ever serve the dark power willingly, despite what the tales of men might claim. In ancient times, men coveted dwarven wealth and the marvels of their making, which bred a lasting enmity between the peoples. Still, during the Third Age, a close friendship could be found in many lands between dwarves and men. As was their way after the fall of their great halls, the dwarves travelled widely, toiling and trading across the lands, and they adopted the languages of the men among whom they lived. But in private, a secret they guarded more fiercely than even the elves, seldom sharing it even with allies. They kept their own ancient tongue. This language had changed little over the long years, preserved more as a language of law than of daily cradle talk, tended and shielded, like a treasure from a forgotten age. It is a tongue few outsiders have ever mastered. In the accounts that survive, it appears only in certain place names, shared by Gimli with his companions, and in the fierce battle cry he shouted at the siege of the Hornburg. That cry, at least, was no secret. It had echoed on countless battlefields since the dawn of the world. Baruch, Khazad, Khazad-i-Menu, axes of the Dwarves. The Dwarves are upon you, interestingly, Gimli's own name, and those of all his kin, are taken from northern Mannish origins. The dwarves' true secret names, those of their innermost identity, they have never disclosed to any outsider. Not even upon their tombs are those names ever carved. In rendering the Red Book for readers of our day, the entire linguistic landscape has been translated, as far as possible, into terms familiar to our own time. Only those languages foreign to the common speech have been left in their original forms, and these appear chiefly in the names of people and places. The common speech itself, being the language of the hobbits and of their chronicle, has been turned into modern English. In doing so, some of the finer shades of difference within the Western have been softened. An attempt was made to suggest these varieties through different styles of English, yet the true gap between the rustic dialect of the Shire and the more archaic, formal speech used in Gondor or by the elves is greater than this book can convey. Hobbits generally spoke a homely country dialect, while in Gondor and Rohan a nobler, more ancient form of Western was used, often more concise and solemn. One particular point of difference deserves mention, though it proved impossible to represent clearly. In Western, the pronouns for you made a distinction, separate from singular or plural, between a familiar form and a deferential polite form. A curious quirk of Shire custom, however, was that the polite forms had vanished from everyday talk. They survived only in some rural villages, particularly in the Westfarthing, where they were used as terms of endearment. This was one reason why folk from Gondor found hobbit speech so peculiar. Take Peregrine Took, for example. During his first days in Minas Tirith, he used the familiar you with everyone he met, including the Lord Denethor himself. The old steward might have been privately amused, but his servants were undoubtedly shocked. This very habit probably fueled the common gossip that Peregrine must be a lord of immense standing back in his own land. Observant readers will note that characters like Frodo, or Gandalf and Aragorn, do not always speak in the same manner. This variation is quite deliberate. Among the more educated hobbits, there was a familiarity with what they called book language in the Shire. They were adept at picking up and mirroring the speech patterns of those they encountered. For well-traveled folk, it was second nature to adapt their manner of speaking to their company, a practice especially useful for individuals like Aragorn, who often needed to obscure their true origins and purposes. In that era, all who opposed the enemy held a deep reverence for ancient things, including language, and they took delight in it as far as their understanding allowed. The elves, masters of words, could command many styles, though they spoke most naturally in a mode closest to their own ancient tongue, a speech even older than that of Gondor. The dwarves also spoke with great skill, easily adjusting to their companions, though some found their voices rather rough and throaty. But then there were the orcs and trolls. Their speech was a different matter entirely, a grating, joyless noise. They used words without care or affection, and their language was far more debased and foul than I have depicted here. Honestly, who would want a more literal translation? You can still hear its echo today in the talk of the orc-minded, dreary, repetitive, dripping with hatred and contempt, so far removed from anything good that it has lost all vigor, except to those who find strength only in squalor. This sort of translation is standard, even unavoidable, when recounting tales of the past, and it usually stops there. Yet I have taken it a step further. I have also rendered all Westron names into English based on their meanings. When English names appear in this text, it indicates that names in the common speech were in use at that time, alongside or instead of those in foreign tongues, usually Elvish. These Western names were typically translations of older ones: Rivendell, Horwell, Silverlode, Langstrand, the Enemy, the Dark Tower. A few shifted in meaning, like Mount Doom for Orodruin, meaning Burning Mountain, or Mirkwood for Tower Indedelos, Forest of Great Fear. Others were slight alterations of Elvish names, such as Lune and Brandywine from Lune and Baranduin. This approach might require some explanation. Presenting every name in its original form would, I felt, obscure a key reality of that age, as the hobbits saw it, a reality I aimed to preserve. It was the contrast between a widespread everyday language, as familiar to them as English is to us, and the lingering fragments of far older, more venerable tongues. If all names were merely transcribed, they would seem equally distant to a modern reader. For instance, leaving both the Elvish Imladris and the Western Carningal unchanged would create a false sense of uniformity. To call Rivendell by its Elvish name Imladris would be like someone today referring to Winchester as Camelot, except in this case the legendary lord dwelling in Rivendell was far more ancient and certain than any King Arthur might have been. Thus, the name of the Shire, Susa, and all other hobbit places have been translated into English. This was usually straightforward, as these names were often built from elements found in our own simpler English place names, words still in use like hill or field, or slightly worn-down forms like ton for town. Some, however, came from old Hobbit words no longer spoken, and these I've represented with similar English terms such as witch or bottle for a dwelling, or Mikel for great. As for personal names, Hobbit names in the Shire and Bree were quite distinctive for that time, particularly due to a custom that had arisen centuries earlier, the use of inherited family surnames. Most of these surnames had clear meanings in the everyday language, originating from old jokes and nicknames, from local place names, or, especially around Bree, from the names of various plants and trees. It lent their communities a peculiar, earthy charm all their own. Translating these names posed few challenges, yet a handful of older, forgotten meanings remained. For those I settled on anglicizing the spelling, turning Took into Took and Boffin into Boffin. I applied a similar approach to Hobbit, first names wherever possible. It was customary for hobbits to bestow upon their daughters names inspired by flowers or precious stones. For their sons, they typically chose names that held no particular meaning in their everyday speech, and some of their women's names followed this pattern as well. Examples include Bilbo, Bungo, Polo, Loto, Tanta, and Nina. Inevitably, some names bear an accidental resemblance to those familiar to us today, like Otho, Odo, Drogo, Dora, and Cora. I kept these, though I often adjusted their endings to fit English conventions, noting that in original Hobbit names, A was a masculine ending, while O and E were feminine. Among certain old families, particularly those of Followhide descent like the Tooks and the Bolgers, there existed a tradition of granting rather grand, high-sounding first names. Most of these appear to have been lifted from ancient legends concerning both men and hobbits. While now meaningless to hobbits themselves, they closely mirrored names used by men in the Vale of Anduin, Dale, or the Mark. I have rendered these into old names of Frankish and Gothic origin that are still in use or found in our historical records. This, at the very least, maintains the often humorous disconnect between first names and surnames, a contrast the hobbits themselves were quite aware of and would sometimes chuckle over during evening gatherings at the Green Dragon. Names with a classical Latin or Greek feel were rarely employed. In the context of Shire law, the closest equivalents were the Elvish tongues, which hobbits seldom used for naming. Few ever knew the languages of the kings, as they termed them. The Bucklanders stood apart, their naming customs distinct from the rest of the Shire. The folk of the Marish and their kin across the Brandywine were peculiar in many respects, as history relates. They likely inherited many of their distinctly odd names from the former language of the southern stores. I have generally left these unaltered, for if they seem queer to us now, they were considered just as peculiar in their own time. They possessed a flavor one might vaguely associate with Celtic elements in England, and I have occasionally imitated this style in translation. Thus, place names like Bree, Combe, Arquette, and Chetwood are modelled on remnants of British nomenclature, chosen for their meaning, Bree for hill, Chet for wood. Only one personal name has been altered following this principle. Meriadoc was selected to reflect that this character's shortened name, Callie, meant jolly or gay in Westron, though it was actually an abbreviation of the now meaningless Buckland name Callimac. I have deliberately avoided using names of Hebraic or similar origin in my transpositions, as there is no corresponding element in hobbit nomenclature. Short names like Sam, Tom, Tim, and Matt were common as nicknames, derived from longer hobbit names such as Tomba, Tolma, or Matta. However, Sam and his father Ham were originally called Ban and Ran. These were shortenings of Banazir and Runugad, originally nicknames, meaning half-wise or simple and stay at home. As these words fell out of everyday use, they persisted as traditional family names. To preserve this, I used Samwise and Hamfast, modernized forms of the ancient English Samwis and Hamfoist, which closely match the original meanings in this endeavor to modernize and familiarize Hobbit language and names. I found myself drawn into a further consideration. It seemed fitting that the Mannish languages related to Western should be rendered into forms related to English. Accordingly, I fashioned the language of Rohan to resemble ancient English, as it was related both to the common speech and, more closely, to the former tongue of the northern hobbits, standing as an archaic form compared to Western. In the Red Book, it is observed that hobbits listening to the speech of Rohan recognized many familiar words, sensing a kinship between that tongue and their own. It would have felt strange, therefore, to render the recorded names and words of the Rohirrim in a completely foreign style. Following the Hobbit's own practice, I have updated the forms and spellings of certain Rohan place names, such as Dunharrow or Snowbourne, when they contained elements the Hobbits understood or resembled Shire geography. Others, like Edoras, meaning the courts, were left unchanged just as the Hobbits left them. A handful of personal names, Shadowfax and Wormtongue among them, received similar modernization. This approach also offered a neat solution for representing those peculiar Hobbit words of northern derivation. They are presented as lost words of English might appear had they survived into modern times. So Matham echoes the ancient English Martham, illustrating the link between the Hobbit cast and the Rohirric castu. Likewise, Smile or Smile for burrow is a plausible evolution from Smigil, showing the connection between Hobbit Tran and Rohan Trahan. Names like Smeagol and Deagol are constructed in the same spirit, matching the northern terms Trahald, burrowing in, and Nahald, secret. The more northerly language of Dale appears here only in the names of dwarves from that region, who adopted the local Mannish speech for their outer names. A point on spelling in this book, as in The Hobbit, the plural dwarves is used, though dictionaries insist on dwarfs. The historically consistent form would be dwarros or dwerros, had the word evolved like man and men or goose and geese and geese. But let's be honest, we don't talk about a dwarf nearly as often as we do a man or even a goose. Over time, people's memories grew fuzzy, and this ancient race was relegated to fairy tales, where a glimmer of truth might linger, or worse, to absurd nursery stories, where they became mere clowns for amusement. Yet in the Third Age, a glimpse of their old dignity, and might remains, however, faded. These are the heirs of the Nolgrim of the elder days, in whose hearts still glows the ancient fire of Ollie the Smith, and in whose memories smoulders a long-held grievance against the elves. In their hands lives an unmatched skill with stone. It is to honor this legacy that I employ dwarves, hoping to lift them slightly from the sillier fables of recent times. Dwarros would have been preferable, but I have reserved it for Dwaradelf alone, representing the common speech name for Moria, Furunagian, meaning dwarf delving, itself an archaic form. Moria, however, is an elvish name, given without affection. The Eldar, though they might craft underground strongholds in their desperate wars against the Dark Power, were never natural dwellers in such places by choice. They were lovers of the green earth and the open sky. In their tongue, Moria means the black chasm. The dwarves themselves, who never concealed this name, called it Khazad Dûm, the mansion of the Khazad, the name they have used for their own race since Orle gave it to them at their making in the deeps of time. In this text, elves serves to translate both Quendi, the speakers, the high elven name for all their kind, and Eldar, the name of the three kindreds who journeyed to the undying realm at the beginning of days, save for the Sindar. The word we have now is the only one left to us, a word that once held the weight of the memories men kept of that people, or of shaping minds not entirely unlike their own. Yet its meaning has faded, and to many it now conjures images either quaint or absurd, as far removed from the Quendi of ancient times as a fluttering butterfly is from a diving falcon, though it must be said, none of the Quendi ever bore physical wings, a thing as unnatural to them as it is to humankind. They were a race noble and fair, the elder children of the world, and among them the Eldar reigned like monarchs, a people now departed, the people of the great journey, the people of the stars. They stood tall, with pale skin and eyes of grey, their hair dark save for the golden lineage of Finrod. Their voices carried more melodies than any mortal tongue heard today. They were courageous, yet the chronicle of those who returned to Middle-earth in exile is a sorrowful one, and though their path was long ago intertwined with the doom of the fathers, their destiny is not the destiny of men. Their rule faded ages past, and they now dwell beyond the circles of the world, never to return. A note on three names: Hobbit, Gamgee, and Brandywine. Hobbit is an invention. In the common speech, when this folk was mentioned at all, the term was Bannakill, or halfling. Yet, by this time, the people of the Shire and Bree used the word Kuduk, not heard in other regions. Meriadoc records that the king of Rohan himself used the term Kudukan, meaning hole-dweller. Given that the hobbits once spoke a tongue akin to that of the Rohirrim, it is probable that Kuduk was a softened form of Kudukan. The latter I have translated for reasons given as Holbitler, and Hobbit suggests a word that could well be a worn-down version of Holbitler, had such a name existed in our own ancient language. Now, Gamgee, family law recorded in the Red Book, states the surname Galbasi, or in its shortened form Galpsi, came from the village of Galabar. This was thought to derive from Galeb, meaning game, and an old element base, somewhat like our wick or witch. Therefore, game witch, pronounced gamage, seemed a fitting translation. But in shortening Gamagee to Gamgee to stand for Galpsy, no nod was intended to Samwise's connection with the Cotton family, though such a playful link would have been very hobbit-like had their language allowed it. Speaking of which, Cotton actually represents Hlothran, a rather common village name in the Shire, coming from Hloth, a two-roomed dwelling or hole, and Ran-U, a small cluster of such homes on a slope. As a surname, it might be a shift from Hlothram, a cottager. Lothram, which I rendered as Cotman, was the name of Farmer Cotton's grandfather. Then there's Brandywine. The Hobbit names for this river were twists on the Elvish Baranduin, accented on and, from Baron, Golden Brown, and Duin, large river. Baranduin turning into Brandywine seemed a natural enough slip in modern times. In truth, the older Hobbit name was Brandonine Borderwater, which would be closer to something like Marchbourne. Yet, through a customary joke, again nodding to its hue, the river was often called Bralda Him Heady Ale in that era. One should note, however, that when the old bucks Zaragamba took the name Brandybuck, Brandagamba, the first part meant borderland, making Marchbuck more accurate. Only an exceptionally bold or foolish hobbit would dare call the master of Buckland Braldagamba within earshot table of contents.